Chapter 1 Public Beta. With a crisp sound, the transparent protective cover of the village's outermost layer suddenly burst. Shintong clenched the dagger tightly, secretly annoyed. In another 30 minutes, the public beta will be over. How come the safety zone is breached at this time? The protective shield was destroyed, and the mobs screamed and rushed in excitedly. Shintong probe observation. In the front left, the Tauren brandished a mace and smashed the building into ruins in a few strokes. On the right front, a player couldn't dodge and was surrounded by a swarm of giant bees. After a volley of tail stabs, the players only had time to scream "fuck," and the figure disappeared into the game. Shintong knew that this was being eliminated. The holographic online game has been around for 5 years. I have never played a survival game that is more interesting and realistic than the Doomsday Disaster. When I was invited to participate in the public beta, the system said that after successfully surviving for 100 days, players can get unexpected and generous rewards. Must live. Thinking of this, Shintong uses the skill, Swipe, to break through in the direction where the mobs are rare. Unexpectedly, just 2 steps, a skeleton soldier stood in front of her. There are more mobs in changing directions. Shintong gritted her teeth and chose to rush. Raid. Venom attack. A fatal blow. All the attack skills were thrown out in one breath, and the skeleton soldier was instantly destroyed. Shintong did not stop and continued to move forward. According to the original plan, she planned to get rid of the chasing soldiers and find a place to hide. When the countdown was over, she knew that there was something strange along the way. Fire element, gargoyle, demon. Not to mention the rich types of mobs, but one is more difficult to deal with. Once it stops, it is likely to be besieged, and then it will be all over. Thinking of this, Shintong bites the bullet and rushes all the way. Suddenly a gust of wind sounded behind him. Xintong's heart tightened and stopped. As soon as she stopped, she saw a spear fall in the dirt near her feet. When entering the soil, the tail of the spear swayed back and forth, showing the strength of the throw. In other games, players are teaming up to fight monsters. In the Doomsday Natural Disaster, monsters will always push the players to run. Shintong mumbled while running away. Time passed by every minute, and we kept encountering mobs along the way. Kill those alone and hide in groups. Even so, the value of health and mana still dropped significantly. After maintaining a running state for a long time, Shintong was out of breath and was exhausted. Fortunately, there are fewer and fewer mobs around. Shintong thought that she found a corner with no one, and finally could take a break. Unexpectedly, as soon as she sat down against the tree, she saw a stoneman over 3 meters high appearing in front of her. A line of text above the head, McDonald, boss. Shintong. As everyone knows, the mobs in the Doomsday Scourge are divided into 3 levels, from low to high, ordinary, elite, and boss. One boss can be worth about 17 or 8 ordinary monsters and 4 or 5 elite monsters. Unless you form a group, you can't beat it at all. No wonder no other mobs can be seen around. I accidentally stepped into the boss domain. This is bad luck. Might as well be besieged by ordinary monsters. Shintong wanted to slip, but she ran for too long before she had no choice but to run out of energy. The attribute panel even showed a negative state of movement speed minus 40%. Knowing that she would never run away, she could only hold the dagger tightly and face the enemy head-on. Raid. The dagger hit the stoneman, shaking Shintong's hand sore. The boss waved his arms like nothing, and threw her away. Shintong sat down on the ground, but gritted her teeth and stood up tenaciously. Venom attack. A fatal blow. The attack was successful, but the boss did not respond. At the same time, Shintong's mana was exhausted and all skills were cooled. Looking at the time again, there are 14 minutes and 23 seconds left. Shintong is extremely desperate, saying that the system is a liar. The difficulty is so high, who can survive? In the midst of defamation, the boss releases magic. It was too late, and then soon, countless fist-sized stones smashed towards Shintong. Xintong lay down, avoiding most of the attacks. Then he randomly found a direction and ran away with his feet. Although there is a negative state on her body, although her life value is low, although she feels that she can't run away, but she refused to sit and wait for death. Taking a break from the grass, Xintong glanced at it, thinking about choosing a suitable escape route, but saw a female player resting not far away. At this moment, she didn't think much, and subconsciously reminded in a loud voice, "Run! There is a boss behind." The other party looked at her in surprise, then shook his head. "Not promising. Give up so quickly, are you worthy of yourself?" Shintong was too lazy to take care of herself, and she was too lazy to persuade, so she ran away. I don't know how long it took, and the stamina value returned to 0. The next second, she was forced to stay in place to rest. That's it. Shintong looked desperate. The countdown continues. 10 minutes remaining. 5 minutes remaining. 3 minutes remaining. Seeing that the open beta was about to end, the stonemen did not catch up. Strange, where's the boss? Shintong was puzzled. After resting for more than 10 minutes and regaining a little physical strength, she walked back cautiously. Not long after hearing the sound of fighting, she immediately assumed a fighting stance and proceeded cautiously. Looking closer, Shintong was speechless for a moment. Not far away, the stoneman was fighting with a player. The meteorite fell. Charge fast. Hit hard. The boss used all his best to attack. The opponent hides behind a tall tower shield, looking unscathed. What's more worrying is that the man held a shield in his left hand, and his right hand took out recovery food from his backpack and stuffed it into his mouth from time to time. Xin Tong could see clearly, the other party's backpack and shield shone with purple light. In the Doomsday Scourge, equipment/props are divided into 4 levels, from lowest to highest. They are white, normal, blue, excellent, purple, rare, and orange, legendary. The public beta lasted only 100 days, and it was not easy for this person to be able to get rare level equipment during this time. Let alone take out a pile of recovery food. If she had enough recovery items, she would have fled around until the end of the countdown. How could she be as embarrassed as she is now? In the Doomsday Natural Disasters, recovery items are rare, and there is no drug flow. Shintong was thinking so, but saw that female player continuously pulled out props one after another. Most of them are exposed to blue light, a small part are exposed to purple light, and one is exposed to orange light. With the help of props, the situation was deadlocked. The boss method is exhausted, and it is still impossible to kill the opponent. More than 10 minutes later, the system issued a notification: there are 100,000 players in the public beta, and 10 surviving players. Congratulations on your survival. Shintong. It's lost at the bottom. Unlike Shintong's anxiety, Yunling knew from the beginning that he could survive. She is positioned as a tank, with a plus point for her main health and super high defense. The rucksack on the body, rare equipment, a total of 8 grids, each grid can hold up to 99 pieces of the same item. And she prepared more than 200 blue quality, more than 30 purple quality, and 2 orange quality restoration items in her bag before the war. Most importantly, the opponent is the golem. This creature is famous for its high defense and low offense, and it is often a protracted battle. Boss is very domain aware, and no mobs of other races are allowed in its territory. Therefore, Yunling came in specially and made up his mind to delay the time until the game was over. It turns out that her idea is right. Everything was as she expected, and she lived to the end with ease. After thinking about it, the system announced, "You have completed the 100 days survival mission. Please choose 3 of the following 4 options as rewards. 1. Lord Token *1, you can build your own territory after using it. 2. The life skill level is retained. 3. S-level passive skill Nature's Heart. After learning, the health value is plus 200, and the healing effect is doubled. 4. Orange equipment, Hero Armor. After wearing it, the health value is plus 100, and the damage taken is minus 20%. There are 4 life skills, namely, Intermediate Fishing, Intermediate Gathering, Advanced Sewing, and Advanced Cooking. The level is retained. In the future, mass production of recovery props and building indestructible steel fortresses should be very interesting. Yunling thought. With one move, it is determined that options 1 and 2 are required. As for 3 and 4, skills are divided into 4 levels, from low to high. They are C level, B level, A level, and S level. S-level skills are as valuable as orange equipment. However, at the beginning of the game, the health value is plus 200, the healing effect is doubled, and the survival ability is stronger. So she chose 3. After the selection is completed, the system informs, the public beta is over. 10 days later, at 12 noon on April 1, 3000, the game officially opened. Players are asked to prepare in advance. After exiting the game, Yunling took off the holographic helmet, got up and soaked a cup of oatmeal. The oatmeal comes in a bag, which is very convenient to brew. And after drinking a cup, I feel full. After a short break, Yunling put on his helmet again and landed in other holographic online games. Just after playing for a while, she felt dull. Get used to the doomsday natural disaster style of killing every step, and then play other games. It will not be able to beat the spirit at all. I really hope that April 1st will come soon. On April 1st 3000, Yunling went to the supermarket early in the morning to buy enough daily necessities for a week. Then I had lunch in advance, and sat in a chair just after 11:30, waiting for the game to start. Because it's not 12 o'clock, even if you log into the game, the page will only display, Doomsday Scourge, shocked to go live on April 1st. I don't know what kind of surprises the game will bring to players after the public beta. In this regard, Yunling is full of expectations. 2 lines of text suddenly appeared in front of him. The player gets the Lord token *1. Please follow the arrows to go to your territory. I haven't opened the server yet, how can I follow the arrow to go to the territory? Yunling took off his helmet and planned to take a sip of tea. Unexpectedly, as soon as she got up, she found that the arrow was still in sight and pointed precisely outside the door. Yunling glanced at the holographic helmet, then looked at herself, even more puzzled. Why do I see the arrow when I have not logged into the game? Has it been overworked recently that caused hallucinations? Go to the kitchen and pour a glass of water, and the arrow point changes accordingly. What remains unchanged is that it still points out the door. Shouldn't. A bad feeling arose from the bottom of Yunling's heart. Take the key, close the doors and windows, and walk forward in the direction indicated by the arrow. After a 7-minute walk, on the open space behind the residential building, a slap-sized wooden sign floats in the air. It is the reward chosen by Yunling, Lord Token. Chapter 2 Lingyun Camp. Yunling reached out to touch it, but was empty. It's like all she saw was a phantom, and the wooden sign didn't actually exist. However, as soon as I approached the token, the text in front of me changed to, "Congratulations to the player on arriving in the territory." After the game officially starts, you can name the territory. There is still 3 minutes and 33 seconds to start the server. The first thought that came to Yunling's mind, could holographic games become real games? The second thought, do you want to inform others? But after another thought, who can she notify? Her parents died in a car accident while she was in college, leaving her 2 houses with an insurance premium of 800,000 yuan. Her grandparents died of illness when she was a child. The only few distant relatives left have no contact after their parents passed away. Last time the mobile phone was stolen and all the stored numbers were lost. Take a step back, even if you contact the other party, what can she say? Do you want to tell the other party that the world will become a game field in 3 minutes, and you must be careful to protect yourself? If the guess is wrong, she will probably be sent to a psychiatric hospital for treatment. The number keeps beating, and finally becomes, there is still 1 minute and 12 seconds to start the server. Yunling waited patiently for the countdown to end. You will know what the world will be like in 1 minute. There are still 3 seconds to start the server. 2 seconds. 1 second. The countdown went to 0, and countless cards suddenly dropped in the sky. White and blue shade the sky, and there are a few purple and orange interspersed among them. Yunling looked up at the sky and found that the last place of the orange light was in a nearby park. The cards were scattered everywhere, floating in the air. Immediately afterwards, countless light groups fell from the sky. The nearest dozen light just fell to the ground and turned into green-skinned mobs holding wooden sticks. They chase people when they see them, beat, grab and bite, extremely brutal. During the lunch break, there are many people on the street. Suddenly, the sound of exclamation, screaming, and cry for help were intertwined. At the same time, the system announced that, at 12 noon on April 1st, Doomsday Scourge was shocked and launched. The character attribute panel automatically pops out. Name, Yunling. Level, 0. Experience value, 0 out of 100. HP, 240/240, 200 is the skill bonus. Mana, 60/60. Attributes, Strength 3, 5, Agility 4, 5, Physical Strength 4, 5, Intelligence 6, 5, Spirit 6, 5. Skill, Heart of Nature, S level. Equipment, none. Basic recovery speed, 2 points of health/minute, skills bonus 100%, 1 point of mana/minute. Life skills, intermediate fishing, intermediate gathering, advanced sewing, advanced cooking. Illustrate. Strength determines the ability to damage and carry weight. Agility determines the speed of reaction and movement. Physical strength determines the value of health and long-term running/combat ability. Intelligence determines magical damage. Spirit determines mana. The average value of normal adult males is in parentheses. In addition, 1 stamina equals 10 health, and 1 spirit equals 10 mana. Yunling glanced at the property panel and closed it directly. The settings are the same as in the public beta, there is nothing to look at. System, it is detected that the player has the Lord token and is standing in the territory. Do you want to use it? Yunling chose yes. System, please name the territory. Yunling, Ling Yun. The Lord token suddenly burst into a dazzling white light, and then quickly expanded to the surroundings. After a while, the familiar camp appeared in front of Yunling. There is a stone bonfire in the center and a warehouse next to it. Otherwise empty, nothing. Congratulations to the player for becoming the master of Lingyun Camp. Do you want to disclose the identity of the Lord? Yunling selects no. The next second, the territory attribute panel pops out. Territory name, Lingyun. Level, campsite. A total of 4 levels, from low to high, they are camp, village, town, and city. Tax, 5%. 0 to 100%, the Lord has the right to adjust independently. Inhabitable population, 200. Existing residents, 1. Unlockable buildings, 4. Existing building, 1. Existing building details. Warehouse, level 1 with an area of 200 square meters, it can store various resources and extend the shelf life of food. Note, the Lord can set an access list to allow specific groups of people to use it. Finally, the system prompts, Lingyun Camp has just been established, enjoy a 10-day novice protection period. During this period, no creatures can attack the territory. After 10 days, the territory may be attacked at any time, please prepare in advance. 10 days. Enough. Yunling didn't plan to set up an access list, and the camp warehouse was equivalent to the Lord's private warehouse. She is preparing to go home and move her daily necessities into the camp warehouse. Secondly, in the early days of the game, not many people had the courage to break into private houses. It's the orange card in the park. It might be someone else's late. Thinking of this, Yunling decided to go to the park to find an orange card. Run. Zheng Mingyue took his girlfriend, Yu Qingwen, to escape. They were originally white-collar workers working in an office building, and they made an appointment with their colleagues for dinner at noon. Unexpectedly, as soon as the food was ready, 5 green-skinned monsters over 1 meter high rushed in. The monster has a mouth full of teeth and a stick in his hand, which looks very difficult to deal with. A game fan among my colleagues was not surprised when he saw the green-skinned monster. Isn't this a goblin? It looks like a real appearance. As he talked, he leaned forward and reached out to touch, wanting to see what material the clothes were made of. Unexpectedly, as soon as he approached, the green-skinned monster picked up the stick and hit his head severely. The colleague fell down softly, and instantly lost his breath. The customer was surprised. Is it an improvisation? Isn't it true? The waiter panicked and called the police, and the boss tried his best to clear the relationship. It was not arranged by us, we don't know what's going on. Before the explanation was finished, the green-skinned monster grinned and each looked for a new target. Many customers were frightened, dull-eyed, unresponsive, and didn't know what to do. The green-skinned monsters rode one by one, barking their teeth, and looked extremely vicious. A strong smell of blood spread in the restaurant. Someone suddenly realized, these goblins are not pretended by people, but real monsters. Hearing this, a young man immediately raised his chair and threw it at the green-skinned monster. At the same time shouted loudly, we have many people, they are few people, don't be afraid. There are many young and middle-aged people in the dining room. A green-skinned monster was hit, the stick was let go, and the whole monster fell to the ground. But within a few seconds, it stood up and rushed at people fiercely, regardless of the lost stick. These green-skinned dwarfs can't be killed at all. Run away. Facing the terrifying and powerful green-skinned monster, someone shouted in despair and rushed out. Zheng Mingyue saw the situation taking a turn for the worse, and quickly pulled Yu Qingwen away. He thinks so, because he can't help anyway, it's better to go out and find the police. I thought that the monster that broke into the restaurant was an example, but after I went out, I discovered that there were monsters everywhere. Zheng Mingyue panicked, only to take his girlfriend and ran away lifelessly. As for where to go to be safe, he doesn't know. I can't run anymore. Yu Qingwen didn't get enough exercise on weekdays, and she couldn't breathe after a while. Zheng Mingyue was anxious, can't stop. The monster will chase after. It's useless to escape. There was a sudden voice in front of him. What should I do? Zheng Mingyue was annoyed, could it be that you just sit and wait for death? Yunling casually pointed, did you see the card floating in the air? Pick it up and use it to obtain skills or equipment. Arm yourself and kill the mobs you meet, and you will be safe. After all, she didn't stop for a moment, and moved on. On the way to the park, sometimes she will meet people who are fleeing, she will remind them when she meets them. As for how many people are willing to listen to persuasion, and how many people can survive, it depends on individual good fortune. Card. Zheng Mingyue was dumbfounded. Only then did he realize that white cards were scattered all around, floating strangely in the air. What is this? What's the use? Zheng Mingyue wanted to ask again, turned around, but saw that the person who reminded him had gone away. Yu Qingwen really couldn't run, and simply broke the jar. I don't think that girl looks like a bad person, just let her do it. Zheng Mingyue confided, you stand still, I will try to pick one. I took a white card nearby, and suddenly a panel popped out in front of my eyes. You have found the C-level, charge, skill, are you sure to use it? Note 1, skill cards can be used but cannot be taken away. Note 2, each player only has 4 skill slots, please make your choice carefully. Note 3, after learning skills, you formally become a player and your body will be digitized. Skill. Digitization. Isn't this the same as online games? Zheng Mingyue was suspicious and discussed countermeasures with his girlfriend. Yu Qingwen reacted with hindsight. During the meal, I heard a voice in my ear saying, Doomsday's natural disaster shocked the line. Could it be related to this? Zheng Mingyue was stunned, did you hear that too? I thought someone among my colleagues was discussing a new game. Yu Qingwen pouted, only the dead Zhao is a game fan. Others are busy making money and don't have enough time to sleep. How can they know about the new game? Zheng Mingyue hesitated, and it took a long time before he made up his mind, go. Let's pick 2 skills each and go back and save people. Save people? Just the 2 of us? Yu Qingwen was speechless. In her opinion, the 2 of them didn't seem to be saving people, but rather as giving away their heads. You should be able to fight after learning the skills. Zheng Mingyue said helplessly, it's just us. It's dangerous everywhere. Going back to the restaurant to rescue people and forming a team with the survivors is safe. Okay, let's go back. Yu Qingwen pondered for a long time, but couldn't think of a better way, so she gritted her teeth and agreed. Although Yunling is a public beta player, in fact, his situation is not much better than the others. During the public beta, the upgrade of Dogwai was easy, because of the complete equipment and the Thorn's Halo skill. When attacked, 30% of the damage is automatically reflected. Others slammed her skills and attacked, and before they killed her, their HP was first returned to 0. And now, there is only the Nature Heart skill. Except for HP plus 200, the healing effect is doubled, and there is no offensive ability. Of course, she can pick up a skill card and use it at will. However, the skill level is limited, and it is not a last resort. Yunling does not want to waste the quota. More than 10 minutes later. After checking 17 or 8 cards, Yunling finally found an equipment card. Name, cloth shoes. Quality, normal. Wearing effect, agility plus 1. This is the most common and lowest level white equipment. The attribute bonus is not obvious, but it is better to wear than nothing. The system panel pops out in due course. You found the cloth shoes equipment, are you sure to use it? Note 1, there is no occupational distinction in the game, and all equipment is common. Note 2, each player has 6 equipment slots and can change equipment at any time. Note 3, after wearing the equipment, you formally become a player, and your body will be digitized. Within 2 seconds, Note 3 disappeared, and the text changed to, the survivor of the open beta will automatically become a player after the game officially starts. It took a long time to find an equipment card. How could it not be possible? Yunling chose yes. The next second, the card disappeared, and a pair of brand new cloth shoes appeared in front of him. Yunling quickly put on his shoes. After putting on it, she immediately felt that her body was light and she could run faster. It happened that 2 goblins approached behind him, and Yunling ran away without saying a word. Chapter 3 S-Level Skills. Avoid the mobs, check the card, stop and go all the way. 20 minutes later. Wearing cloth shoes, carrying a wooden bow with a quiver tied around his waist, Yunling appeared at the entrance of the park. Stopping and staring, I saw a card floating in the air not far away. The whole body was shining with a charming orange light, and people couldn't help but want to get closer. Unfortunately, there are 5 goblins guarding around. I don't know if it is an equipment card or a skill card. Yunling muttered. The equipment and skills have 4 levels, which can be distinguished by the color. Common equipment and C-level skills shine in white light. Sophisticated equipment and B-level skills are blue light. Rare equipment and A-level skills are purple light. Legendary equipment and S-level skills are orange light. If you are busy working for a long time and finally find that it is an unsuitable S-level skill, you will suffer a big loss. Yunling was thinking about countermeasures, and suddenly heard someone ask, "Cooperate." Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw a young man of 25 and 16 years old standing 3 meters away. His facial features are distinct, his eyes are dark and deep, and the bridge of his nose is high. He held a buckler in his left hand and a half-meter-long wooden stick in his right. He carried a backpack on his back, which seemed to be both offensive and defensive. Shield. Yunling's gaze stuck to the round shield, reluctant to move away. Although the game rained on cards at first, there were skills and equipment in it, but the ratio of equipped cards was too low. Walking along the road, she checked nearly 50 cards and found 2 equipment cards in total. One with cloth shoes, and one with wooden bow and quiver. To be honest, she is used to close combat. Long-range shooting with a bow and arrow is very difficult to aim at. The reason why I carried the wooden bow and quiver was purely because of the rare equipment in the early game. Even if you can't use it, you can sell it to others after returning to the camp. How do you want to cooperate? Yunling asked. The men said, archery attracts the goblins' attention, draws the monsters over, and kills them one by one. How to distribute the spoils? Yunling asked again. The men replied, equity. Where is the orange card? Yunling asked. Men, after killing all the goblins, it depends on the situation. It sounds pretty reliable. Yunling thought for a while and agreed, that's it. After speaking, he took off the wooden bow and took out an arrow from the quiver. Name, wooden bow. Quality, normal. Wearing effect, strength 1. Name, quiver. Quality, normal. Wearing effect, 1 arrow is automatically refilled every minute, up to 10 can be installed. Aim, shoot. Yunling tried his best, but he missed a shot. There was still some distance from the goblin, and the arrow could not fall. I am carrying a bow not because I am proficient in shooting, but because I can't find other weapons. She shrugged, if I continue to shoot, I'm wasting arrows. Or I will give you the wooden bow and quiver, and the buckler. How about holding it? The men glanced at Yunling, okay. When Mu Gong reached his hand, the man's eyes immediately became sharp. He threw the wooden stick to Yunling, and then drew an arrow from the quiver, holding the bow in one hand, pulling the string with the other, aiming and shooting. Yunling. Brother, you are suspiciously skilled. The arrow galloped and hit the goblin's chest with precision. The goblin was furious, and the 5 gathered together and ran quickly in the direction where the arrow shot. The men did not rush and continued shooting. 1 arrow hit the left leg and 1 arrow hit the abdomen, killing the injured goblin. 3 arrows hit the chest, and another goblin died. Yunling Xin said, no wonder the 2 hit it off. It turned out that she was attracted to her shield and her bow. In a blink of an eye, 9 arrows shot out, and 3 goblins fell to the ground. Yunling had the final say, and with the arrow she wasted, the quiver was just empty. 2 players versus 2 goblins, 1 person holding a stick, 1 person holding a shield, should be able to beat. As soon as the thought started, the man took out the orange quiver from his pocket, then took the arrow, aimed, and shot. The arrow flew out and exploded with a bang as it hit the target. With only 1 arrow, the shot goblin died on the spot. Yunling. Burst arrow. During the public beta, Yunling knew a shooter player. The man has a purple quiver. After the arrow is generated, there is a 20% chance of attaching special effects, such as penetration, explosion, freezing, and burning. The temporary teammate is holding an orange quiver. How high is the chance of enchanting? 30%. 50%. Yunling didn't dare to think about it. The last arrow was shot and the battle was over. The men counted the harvest and announced after a while, 16 copper coins, 2 silk threads, and a piece of wood will be dropped. Yunling moved out calmly. Unknowingly, there was a long distance between the two. If someone moved, she would definitely run away without saying anything. The men didn't care and went to check the card. After a while, regretfully said, "Thorn of Thorns, an S-level melee skill, is not suitable for me." Yunling paused. "I want it." "The card belongs to you, and the drop belongs to me," the men suggested. Yunling, "Yes." After a consensus was reached, the men walked away quickly. He didn't even ask for the stick. He didn't know if he forgot or thought it was unnecessary. Waiting for someone to walk away, Yunling picked up the card and made sure to use it. Name, Thorns, passive skill. Quality, S grade. Skill effect, when being attacked, 50% damage is reflected. Proficient in killing monsters and advanced equipment, shouldn't you be a survivor of the open beta? Yunling asked secretly. Unfortunately, with that person's departure, the question is destined to be unanswered. Forget it, it's a good thing to meet him. Not only did I get the buckler, but also the anti-injury skill. If I was the only one, I would probably have to rush in and run out of the damage. Imagining the scene of being besieged by 5 goblins, Yunling resisted. To die is not to die, but it hurts to be beaten. Fortunately, I met him. Yunling was not without luck. On the return journey, Yunling stopped searching for equipment cards, just rushed. Avoiding monsters is not difficult. As long as you calm down, find a hidden place to hide, or see from a distance, just take a detour, and you can hide. If you just run away and waste your energy, you will easily encounter new monsters. It took about 20 minutes before Yunling arrived at Lingyun camp. Just about to put the sticks in the warehouse, I saw 3 college students sitting around the stone bonfire. The boy wearing glasses grumbled. I called the police station, but no one answered. I called my parents, but I didn't get through. The girl with short hair said, "I observed when I was escaping and found that not only were there monsters in the school, but the streets were also full of monsters. I don't know where it is, but after hiding in, the monster didn't chase it anymore. If you go out rashly, you will probably encounter danger again." Another boy with acne couldn't help worrying, "If there is no food or drink, we can't last long. What should I do afterwards?" The 3 looked at each other, not knowing what to do. At this moment, the boy wearing glasses caught a glimpse of Yunling and asked hurriedly, "Hello, where can I find the wooden stick and the round shield?" In his thoughts, if the 3 were equipped with weapons, the safety factor would be relatively higher. Even if he had to go out to find food, at least he wouldn't have the power to fight back. Yunling did not hide. "Didn't it rain the card just now? I found the equipment card. Make sure to use it, and I will have a weapon." Equipment card. The boy wearing glasses was stunned. The boy with pimples whispered, "I remember that. Before Zhou Ming picked up a card, and then became very powerful, especially able to fight, monsters can't beat him." Yunling guessed that Zhou Ming should be someone they knew. What he picked up should be a fighting skill card. After using it, he immediately has the fighting ability. The boy wearing glasses couldn't believe it. "It's a card and a skill again. Isn't this the same as an online game?" Yunling nodded. "It really looks like a real holographic online game." The short-haired girl murmured, "Sounds like an April Fool's Day joke." I have said all that should be said. Next, is to hide in the camp and wait for rescue, or go out to find the card to find supplies, as you are. After that, Yunling walked towards the warehouse. It has been a while since she left the residence, and she was anxious to go home to move supplies. Enter the warehouse, put the sticks down, and the warehouse material list panel will automatically pop out. Yunling looked at it and found that there was only one line on the list, wooden stick *1. Close the panel, open the realm property panel, and see the display in the building to be unlocked. Mission Hall, you can issue missions to attract and recruit NPC talents. It takes 100 copper coins to build. Wood Workshop, you can create simple weapons, provide wooden household items, and you need 100 copper coins to build. Tailor Shop, you can make clothes and armor, and you need 100 copper coins to build. Restaurant, it can provide all kinds of food, and it takes 100 copper coins to build. Barbecue shop, specializes in providing grilled meat, and it takes 100 copper coins to build. There are more than 50 buildings to be unlocked, some of which have similar functions, such as restaurants and barbecue shops. Some features are unique, but the camp must be upgraded to a higher level to unlock. Yunling thought, the number of buildings that can be unlocked in the camp is limited, and it is enough to build one with similar functions. But currently none of them can be unlocked because there are no copper coins. Moving, killing monsters, upgrading, saving copper coins, collecting materials, and searching for supplies, Yunling quickly formulated the next stage of goals. Walking out of the warehouse and about to leave the camp, the boy wearing glasses called to her, "Can we go out with you?" Yunling replied, "No. I can only guarantee my own safety, and other people can't protect me." "Forget it." The boy wearing glasses was discouraged. Yunling drifted away and disappeared from the sight of the three of them before long. The boy with acne whispered, "I was holding a wooden stick before, but when I went out, I only had a round shield in his hand." "You mean?" The boy wearing glasses licked his lips, a little nervous. The acne boy simply pointed out, "Leave the wooden stick in the house. Anyway, she can't use it, let's borrow it." The girl with short hair didn't say a word. She felt that this was not good, but her life was threatened, and she couldn't stop her with words. "If you don't object, I'll take it," the boy with acne said as he walked to the warehouse. "Hey," the boy wearing glasses wanted to dissuade him, but before long, his companion came back. "What's the matter?" He was puzzled. The boy with acne frowned, "Don't let in. Only if you are on the access list, you are allowed to enter the territory warehouse." Somehow, the short-haired girl breathed a sigh of relief. "It's okay, let's think of another way." Chapter 4 Transport. The residential building where Yunling lives is north of the city. It is far away from the city center, not so noisy and bustling, but with complete living facilities. There are 2 houses under the name, one for self-occupation and one for rent. She doesn't spend much on weekdays, and the rent is enough for her to live well. It's a pity that the end is coming, and the peaceful life is suddenly broken. As soon as Yunling entered the gate of the community, a goblin rushed out from the corner, swiping a big stick and smashed at her. Raise the shield, counterattack, in one go. Name, round shield. Quality, normal. Wear effect, damage received -2. Yunling looked at it, and every time the goblins hit her, he could kill about 7 to 8 points. Because of the S-level skill, Thorn of Thorns, 4 points of damage will be rebounded every time it is attacked. Occasionally hitting with the shield will cause additional damage. You came and I fought for several rounds, and the goblins fell to the ground. At the same time, 4 copper coins and a ball of silk thread floated in the air. Yunling checked the personal attribute panel and found that his HP, 202/240, and his experience, 4 out of 100. Kill 25 mobs to level up. She sighed as she walked. It seems that the difficulty has been increased. In the community, the door is closed, no one wants to go out at this moment. When Yunling returned home, he found another goblin in the corridor. Anti-injury, shield attack, and quickly kill it. Except for 2 copper coins, nothing else. Did the drop rate be lowered? Yunling sneered while opening his door. The items in the room are intact and neatly arranged, the same as when she left. Yunling found a travel backpack and stuffed it with oatmeal, biscuits, snacks, and mineral water. Before long, the backpack was full. Yunling picked up the bag, locked the door, and transported the materials back to the territory warehouse. When returning to Lingyun camp, the other 3 had already left. Yunling ignored the other party's stay and emptied his backpack before returning to the residential building. Rice flour, frozen food, clothes and footwear, towel soap, pots and pans, cooking oil seasonings, bedding blankets, candle lighters, band-aids, and anti-inflammatories. Whether it works or not, move things back first. Shipped 8 times back and forth, useful items were evacuated. It took 2 hours before and after, killing a total of 10 goblins, and Yunling decided to return to the camp to rest. After many battles, his life value was 80, his physical strength was exhausted, and he needed a rest. Putting the quilt in the warehouse, Yunling felt relieved, and even began to wonder whether he should increase his strength after the upgrade. 3 points of strength, work is too slow. Haha dash, Wei Qing propped the ground with a long knife, gasping for breath, her eyes blank. He didn't know what was going on, but when he noticed it, everything changed. The card floats in the air against the principle of gravity. Green skin monsters are everywhere chasing humans. Touch the card to learn skills and get equipment. Fortunately, he got the blue sophisticated equipment, steel knife, and also learned the sea-level skill, flame knife, and killed 3 mobs along the way. Wei Qing thought that she could escape from birth, but no matter where she went, she would always meet new mobs at the next intersection. The monster could never be killed, but his physical strength continued to decline, and he was so tired that he could hardly walk. The sky is big and the earth is big, I don't know where is the pure land. For a moment, Wei Qing thought about giving up resistance. When walking aimlessly, the system suddenly sounded a prompt, you found Lingyun Camp. Whether to spend 5 copper coins to become a temporary resident of the territory. 24 hours. Whether to spend 100 copper coins to become an official resident of the territory. Permanent. All the copper coins in the pocket add up to only 8, and it takes more than half of the savings to become a temporary resident. Wei Qing clicked no, speechlessly. Looking around, I saw a young girl sitting by the stone bonfire. At this moment, she was eating a bite of biscuits and mineral water. Wei Qing couldn't help swallowing. The accident happened so suddenly that he didn't have time to eat lunch. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon now, and his hungry chest was pressed against his back, and his body was weak. My name is Wei Qing. Sister, can you tell me a little bit between food and mineral water? Wei Qing approached cautiously and said in a negotiating tone. Yunling looked back. The weapons glowing with blue light, the messy hair, and the clothes stained with blood, have experienced a great battle at the first glance. My name is Yunling. Yunling said, it can be exchanged. Copper coins and dropped items can be exchanged for food or drinking water. Wei Qing took out a bunch of silk thread and 2 linen cloths from her pocket. What can these be exchanged for? Yunling glanced, a bag of biscuits. If you add another bottle of mineral water, how many copper coins do you need? Wei Qing asked. Yunling thought for a while, come on with 3 copper coins. The prices are unknown, and she doesn't know how much to charge. Anyway, in troubled times, food and drinking water are always in short supply. Okay. Wei Qing licked her dry lips and responded happily. Now he is not afraid of people and lions opening their mouths, he is afraid that people will not give up food and drinking water. Wei Qing handed over the silk thread, linen cloth, and copper coins. Yunling took out an unopened bottle of mineral water from his backpack, and at the same time handed out a bag of chocolate cookies. Wei Qing took it, gobbled it down, and poured half a bottle of drinking water, immediately feeling more comfortable. Sister, where did the things come from? Can you tell me? He asked curiously. Yunling replied, I live in a nearby residential area, and these are brought out of my home. Wei Qing heard it even more strange, there are so many monsters outside, why not hide at home? The stock is not enough, come out to find food. Yunling said, the current situation is not safe at home. It is hiding in the camp, and the monster will never follow. Is the camp a safe area in the game? Wei Qing's mind became more active. How about you? Why are you here? Yunling asked. Don't mention it. Wei Qing looked helpless, the interview in the morning was delayed until the end of the night. I wanted to get together to have lunch alive, but I didn't expect the food to be eaten, and the monsters met a bunch of them. He was chased everywhere, almost no time to rest. What are your plans afterwards? Yunling asked again. Take one step at a time. Wei Qing smiled bitterly, maybe she will starve to death the day after tomorrow. Yunling, I plan to live in the camp for a long time. If you have extra drop materials in your hand, you can exchange them with me. Wei Qing was taken aback when she heard it. What's the use of silk thread and linen? Yunling said vaguely, I don't know, it needs to be tested. Wei Qing hesitated and agreed, anyway, I don't have a place to go. It would be nice to stay in the safe area, at least get a good night's sleep. After taking a break, Yunling stood up and said, I'll go out. Should I be with you? Wei Qing followed and stood up. No. Yunling waved his hand, I am used to being alone. The other party insisted, and Wei Qing was not reluctant. But it is inevitable that she murmured in her heart, a young girl has the courage to act alone, is it fearless for the ignorant, or is it the courage to be a master of art? After pondering for a long time without a clue, he vented his anger and cursed, "Spicy chicken game. You can't even see the ID, level, and attributes of other players, so sooner or later it will go bankrupt. What should I do if I ran out of food? After drinking the mineral water, where can I get more? The survival problem lies in front of us, and the situation is quite serious." Yunling had the final say. The food stored at home could be eaten for about half a month. If you set aside a part of the exchange with Wei Qing, the persistence time will be shorter than expected. Only by hoarding a lot of goods before most people react, can it last longer. She recalled, and found that there were convenience stores, supermarkets, stores, restaurants, bakeries, bun shops near the residential building. There were many resource points. So as soon as his health returned to its full value, he wandered around with his backpack on his back. The first thing I went to was the convenience store. Although the size of the shop is small, the goods are complete. There are not only bread, biscuits, instant noodles, but also boxed milk, barreled mineral water and a large number of beverages. Starting from the camp, walk for 3 minutes to reach the destination. Yunling stood at the door and looked around. I saw that the door was locked, there was no one in the house, and I didn't know if I had taken refuge. Come on. Help. Before Yunling thought about what to do next, a hysterical roar sounded from the noodle shop next to him, with a hint of crying inside and out. Yunling held the round shield and proceeded cautiously. Bang! In the room, the goblin swung his stick, but it was the table that hit it. The men held the wooden chair in front of him, resolutely not to let the monster approach. Behind him, the woman hugged her child and hid in a corner of the wall, shrank into a ball. When Yunling entered the house, he saw this scene. The goblin grinned and wanted to whip the stick again. Unexpectedly, as soon as he lifted the big stick, his head was smashed by the buckler, and he immediately stared at the gold star. Retreat. At the same time, Yunling stood in front of the family of 3 and slapped the goblins away with a round shield. The man was amazed, and stood with his wife and children. The goblin shook his head, then rushed towards Yunling fiercely. Yunling didn't dodge or evade, using a round shield to block the attack of the wooden stick. Anti-injury is a great skill. The goblins attacked Yunling, and the two lost blood together. Yunling attacks the goblins, and the goblins lose blood. No matter who hits whom, as Yunling's opponent, he will definitely be injured. It didn't take long for the goblin to be killed by a gangster. The monster died, and copper coins and wood emerged. Yunling put the fallen items into his backpack, and then asked, "Are you okay?" "Thanks, thank you." Recalling the thrilling scene just now, the woman shivered in her calf and couldn't calm down for a long time. "Girl, what do you call it?" the man asked. "Yunling." Yunling replied. "Hello, my name is Chen Hang, and this is my wife Chen Ling." The man asked carefully, "Can I ask, what's going on outside?" Yunling made a brief explanation. Chen Hang opened his mouth wide, shocked and stunned. There is more than one monster. There are everywhere on the street. Just like playing online games, can we kill monsters with weapons and skills? He didn't want to believe it, but everything that happened before his eyes forced him to believe it. In hesitation, the goblin's body slowly disappeared. To describe it in online game terms, it means to be refreshed when the time comes. "It's past 4 o'clock in the afternoon, why don't you know anything?" Yunling asked. Chen Hang explained, "It was messy outside at noon, and people screamed everywhere. I didn't do any business, so I locked the door. Later, I saw that it was quiet outside for a long time. I thought it was all right, so I opened the door. Unexpectedly, when you relax a little, the monster will come to the door." The author has something to say. Shop owners, resource points. Can you say that again? Drawing a knife. Chapter 5 Nightfall 1. Yunling told him, "There are a lot of monsters, and they won't be cleared for a while. Take a step back, even if the cleanup is complete, the game party can invest again. No one can predict what the future will become." Hearing the bad news, Chen Hang was speechless for a long time. "Little girl, do you have a place to go? Do you want to stay here with us?" Chen Ling invited. "The first floor is a noodle shop, and the second floor is a bedroom. There is a lot of rice and flour in the storage room, enough to eat a few moon." Yunling shook his head and declined, "I have a place to live, and I came out to find food." Hearing this, Chen Hang said hurriedly, "You are waiting here. I will go to the storage room to get a bag of rice and a bag of flour, just as a thank you gift." What Yunling wanted to say, Chen Hang went upstairs. Take it. Chen Ling persuaded, you don't know how to thank you for saving our family. Rice noodles are a little bit of our heart, please accept it. Yunling, actually, I want to ask if I can just give 2 bags of rice instead of flour. It's not bad to think about it. She shouldn't pick and choose, she didn't mention it. After a while, Chen Hang carried a bag in one hand and walked downstairs. Do you live far away? Should I help you carry it back? Yunling glanced at him deeply, it's nearby, 3 minutes walk. Chen Hang was even more enthusiastic, you are a girl, but it is inconvenient to carry a shield and carry rice and flour. Walk around, I will send you back. Yunling did not refuse, and walked ahead to lead the way. When leaving, Chen Hang told his wife to lock the doors and windows so that no one would open the door. Then he picked up the rice noodles and asked questions like a chat while walking. For example, what's the emphasis on equipment and skills? For example, what's the use of things dropped by monsters? Such as how to live better. At the beginning of the game, he stayed behind closed doors to protect his wife and children. Security is safe, but it also caused him to be ignorant of the current situation. It's rare to meet a veteran game player, and quickly make up for common sense under the banner of help. As early as when Chen Hang offered to help, Yunling had guessed his plan. Thinking about my own power 3, moving food can exhaust myself, so I didn't refuse Chen Hang to follow. The two talked as they walked, and returned to the camp shortly afterwards. You live here. Chen Hang was stunned. When he wants to come, here is empty, there is nothing, how can people live? This is the camp that appeared after the game started, which is equivalent to a safe area. Yunling said, although the living conditions are relatively poor, you can sleep well. If you were sleeping in the bedroom, the monster ran over to carry out a sneak attack at night. Give me things. Yunling stretched out his hand. Where to put it? I'll carry it for you. Chen Hang thought, carrying all the way, not bad for the last few steps. Yunling, give it to me, you can't get in. Chen Hang. He honestly handed out rice bags and flour bags. Yunling took it and turned back to the warehouse. Chen Hang wanted to follow up, but received a system ban prompt. Attempt to break through, but was stopped by an invisible barrier. No matter how much you toss, you just can't get in. It's really the same as a game. Chen Hang was horrified. Yunling put the stored grain and walked out of the warehouse. I will continue to look for grain, and I will send you back first. On the way back, Chen Hang obviously became silent. It happened that 2 goblins rushed over with big sticks, but Yunling didn't hide when he saw that he had plenty of life. After half a minute, the battle was over. Yunling put the copper coins and linen cloth away. Chen Hang's voice was bitter, if I also have skills and weapons, will I be able to kill monsters like you? It should be possible. Yunling thought he was not good at fighting. The two did not talk anymore. Before he sent the people back to the noodle shop, Yunling solemnly warned, in the early game, you can lock the door and it's okay. After 2 days, even if the door is closed, the monster will break open. The white card is indeed low level, but if you don't pick it up, it will be robbed by others. Even if you want to learn it, there will be nowhere to learn it. Chen Hang was startled, and a chill rose in his heart. Go. Yunling waved goodbye. Chen Hang watched Yunling go away, and sighed heavily, hiding all the time is no way. You have to think of a way to kill monsters and upgrade them. After parting with Chen Hang, Yunling looked up at the sky. It's almost 5 o'clock. She secretly warned. Time is limited and you can't go too far. Yunling simply wanders aimlessly, killing monsters, and looking for equipment cards by the way. 30 minutes later, she found a blue card at the corner of the corner. Name, Badge of Honor. Quality, Sophisticated. Wearing effect, every time you kill a mob, you will get 2 extra copper coins and restore 5 points of life. Note, each player can only hold 1 piece of income equipment. Can increase income and restore life, so what can I hesitate? Yunling immediately chose to wear it. As the saying goes, good things come in pairs. After picking up the badge, Dugwai actually dropped a piece of equipment. Name, Goblin Ring. Quality, Normal. Wearing effect, Strength +2. Yunling was very pleased, it's much easier to carry supplies now. At this point, 4 of the 6 equipment slots of the buckler, cloth shoes, Badge of Honor, and Goblin Ring have been occupied. Seeing that it was not early, Yunling stopped making more stops, and hurried back after picking up the dropped items. Lingyun Camp. Wei Qing touched the 14 copper coins, 2 pieces of linen, and a piece of wood in her pocket, wondering what kind of dinner they could change. Drumsticks are probably no good. How about a few pieces of bread? Eat half at night and half tomorrow morning. Wei Qing thought repeatedly. Before making up his mind, a notice suddenly appeared in front of her. It is dark, non-camp residents are not allowed to stay in the camp, please leave within 5 minutes. Wei Qing. Is there any reason to pay for staying overnight in the camp? As a player with self-esteem, of course you pay to stay. The 14 copper coins turned into 9 in an instant, and 5 of them have to be left to pay the rent tomorrow. Wei Qing is worried that she may not have enough to eat this time. He was just worried about not having enough to eat, and some of the poorer couldn't help but yell, pay 5 copper coins and get 24-hour temporary resident status. Why not grab it? One person said, kill the 2 mobs, and only picked up 5 copper coins in total. These are hard-earned money. Whether you pay it or not, I won't pay it anyway. Another player stubbornly said. As a result, just after 6 o'clock in the afternoon, people who didn't pay the money were sent out of the camp in the next second. Players in the camp. Players outside the camp. The game is set up like this, so stubbornly going through the system. Someone confessed his fate and handed in 5 copper coins. He immediately obtained temporary resident status and freely entered and exited the camp. Someone became angry and said, what a shabby place. I won't stay here. After that, he left angrily. When Yunling came back, he just passed this person. From 8 in the morning to 6 in the afternoon belonged to the daytime, the rest of the time belongs to the evening. She reminded all the players present, it is best not to go out at night. Someone asked, what happens if I go out? Yunling, monsters have night vision capabilities, and some can hide in the shadows for sneak attacks. During the public beta, the night is offline time, and no one will risk their lives to walk around outside the camp. Confident, thought it would be an exception, and died in the end. Night vision ability. Anyone who has played online games knows how annoying this ability is. I don't have high visibility, but the opponent has a wide field of vision. I can see everything clearly, and I lose before the fight. 2 people originally wanted to save money. They heard that the monster had night vision ability, so they immediately spent the money to return to the camp. There was another person who only had 4 copper coins on him, and he was going crazy right now. Who lends me a copper coin? It will double tomorrow. He shouted for a long time, but no one paid any attention. Everyone had a hard time, and not many people had extra coins. Secondly, who knows tomorrow will double, or run away without a word, or be beaten to death by a monster. Be a good person now, and tomorrow, if you don't have enough copper coins, what should you do if you are blocked outside the camp? Only 1 copper coin. 1 copper coin will do, help me, the men begged bitterly. After 6 o'clock, night fell. In an instant, the surroundings were as dark as ink, and the visibility decreased rapidly, perhaps less than half a meter. Standing alone outside the camp, the men felt particularly insecure. Are there any dropped items? Yunling asked. Some and some. The men hurriedly pulled out a piece of wood and a ball of silk thread from his backpack. All these are for you, you can give me a copper coin. Yunling accepted the materials and handed out copper coins. The fee was paid, the men couldn't wait to get into the camp, and felt that he had finally recovered his life. In the evening, the stone bonfire in the camp was automatically lit. Yunling added wood to the bonfire to make sure that the fuel was sufficient and it would not be extinguished overnight. Wei Qing asked hesitantly, looking at you, you seem to be very skilled. Played similar games. Yunling entered the warehouse to load and unload items. The campfire illuminates the entire camp. The players gather together in 2s and 3s, or sit alone in the corner, gnawing bread and thinking about things. After a while, Yunling left the warehouse. What materials do you have? What do you want to change? Wei Qing took out linen and wood, plus 3 copper coins, and tried to discuss. It's still the same as the afternoon, for a bottle of water and a bag of biscuits. Yes. Yunling handed out the biscuits and mineral water. Wei Qing breathed a sigh of relief, took the biscuits, and then slammed into her mouth. He did not eat at noon, and a bag of biscuits was not full in the afternoon. He was already hungry by now. If you don't set it to display, the panel properties are only visible to you, so you don't have to worry about peeping. While having dinner, Yunling checked the territory property panel. I saw the display on the panel. Inhabitable population, 200. Existing residents, 18, temporary residents 17. In other words, in addition to Yunling, there are also 17 temporary residents in the camp. This means that there are 85 copper coins in the territory today. Yunling casually ate some biscuits to fill his stomach, then stood up and announced loudly, "Buy linen. 1 linen cloth pays 1 copper coin to buy, and those who are interested come here." Someone came over, but was not busy with the transaction, but inquired, "What's the use of linen?" Yunling replied, "I don't know, materials experiments are needed." The person didn't believe it. "I don't know the exact purpose, would you be willing to pay for it?" Be willing. Yunling said calmly. The men stared at Yunling for a long time, and finally retreated. Yunling was not in a hurry either. This is unwilling, there are always people willing. Sure enough, after waiting patiently for 5 minutes, someone came over to trade. The author has something to say, readers, what I chase every day is not essays, but paragraphs. Chapter 6 Nightfall 2. Someone wanted to wait and see, but when the 4 of them were walking towards Yunling, they were immediately anxious. What if the copper coins were all spent and couldn't buy his? It's useless to keep the linen cloth in your hand. It's better to change it into copper coins, at least you can buy temporary resident status tomorrow. Thinking of this, he strode forward and couldn't wait to sell the linen. Yunling does not refuse to come, accept as much as there are. With her financial resources, one can't help but wonder if she did any illegal activities. While acquiring, Yunling calculated the difference in his heart. At this time, a 3-person team walked in front of her. The leader said in a deep voice, 5 pieces of linen, change your method of entering and exiting the camp warehouse. Yunling paused and slowly raised his head. If you lie, The teammate wiped the dagger, full of threats. It's okay to say it, but you can't copy it. Yunling said. The leader threw out 5 pieces of linen, just tell the truth, we will judge the others. Yunling, the first to discover the camp, and luckily completed the system mission, so I obtained the qualifications for entry and exit, and had a certain space as a private warehouse. Is this answer satisfactory? The 3 whispered, and then left without saying a word. Wei Qing was dubious, really? Yunling, really? During the public beta, some people got private warehouses in this way. Why didn't I have such luck? Wei Qing sighed. After the meal, Yunling hid in the warehouse and checked his assets. After sorting, it was found that there were 135 copper coins, 7 silk threads and 21 linen cloths. Yunling was a little tangled. Simple bandages require 5 hemp and 1 silk thread to make. Linen backpacks need 20 hemp and 5 silk threads to make. The former restores 20 points of life in 5 seconds. The latter has 4 grids of normal quality, and each grid can hold up to 99 pieces of the same item. There is no load on your back, and it does not occupy the equipment grid. Insufficient materials, you can only choose one of 2, make one of the props. After a difficult decision, Yunling decided to make a linen backpack. Taking the long needle, putting the silk thread on, she moved quickly and sews skillfully. When the work is almost finished, perform the advanced sewing technique. The white shimmer flashed, and the linen backpack was freshly baked. The system prompts, congratulations to the player for being the first to make self-made equipment, rewarding 50 experience points and rewarding 100 copper coins. Congratulations to players for upgrading. You get 3 free attributes, which can be allocated at will. Check the character attribute panel automatically pops out. Name, Yunling. Grade 1. Experience, 17/200. HP, 240/240, 200 is the skill bonus. Mana, 60/60. Attributes, Strength 3, 2, Agility 4, 1, Physical Strength 4, Intelligence 6, Spirit 6. Note, equipment bonuses are in parentheses. Yunling maintains the past game style, all free attribute points increase physical strength. The data immediately becomes Health, 270/270, 200 is the skill bonus. Mana, 60/60. Attributes, Strength 3, 2, Agility 4, 1, Stamina 7, Intelligence 6, Spirit 6. It turns out that the first person to make self-made equipment has extra rewards. Yunling secretly rejoiced, fortunately, I didn't choose the simple bandage. That's a recovery item, not equipment. This night is destined to be a sleepless night. Many people toss and turn, unable to sleep. The accident happened too suddenly. While going to work, school, eating, and walking, the monster suddenly rushed forward. Rebelling, running away, hiding nearby, finally saved his life. But what to do next? Many people are at a loss. How is your family? Is there anything wrong with your friend? Where can I get food and drink? Where can I get it so I won't be robbed? There are too many things to worry about. Several people sat around the bonfire without sleep. Although they knew that they had to get up early the next day, there were still many things waiting for them to do, but there was a mess in my mind, and I couldn't sleep. In a daze, a screaming scream came from outside the camp, "Help!" In the dead of night, the voice came from far away. Some players were dozing off, and suddenly awakened after hearing the screams. "What's the matter?" "The monster army is here. Help!" The cry for help sounded again. It sounds hysterical, like being in big trouble. The temporary residents looked out in the direction where the sound came from, and saw the darkness outside the camp, and they couldn't see their fingers. One person muttered to himself, "The guy calling for help can't be found anywhere, how can I help?" Without waiting for them to take action, the cry for help gradually weakened. "Help, help, help, help me." The voice became lower and lower, and then the camp returned to calm again. The temporary residents looked at each other, and a chill rose in their hearts. There are many strange things during the day, and the streets are empty at night. Some people don't understand the situation, thinking that night can hide their whereabouts, so they wait until night before they come out for activities. Not to mention other people, even some of them have made the idea of going out at night. If it wasn't for someone to remind. Fortunately, Yunling warned in advance. Wei Qing had a lingering fear. That girl's name is Yunling. The players secretly wrote down the name and were grateful. Every once in a while, chasing, fighting, and screams came from outside the camp. At first, the temporary residents were all hairy, but later they got used to it. Snoring sounded everywhere. Everyone has fallen asleep. In the warehouse, Yunling is still studying the territory panel. Funds are limited, and buildings that can be unlocked are limited. Every decision must be made carefully. After a long time, she finally made a decision and chose to unlock and build the mission hall. The moment you press OK, the copper coin is -100. The mission hall was located next to the warehouse, and it was built in less than 3 seconds. After doing all this, Yunling felt relieved. She spread several layers on the floor with a quilt, then lay on it, closing her eyes and falling asleep in less than a minute. The soundproofing effect of the warehouse is very good. When the door is closed, no sound can be heard. This night, she slept very sweetly. In the early morning of the next day, Wei Qing woke up leisurely. As soon as he yawned, he saw an unfamiliar building suddenly appeared in the camp, and he was surprised that he was sober. What's the matter? Where did the building come from? What's the use? He raised questions one after another. The surrounding players couldn't tell, they saw it as soon as they opened their eyes in the morning. It happened that Yunling walked out of the warehouse, and Wei Qing asked the question again. He felt inexplicably that Yunling knew the answer. If certain conditions are met, the camp will be upgraded. Yunling said, in the future, there will be more and more buildings, higher levels, and more complete functions. This is not a lie, the system camp is like this, she has seen it personally during the public beta. What conditions? Wei Qing asked. Yunling replied, the number of residents, the total amount of taxes paid, and the degree of prosperity are all affected. When the requirements are met, the system will automatically upgrade. A player was suddenly excited, if the camp can be upgraded, will there be blacksmith shops, tailor shops, and pharmacies in the future? Will there be? Yunling said uncertainly. She hasn't figured out which buildings to unlock in the future. On the other hand, the store can only be opened by unlocking buildings and recruiting NPC talents with life skills. Which buildings to unlock first largely depends on which talents are refreshed in the mission hall. Even if she desperately hopes that the NPC cannot be displayed in the mission hall, it is useless. Players continue to be excited. If you have a blacksmith shop, you can build equipment, if you have a tailor shop, you can buy armors, and if you have a pharmacy, you will have recovery medicines. What will you be afraid of when it comes to killing monsters? After speaking, he faced everyone and encouraged loudly, try hard to make money. The level of the camp is high, everyone is safe. Hearing this, everyone was refreshed, as if they had seen hope. There is no absolute security in the doomsday natural disaster, and the camp may also be breached. The security is only relatively speaking. Yunling wanted to explain further, but seeing everyone's spirits flying, the words couldn't help but swallow. After a brief breakfast, Yunling entered the mission hall. During the public beta, I entered and exited countless times, and I have long been used to it. At this time, I am a little happy to enter. This is its own territory. Yunling was excited and released 3 missions in the name of the camp. Acquisition of linen, 1 copper coin 1 piece. Buy wood, 1 copper coin 1 piece. Acquisition of silk thread, 1 copper coin and 3 groups. The upper limit of the number of times is all set to 20 times. As long as someone delivers the item, the transaction will be automatically closed, and the copper coins will be deducted instantly. It is worth mentioning that if other players post tasks in the task hall, once someone completes the task, the party who posted the task needs to pay a 5% tax. At the beginning of the game, 1 copper coin and 1 copper coin are traded, and taxes and fees are negligible. But it's not that rounding is equal to no, but accumulating one by one. The system will automatically deduct 1 copper coin after it has accumulated. Similarly, if 2 players trade in the camp, the seller must also pay taxes. Yunling is the master of the territory, so he is not restricted by the rules. That's it. There was a smile on her face, and she thought, wait for professionals in the mission hall before deciding on the next building to unlock. At present, the NPC has not been refreshed, so she stuffed the linen backpack that was made last night, shimmering in white, into her shoulder bag, and then went out on her back. Overnight, trees grew wildly, weeds grew overgrown, and the good northern suburbs were about to become wilderness. Yunling carried the round shield and walked forward, planning to go to the supermarket and the store to stroll around. Although a batch of food was stocked, the amount of drinking water was insufficient and urgently needed to be refilled. Wait. When she walked halfway, she stopped unconsciously and looked around. The street, is there empty space? Many people fell in a pool of blood yesterday. One night passed, and all the bodies were gone. Like goblins, they were refreshed after death. Yunling lowered his head in thought. The next second, with a loud bang, a goblin was knocked into flight. Seeing the attack succeeded, the driver slammed the steering wheel, intending to hit another one. Unfortunately, before he could adjust his direction, a goblin sprang out from his left side. The window was smashed and the door was smashed. The driver received a heavy blow to the head, his head tilted and he was unconscious. Yunling wanted to save people, but he was a step late because he was too far away. There are monsters everywhere on the street, why do you still drive? Once attacked, people are trapped in the car and there is nowhere to hide. Yunling avenged the driver by killing 2 mobs. Chapter 7 Supermarket. When I picked up the copper coins, I glanced into the car and saw 2 oversized duffel bags in the back seat. When you opened it, one contained clothing, 10 packs of compressed biscuits, 8 bottles of mineral water, 5 boxes of canned meat, and the other contained a field tent, sleeping bag, and camping lights. Yunling reacted, no wonder he drove away. There are a lot of things to bring, and you can't take it away by yourself, and you can take all your belongings with you by car. It's a pity that when the mobs attacked, he accidentally lost his life. Compressed biscuits, bottled mineral water, and canned meat do not move. The clothes are thrown away, and the field tent in another bag is brought together with a sleeping bag. Yunling picks and collects the needed items in a duffel bag. After tidying up, putting in the linen backpack, Yunling tried to walk, and found that he could not feel the weight at all, and could not help showing satisfaction. It really is very convenient. Gazing into the distance, there were no people around, and it was as quiet as an empty city. After thinking about it, she decided to go shopping in the supermarket first. As I walked on the road, the scenery around me changed drastically. The buildings were covered with vines, the cars were overthrown, or piled up in rotten iron, and the doors of the shops along the way opened wide, as if they had been ransacked. The worst of them is the bakery. Yunling had thought about it before, but the first day was limited and there were too many things to do, and there was no time to act. Passing by at this moment, I saw that the dinner plate was broken, the raw materials were looted, and some empty milk cartons were scattered on the ground in a mess. Looked inside and out, there is not a useful item left. Yunling shook his head and continued to move forward. Some people have the habit of hoarding food. They usually stock up piles of rice, noodles, oil, frozen meat, and cabbage at home when they are idle. Some people pay attention to fresh ingredients and go to the supermarket to buy groceries every day. Fong Su belongs to the latter. He always felt that it was unnecessary to stock up too much food at home. Anyway, there are supermarkets around the community. It only takes 5 minutes to walk there. You can buy it any time you want. However, when the accident happened, others locked the door tightly, hid in the house, and patiently waited for the army to rescue him, but he ate all of his food all at once and had to venture out. If you had prepared more food before, you wouldn't have to go out now. Fong Su's intestines are turning blue with regret, but unfortunately he can't fill his stomach with regret and regret. In desperation, he could only wear thick clothes, carry a baseball bat, and go out with a plastic bag. Less than a day after the monster appeared, the world seemed to have changed. Moss appeared inexplicably on the floor of the corridor, and monsters lingered in the corridor from time to time. Fong Su held his breath and hid in the corner. When the monster walked away, he just cabbed and walked downstairs quickly. The attack was daunting, and the baseball bat was in his hand, just for courage. Fong Su ran to the supermarket while repeatedly admonishing himself that he came out this time to find food. When you find something to eat, go back immediately and leave it alone. The outside world is too dangerous, only my own home is the safest. In addition, water, electricity, and gas can be used in the house. He estimated that as long as there is enough food, it will not be a problem to last for 10.5 months. At that time, no matter how inefficient the army is, it will be time to clean up the monsters. Making up his mind, he quickened his pace and hurried on his way. Fong Su's abacus was loud, but when he entered the supermarket, he was held against his waist with a dagger. The men did not say a word, and searched Fong Su, and finally sneered, "Poor ghost." Fong Su was frightened and angry. He was about to blame, but saw the other party leaning on the cabinet and said, "We are short of manpower to help with the work. How about, do you want to join?" Fong Su wanted to find food, go home and hide, and immediately refused. In the next second, the dagger entered the abdomen. The action was fast and ruthless. "How dare you?" Fong Su was caught off guard, his eyes were full of disbelief. The dagger was pulled out and blood was splashed all over. The assailant wiped the blood beads on his face and said coldly, "I don't know how to promote it." Fong Su fell to the ground with his eyes open, staring at him. Brother Meng, a group of strong men of 5 big and 3 big men walked out of the supermarket, each with a cart in his hand. The cart was filled with instant noodles, mineral water, biscuits, chocolate, bread, and milk. "Guyu and Sister Yen are still inside," said it found the warehouse. "Just so few people, even the shelves can't be empty, go to some warehouse." The man called Meng Gu was very dissatisfied. The brawny men were so stubborn that they dared not answer. There are always too many good things. A lean middle-aged man came out and said cheerfully, "This person is the brother Yu in everyone's mouth. The glamorous woman next to her is Sister Yen." At this moment, she took the perfume and sprayed it on her wrist. She was satisfied with the smell. "I have almost everything to take. Let's go." Brother Meng showed a trace of fear that he hadn't noticed. He snorted heavily, looked arrogant, but said nothing. A group of 15 people filed out. When the figure disappeared from sight, the 3 small teams walked out of the corner, and they all wanted to enter the supermarket. Aware of each other's existence, they looked vigilant and guarded. The supermarket is so big, no one can finish it. If you want me to say, don't call it at all. Everyone moves each one, and how much you can take away depends on your ability. Zheng Mingyue suggested. While speaking, the 6-person team headed by Wei Qing gradually approached. Seeing that it is about to develop into a chaotic battle, each team is more on guard. I don't know how many eyes are staring in the back. It really fought, but it was picked up by others. Zheng Mingyue warned implicitly. Yes, go with each other and don't interfere with each other. Ma Shi said. If anyone who doesn't have long eyes bumps into him, Lao Tzu's fist is not a vegetarian. Another strongman waved his fist with a tough attitude. It's too late to move the materials, whoever has time to trouble you. Zheng Mingyue was speechless and took the lead into the supermarket. The other 2 teams followed closely behind. The 6-person team headed by Wei Qin was not blocked and entered openly. Yunling was hiding in the shadows, his expression uncertain. Finally, he gritted his teeth and slammed his heart, and followed in. In the supermarket, many shelves have been emptied. Yunling avoided the crowd, found a large bucket of drinking water, and put it into a linen backpack. In fact, if you store them one by one, you can take more. It's a pity that there are only barrels on the shelf, and no boxes of mineral water. The mineral water of the same brand and the same package was swept away, and then Yunling went to the food area. If there is something that is convenient for cooking and can fill up your stomach quickly, it must be instant noodles. Yunling found instant noodles with a premium and 10 packs, and emptied the remaining products in one go. At this time, Yiqingwen happened to be passing by. She wanted to get instant noodles, but the shelves were empty. Just about to turn around, I suddenly felt something was wrong. Which team are you a member? I didn't seem to have seen you just now. 5 members, step into the supermarket one later than you. While answering, Yunling was ready to retreat. If she flees desperately, she has the confidence to retreat under the siege of everyone. Yiqingwen, if it wasn't for my good memory, I remember that the 4th team consists of 6 male members, and I almost believed your nonsense. Seeing that the girl in front of me was carrying a backpack and couldn't get too many supplies on either side, she sighed and decided to pretend not to know. It's okay, you are busy. Seeing that the fool passed the pass, Yunling went to get rice next to him. A bag of 5 kilograms and dozens of bags of rice is placed beside it, which looks very suitable for putting in a backpack. She's not welcome, and just waved her hand and installed everything she could. This scene happened to be seen by Ma Shi. She moved slightly, the stormtrooper waved, and then rushed out first. Ma Shi is the true emperor of Europe. At the beginning of the game, she was frightened by the monster and hid in hiding, who knew she was hit by mistake and picked up the A-level skill, Heavy Injury, and the blue quality dagger, Fangs. Using skills to carry out a sneak attack can knock down more than 160 HP of the enemy at once. Relying on this unique skill, she has no disadvantages, and even pulled out a team of her own. Seeing that Yunling took away dozens of bags of rice in an instant, she believed that the other party had something good on her body, so she acted quickly and ruthlessly. When I started, I was thinking that if the player died, there was a certain chance that the equipment would be released. If the baby bursts out, it will be hers. Thinking of the happy place, his face couldn't help showing a touch of color. The next second, the target turned around, and the dagger hit the shield. You. Ma Shi was slightly surprised, seemingly surprised that the other party would stop her attack. But then think about it, what's the use of blocking? Skill damage is still fatal. In the next second, she saw the target standing in front of her, but her health dropped rapidly. How come? Ma Shi was shocked. Before she lost consciousness, she heard the other party mutter, "The attack is quite high, no wonder she killed herself." The player died and the equipment was exploded. Yunling picked up the blue quality dagger and white quality belt, and shouted expressionlessly, "Hurry up." In fact, after an A-level skill, only 100 health is left. She didn't want to be troublesome, but wanted to leave as soon as possible. However, at this time, only by pretending to be nonchalant and having a strong aura can the enemy be scared away. Ma Shi's 2 subordinates watched the entire battle and moved their lips, not knowing what to say. All members of the team know that the captain has an A-level skill. Relying on skills and equipment, no matter what kind of powerful enemy you encounter, you can behead your opponent. Who knows, this time I'm planted. The captain's death is unknown. The 2 of you look at me, and I look at you, and you can't make up your mind for a while. Say not to interfere with each other. What do you want to do to my companion? A woman's voice suddenly sounded. Before he finished his words, a magic shield appeared on Yunling's body. Yiqingwen's voice is cold. If I want to fight, I'll call someone. Misunderstanding, this is a misunderstanding. The 2 said as they stepped back. Joke. The captain has been killed, what are they left behind? Waiting to die. Of course it is the speed of oiling the soles of the feet. Name, cloth belt. Quality, normal. Wearing effect, physical strength 1. Name, fangs. Quality, sophisticated. Wearing effect, strength 4. In the Doomsday Scourge, there is no saying that specific parts correspond to specific equipment. As long as the total number does not exceed 6, it can be used if you pick it up. Yunling's buckler in his left hand, a dagger in his right hand, and then put on the belt, then looked at Yiqingwen and said, "Thank you." "I want to thank you." Facing Yunling's puzzled gaze, Yiqingwen smiled and said, "Did you forget? We saw it at noon yesterday." It was you who said that using cards to obtain equipment and skills, my boyfriend and I escaped. Chapter 8 Hire NPC. It turned out to be her. Yunling remembered in a daze that on the way to the park, he met a pair of escaped lovers. At that time, he left after speaking, and didn't care afterwards. I didn't expect the other party to recognize her. You're right. Yu Qingwen always felt that this girl was kind, but she couldn't remember where she had met. After the separation, there was a flash of inspiration, remembering who this person was, and then hurried over, but he didn't expect to just make the siege. I was about to throw up yesterday, but luckily I met you. After we separated, my boyfriend and I each learned 2 skills, and then went back to the restaurant to save people. Now I have formed an 8-person team with the survivors, all of them equipped and skilled. If you didn't meet each other, you and your boyfriend would have died long ago. Even if he survives, his life will not be so good. The cards in the conspicuous places on the roadside have been picked up, and only some scattered in the off-travel areas have not been found yet. In other words, if you didn't learn the skills yesterday, you won't be able to learn them today. Every time I think about it, Yu Qingwen is very grateful. If you don't have a place to go, you can come with us. No. Yunling declined. I am used to being alone. Yu Qingwen is extremely sorry. After thinking about it, she asked again, what is your name? Where do you live? Before Yunling could answer, she took the initiative to confess, my name is Yu Qingwen and I live in the restaurant temporarily. In case of trouble, you can come and find me. Okay. Yunling did not refuse the other party's kindness. My name is Yunling and I live in Lingyun Camp. Camp? Yu Qingwen was startled. Yes, it is equivalent to a safe zone in the game. Monsters cannot approach. Players stay in the camp and cannot attack each other. However, it takes money to live, 5 copper coins per person per day. In order to thank the other party for lending a helping hand at the critical moment, Yunling revealed a little more information. It sounds like a good place to go. A thoughtful look appeared in Yu Qingwen's eyes. Where is the camp? Near community. Yunling replied. Yu Qingwen wanted to ask again, but she remembered in an instant that the time to meet her teammates was approaching, but she didn't find supplies and didn't do business. I won't talk today, and I will go to Lingyun Camp to find you when I have time. Yu Qingwen said helplessly. Okay, I'll wait. Yunling responded with a smile. The health value dropped to the warning line, and Yunling no longer stayed. She found an opportunity to slip out of the supermarket and trot all the way back to the camp. Heaven does not follow people's wishes. The more eager to go back, the easier it is to get into trouble. Halfway through, 2 tall men stopped her from going. Little girl, where are you going in such a hurry? Hand over the backpack and we will let you go. When the 2 sang and got together, they seemed to have spotted Yunling and did not dare to resist. In other words, you can't resist. To this, Yunling responded by raising his shield and rushing forward, piercing his dagger on the opponent's shoulder, and then scratching the other person's wrist. Fuck. It looks like a quiet girl, how come the fight is so fierce? The 2 didn't even have any thoughts of counterattack. After being injured, they crawled and ran away frantically, and ran away in a short while. Yunling was too lazy to chase, and continued to move towards the camp. Back to the camp, the first thing is to enter the warehouse and unload the goods. Then enter the task hall, click to view. Soon she found that the 3 tasks were all unfinished, just like before going out. The panel jumped out abruptly. NPC, John, came to visit me, is it hired? Note 1, you have 12 hours to consider. After 12 hours, if there is still no employment, John will leave the territory. Note 2, the current task hall is level 1, and 2 NPCs are refreshed every day. Note 3, after being hired, the NPC will have 100% loyalty and will swear to the death to complete the instructions given by the Lord. NPC. Yunling lifted his spirits and read carefully. Name, John, the Lord can give a name, you can choose whether the name is public. Level, 0. Attributes, Strength 6, Agility 5, Physical Strength 5, Intelligence 5, Spirit 5. Combat Skills, C rank Chaos. Life Skills, none. Employment price, 50 copper coins. Although not the life professional she expected, but the combat type is also good. In the future, it will be much more convenient to form a small team, whether it is killing monsters or brushing dropped materials. Thinking of this, Yunling clicked, yes. Copper coin -50. A white light flashed, and one person knelt down on one knee and said respectfully, "I wish to help you, my lord." Yunling was very satisfied, and gave a name to the first NPC in the territory. "From now on, you will be called Guard Armor. Master Xia gave the name. The armor did not jump up and beat Yunling violently, but accepted it calmly. It was Yunling who changed the name of the person casually for the convenience of memory and felt a little guilty. "Can I use a weapon?" "Yes," said the armor, "but only with stick weapons can the skill Chaotic Stick be used." It happened that a wooden stick was placed in the warehouse to eat ashes, and Yunling took it out and handed it to the armor. "Thank you for the reward." The armor stood behind Yunling with a wooden stick, like a bodyguard. "I don't know what the strength is." After thinking for a while, Yunling set his name to unlisted, and then went out with his armor, planning to find a mob for him to practice his hand. The number of cards on the street has been significantly reduced, and monsters are not very common. The two walked for a while, only to find a single goblin. Yunling asked, "Can killing monsters be upgraded? If I pick up a card, can I learn skills?" The armor replied, "I can upgrade and learn skills." Yunling: "What if you hired an NPC yesterday and learned 4 skills? But I want to know that it is impossible. The money for unlocking the task hall mainly comes from taxes paid by temporary residents and rewards for self-made equipment. Before the first night, no taxes were collected, and no raw materials were collected. Go, kill that little monster." Yunling ordered. "Yes." The armor took his orders. At this moment, the goblin saw the armor. It grinned and took the initiative to greet it with a big stick. The two quickly fought together, and you came and fought each other. The Doomsday Scourge game does not display the remaining HP of the enemy. But after being injured, there will be wounds on the face and body, which is a disguised reminder. According to the injury, the veteran can judge the difference in the strength of the enemy and ourselves, and then make a choice between continue fighting and a rapid retreat. According to Yunling's observation, the armor and goblins are roughly equivalent in strength. Whoever wins and loses in the end may depend on luck. "Use skills," Yunling ordered. "Chaotic Stick." The armor yelled and danced the wooden stick out of a ghost. The goblin was attacked 3 times in a row, and immediately screamed and fell to the ground. Mobs die, drop linen *1, sea level skill card *1. Name, Stone Skin, passive skill. Quality, grade C. Skill effect, when being attacked, the pain is slightly reduced, and the damage taken is -10%. During the public beta, the first skill Yunling picked up was Sure Fu. But it is a grade, the damage received is -35%, and the pain is significantly reduced. Thanks to this skill, being beaten doesn't hurt at all, just like scratching it. But now, without the Stone Skin skill, it hurts to be beaten. Obviously possessing 2 S-level skills, how do you feel that you are going back more and more alive? Yunling stared at the card for a while, and didn't she waste her skills because she was afraid of pain? She gestured to the armor, "You learned the skills." "Yes." With a light touch of the armor, the card disappeared, and the words, C-grade Stone Skin, were added to the skill bar. Seeing that both of them were injured, Yunling announced, "Go back to camp, rest, and come back to kill monsters when you recover." In the Doomsday Scourge, fighting monsters is not the main theme. On the one hand, recovery items are scarce. On the other hand, the basic recovery speed of players' health and mana is extremely slow. It was once rejected by public beta players and claimed that such low recovery efficiency is not worthy of being called an online game. Yunling possesses the S-level passive skill, Nature's Heart, which doubles the healing effect. Even so, the basic recovery rate is only 2 HP/min. He was hit hard and had to rest for an hour or 2 before he could leave the camp to continue his activities. When he was idle, Yunling simply took the pot of water and had lunch in advance. She just went to the warehouse and found that the frozen food had 2 days' shelf life left. This thing will not be stored in the refrigerator for a long time. Even if the warehouse can extend the shelf life of the food, it can only be stored for 3 days at most. It's better to eat it instead of watching the food rot. With this idea in mind, Yunling poured all the quick-frozen dumplings into the pot. While cooking the dumplings, I was secretly thankful that I didn't stock up too much frozen food. After eating dumplings, eat 2 more milk-flavored steamed buns, and all the frozen food is eaten. It didn't take long for the dumplings to be cooked. Don't say anything about the thin stuffing, bite it down, and the mouth is full of soup. When eating, Yunling remained vigilant, always paying attention to the surrounding movements. I accidentally caught a glimpse of the armor looking straight into the pot, and couldn't help but wonder, do you want to eat too? Guard armor, you have to eat 2 meals a day to stay energized. If you don't eat for more than 12 hours, you may lose energy. Yunling guessed that the so-called lack of physical strength is probably the same as the player, which will be contaminated with a negative state when hungry. I thought that after hiring an NPC, I would have an extra helper, but I didn't expect to provide food. I'm afraid I can't afford to hire someone now. Several bags of rice were shipped back before, and I didn't feel that there was a shortage of food. At this moment, Yunling felt a sense of crisis again. Sighing, she asked, do dumplings count as rice? Guard armor, as long as you can fill your stomach, anything will do. Yunling took out the porcelain bowl and filled the NPC with dumplings and soup. The guard armor eats one by one. Yunling estimated that it was probably the appetite of a normal adult male. It seems that we have to find a way to hoard more food. While she was eating, she thought about it. Chapter 9 Trap. Near the community, the biggest resource point is actually the store. There is ample supply of goods there, and the stock is more than the dozens of small shops around it combined. It's just that the risk is directly proportional to the return, and there must be a lot of people eyeing the store. After thinking about it, Yunling decided to take a trip. Maybe fish in troubled waters is cheap to pick up. If there is no chance, then go for a walk and explore the terrain. Hey, these things don't look much, and their backs are heavy. The 4 players ended the expedition and returned to the camp, muttering as they walked. Fortunately, they are all mature laborers, or they will get tired halfway. Yunling glanced at the armor subconsciously. The face of the common people is plain and uncharacteristic, and you may forget it if you have seen it. But she was still not at ease. After thinking about it, I went to the warehouse and took a piece of black cloth to the armor, covered. Yes. The armor was very obedient, and immediately covered his face with a black cloth. Yunling looked left and right, finally satisfied. Let's go to the store. The armor followed quietly. There are more than 70 people in the store, and it is Yu Hui, the store manager. The monster broke in yesterday at noon, and he organized a security counterattack. It was also the first person he discovered that touching a card can gain game skills. Chi in the store along the street Chang'an knelt on the ground with his head down, his voice trembling. After cleaning up the monsters, Yu Hui led someone to seal up the store, leaving only one entrance and exit. Whenever anyone wanted to enter the store to supplies, he was beaten out. Hearing what he said, it seemed that he planned to stay in the store and wait for rescue. Brother Yu tapped his index finger on the table and asked for a long time, how many players are there in the store? Chi Chang'an didn't dare to lie. When I left, 14 people had skills. It doesn't mean that brother asked again, he hurriedly added, it's just good luck. I was lucky to get a C-level skill, and it didn't play much. Of the 14 people, there are 3 girls. Sister Yen looked like a knife. Do you have an opinion on female players? Chi Chang'an was surprised that there were women in the top of the opposing team, so he hurriedly shook his head. I'm not talking about all the female players, but the 3 in the store. When fighting, they hugged and hit on the side, just like ordinary people. That is to say, there are only 11 people with combat capabilities. Yuko concluded, we are small and have strong capabilities. They have many people, average combat effectiveness, and the same overall strength. As he spoke, if his eyes glanced to the side, he sighed with emotion. If there is strong support, then it will be safe. In the corner, one person holds a wooden bow in his hand. Brother Meng couldn't hold his breath, and after waiting for a while, he urged impatiently, Lu Chuan, can you just say something, please feel free. The man known as Lu Chuan did not answer, but instead asked Chi Pingan, it sounds like the store environment is good, why did you run out? Chi Pingan smiled bitterly, I'm fine, my wife and children are still at home. I suggest that the players form a small team to go out and find someone, but Yu Hui said that the current situation is unclear. Not only can they not find their relatives when they go out of the store, but it is easy to get themselves in. Since everyone has different ideas, I just ran out alone with the dry food. Unexpectedly, he was caught as soon as he left the store and was forced to ask about the internal situation of the store. In order to survive, Chi Pingan can only cooperate. In fact, he was also very upset now. Yu Hui had persuaded him a long time ago, but he didn't listen, and he felt that Yu Hui was timid and not responsible at all. After being arrested, I found out that the other party's analysis was correct. If the situation is not good, you should be honest. The heart can't help the family, it will only kill oneself in vain. Unfortunately, it's too late to say anything now. Whether it's dead or alive, it's all between other people's thoughts. Lu Chuan thought about it for a long time, and finally let go. I agree to cooperate. The condition is that it doesn't hurt people, so take some supplies and leave. That's right. Yuka said with a smile, the world will be chaotic. Only by gathering together capable people can we live better. Let's discuss the course of action and set off right away. That. Chi Chang'an raised his head and asked cautiously, I have said everything I know, can you let me go? Brother Meng sneered, let you go. So that you can go back and report the news. After speaking, the white knife went in and the red knife came out, stabbing people to death. Lu Chuan frowned, showing a trace of disgust. Sister Yen seems to be playing with her nails carelessly, but in fact she has been observing. Seeing Lu Chuan's face hesitating, she squeezed her staff and shot it first, icebound. In an instant, frost was attached to Lu Chuan's legs, and his movement speed and shooting speed decreased by 20%. It's a trap. Lu Chuan reacted, drew a bow, drew an arrow, and shot, all in one go. With a loud noise, a huge hole appeared on the wall, leading directly to the street. Speaking of late, then soon, Meng Ge deceived him. The dagger pierced and Lu Chuan was stabbed in the shoulder. The wound was deep and the blood flow continued. At the same time, Yuka pulls a bow and draws an arrow. The bowstring was loosened, and the arrow flew towards the target at a very fast speed. Sister Yen raised her staff, fireball. Lu Chuan quickly evacuated, and at the same time drew a bow to counterattack. The arrow flew straight towards the eyes, and Brother Meng had to avoid the sharp edge for a while. Arrows and fireballs hit the target one after another. Lu Chuan snorted, and continued to retreat without stopping. Unexpectedly, he was stopped by more than a dozen people without running 2 steps. Seeing that the prey was surrounded by groups and there was nowhere to escape, Brother Yu walked out in time and smiled as kindly as before, you are dead. Sister Yen said, kill him, and burst into an orange outfit. After that, we will occupy the store and we will live comfortably. Lu Chuan coldly said, I came to me under the guise of asking for help. It turned out to be to kill people and explode equipment. I just reacted now. It's too late. Sister Yen chuckled lightly. What are you talking about with a guy who is dying? Do it. Meng Ge suspected his teammates' ink marks, holding the dagger, and rushing out first. Lu Chuan didn't say a word, and quickly drew an arrow. Frozen arrows slow down the enemy's movement speed by 30%. The blazing arrow hits and becomes engulfed in flames, inflicting 5 magical damage every second. Penetrating arrows, ignoring defenses, causing critical damage. With 3 arrows fired, Meng failed to escape and died on the spot. As for Lu Chuan, the stab wound on his shoulder scabs quickly, and his injury has improved significantly. The unexpected happened. Yu and Sister Yen were stunned, and the brawny men who surrounded them couldn't help showing fear. You will die in front of me. Before he could say anything, Lu Chuan took out 3 bursting arrows and fired again. Frozen. Fireball. Magic missile. Sister Yen was anxious, and she didn't care about her mana and slammed her skills. 2 combos. Yuga used his skills while shooting arrows. The arrows flew, causing an explosion. Lu Chuan's movement speed is restricted, but his skills are still agile. He avoided the second combo and took the spell damage, but he didn't die. As soon as he found the space, he took out 3 arrows from the orange quiver to attack. His hand fell to the ground, and he didn't know his life or death. Brother Yu finally changed his face. Hey! What is the upper limit of this kid's life value? Why is it all right after so many hits? If you are someone else, you can die 2 or 3 times. As for Lu Chuan, the more he fought, the more he became more spirited, and he seemed to be slightly injured from a moderate injury. Shut up! Attack! Sister Yen roared violently. For the mage, the initial mana is limited, and lack of blue is a very serious problem. But Sister Yen, using her skills continuously, her head hurts and bursts, as if she has lost her combat effectiveness. Brother Yu has a hard time saying. At the beginning of the game, he encountered several goblins. In order to escape, learned escape skills, injury reduction skills, and defense skills. There is only one attacking skill, which is 2 combos. Usually with the purple bow picked up, the output is quite impressive. However, Lu Chuan was so coquettish and difficult to hit, there was nowhere to talk about injuries. What are you afraid of? Let's go together and surround the people. Brother Yu shot an arrow while offering a reward. If anyone kills Lu Chuan, he will take Meng Hao's seat from now on. I heard that someone whispered directly in their hearts. Brother Yu, Sister Yan, and Brother Meng, the three of them did not kill people together, so what's the use of them? Therefore, just stand still and stand still. Some people also moved their minds. Lu Chuan was in good condition before, of course he couldn't help it. Wasn't it a good opportunity to pick up a bargain if I was injured at this moment? Thinking of this, they are ready to move. Looking around, everyone's movements can be seen in full view. Lu Chuan ran and drew his bow. In a blink of an eye, 2 more people were shot to death. The atmosphere is stagnant, and the situation is deadlocked again. Brother Yu was irritating. If it wasn't for fear of rebellion and prohibiting them from learning skills, at this moment, when everyone attacked, Lu Chuan would have died thoroughly. After several rounds of thought, he used Quick Walk to narrow the distance between the 2 sides, intending to use the purple bow's super high attributes to force a kill. Lu Chuan sank in his heart and wanted to back away. Frozen. Sister Yan exhausted the last trace of mana to prevent the other party from staying away. 2 combos. Yuga used the skill. At the same time of shooting, I knew that this time I would definitely hit. He smiled confidently, thinking about what he would say after the victory, but one person suddenly jumped out of the corner and held his shield in front of Lu Chuan. The arrow hit the buckler, shaking Yunling's hand sore. The smile froze on his face, and Brother Yu was shocked and angry. What did you do? Why didn't the target die? But he was seriously injured. Use skills. Yunling didn't bother to pay attention to him, and ordered the armor on his own. Chaotic stick. The armor swung the wooden stick out of the shadows, killing him at once. Run! I don't know who shouted, and the others fled around like frightened birds and beasts. Seeing that the opportunity was bad, Sister Yan turned and wanted to slip away. Lu Chuan took the arrow without hesitation. With 3 arrows hitting the vest, Sister Yan instantly fell and her equipment burst to the ground. In the blink of an eye, only Yunling, guard armor, and Lu Chuan were left. Lu Chuan took a step back. Thank you for your help. You can take everything if you want. If there is a shortage of food, there will be a lot of stock in the house. Yunling himself is a very cautious person. As soon as he sees the other person and pulls away without a trace, he knows what he is thinking. Don't be nervous, I have no malice. In order to show her sincerity, she handed out the purple bow that burst out. Are you an archer? Give the bow to you. Why? Lu Chuan didn't answer. Yesterday in the park, wooden bow, S-level skills, thorns. Yunling reported several key words in a row. Remember who I am. Lu Chuan's tense nerves relaxed slightly. So it was you. I never owe favors, we are even. Yunling picked up the equipment and left the purple bow alone. Then he waved his hand and walked towards the shop with his armor. Lu Chuan picked up the purple bow and sighed. Coincidentally, I don't like to owe favors either. Chapter 10 Woodworking Workshop 1. Brother Yu, Sister Yan, and Brother Meng swept the supermarket before. At this time, there were several carts in the residence, filled with instant noodles, mineral water, biscuits, chocolate, bread, and milk. Yunling's first reaction after seeing it was, why is there no rice or flour? Don't these people cook? Residents die, run, and doubts are destined to be unanswered. She didn't force it, and picked out instant noodles, mineral water, and milk into the linen backpack. There are 4 compartments in the backpack, and 1 more item can be loaded. After hesitating between biscuits and bread, considering the shelf life, choose biscuits. He filled the linen back and filled the gap in the backpack with chocolate. When the backpack was swollen and packed with other things, she put the bag on her back contentedly and said, "Let's go." Turning around, I saw someone standing at the door, but I don't know how long they had been watching. Yunling. Why is this guy like a ghost, standing next to him, making no sound at all? Lu. Originally wanted to help transport and escort. Chuan's eyes were dark and hard to distinguish. Linen backpack. Yes. Yunling admitted openly. Lu Chuan took a deep look at Yunling, public beta player. It's a survivor of the open beta. Yunling corrected, adding at the end, same as you. Public beta players means knowing the existence of the game in advance and being familiar with the basic operations. Survivors of the public beta mean that they will survive for 100 days and get the final reward. Name, which camp I live in, how should I find you? Lu Chuan asked. Yunling, staying at the Lingyun camp for a long time. In the early game, he was lucky enough to complete the designated tasks and obtained the access qualifications, and currently lives in the warehouse. Yunling answered one by one. Lu Chuan, stay in the Sunset camp temporarily, tomorrow I will find you. Lu Chuan said, after 10 days, the camp will cancel its invincibility status and become an attackable mode. Veterans gather together to speed up the construction of the camp, which is good for everyone. The master rushed, but refused without reason. Yunling agreed, okay, take the time to come over. Given the address, Yunling left with the armor. Looking at the two distant figures, Lu Chuan whispered, an unusable S-level skill card is far worse than a life-saving grace. This is not even. Lingyun camp. At some point, a stone bonfire appeared in the open space. A woman took the ingredients out of her backpack and squatted by the campfire to cook them carefully. There was an iron pot over the bonfire, and mineral water was poured into it. At this moment, the water had already boiled. Add instant noodles, seasonings, and then add fat lamb rolls, fat beef rolls, shrimp and other ingredients, and the fragrant lunch is ready. Eat and eat. Someone yelled anxiously after hearing the scent. The woman took out the bowls and chopsticks and served the noodles to everyone. The team members gathered for a meal. The noodle soup is delicious, the meat is tender, and it feels alive. These people feasted, but Zhongye knew nothing about food. The disaster came too suddenly, and he separated from his relatives and friends. I worried about my parents, my girlfriend, and my brother who grew up together last night. The phone dialed countless times, but for some reason, no one answered. I want to go online, but there is no signal. He didn't know what was going on outside, so he could only do it in a hurry. Zhong Yiming was very worried, and he just couldn't eat 2 mouthfuls of noodles. Seeing that the temporary teammates were full and drunk, some even drew out cards and planned to play 2 rounds, he couldn't help but said, good luck this morning, I found a lot of supplies, enough to eat for 3 or 5 days. Or we will go away in the afternoon. A little. As soon as he said this, there was a dead silence around him. Wei Qing was the first to object, it's too dangerous to go far, it's best to move around the camp. Zhong Yiming smiled bitterly. He knew the camp was safe and didn't want to run out. But, the life or death of relatives and friends is unknown, how can he stay in the camp with peace of mind? I also don't agree to go out. The teammates said, after playing so many online games, I have never seen anyone more frenzied than the Doomsday Scourge. For 2 days, I was surprised that none of the recovery medicines were dropped. The basic recovery speed is also very slow to death. After a fight, you can take an hour to rest before you can move freely. After leaving the camp, if you are unlucky, you will die if you do 2 fights. Yeah. Others expressed their opinions, the camp is equivalent to a game safe zone. Players are prohibited from fighting in the area, and personal belongings are prohibited from snatching. How good is it to keep? Out of the camp, the monsters will chase you when they see you. Humans may see you, they might even block the way and rob. Zhong Yi obviously saw the opposition from most people and tried to find someone to be an ally. Ding Yi, what do you think? Others are either alone or fled to the camp with their relatives, and will not understand how he feels. Ding Yi is different. His parents are in the city center and their whereabouts are unknown. They are in a similar situation to him and should be able to understand him. Who knows that Ding dodged his gaze? I think what they said makes sense. It's so messy outside, it's too risky to run out. Besides, even if you get home, what if your family isn't there? Wouldn't it be vain to take the risk to go back? Zhong Yiming was speechless for a while. After returning home, there was no one, at least he knew he tried his best. Do nothing, stay alone in the camp, with a good conscience. Those are their own relatives. Zhong Yiming persuaded, you saw it when you went out in the morning. The monsters were cleaned up a lot, not as dense as yesterday. Just be careful and avoid walking, it's not that dangerous. The others hadn't reacted yet. Ding Yi preemptively retorted, this is the suburbs, so there are fewer monsters. Yesterday I evacuated from an area close to the city center, where there were not only a large number of monsters, but also various types. In addition to the most common goblins, there is also a wood monster. Walking and jumping, I found a living person immediately throwing a wooden block. Goblins are melee monsters, and you'll be fine if you run away. Wooden people are distant combat monsters, and they can hit people from far away. This is just the edge of the city center. Going further inside, who knows what kind of monsters will appear. In the end, he concluded, let me say, I'll just wait in the camp for now. When the army has cleaned up the mobs, we will all be safe. We will go back to each house at that time, and don't worry about accidents on the road. I thought it was an alliance, but I didn't expect it to be the biggest obstacle. Zhong Yiming sighed silently. Even so, I still want to go back and take a look. If everyone is unhappy, we will act separately in the afternoon. No one spoke, everyone was suspiciously silent. Zhong Yi knew that the way of the world had changed, and he might lose his life if he was kind. Therefore, he does not blame the players. I am very happy to meet everyone, and hope to see each other again in the future. After putting on the backpack, he resolutely got up and left the team. Recovery items never drop, and skill cards and equipment cards are also rare. At this moment, Zhong Yiming was deeply upset. When I saw the system prompt, each player has only 4 skill slots, please choose carefully, why did I hesitate? Filling up the skill grid with 4 C-level skills has little development prospects, but at least it can save your life in the early game. If I picked up a few more skill cards yesterday, I would act alone now, so I wouldn't lose my confidence. But nowadays, there is nowhere to pick up a card. Ask other people, maybe you can form a team. Zhong Yiming made up his mind and moved quickly. Back to the camp, take a break, the panel suddenly jumped out, NPC, George, is visiting, may I ask if you hire it? The second NPC. Click to view Yunling. Name, George, the Lord can give a name, you can choose whether the name is public. Level, 0. Attributes, Strength 5, Agility 5, Physical Strength 5, Intelligence 5, Spirit 5. Combat skills, none. Life skills, Elementary Woodcraft. Items that can be crafted, wooden sticks, wooden shields, wooden sticks, torches. Employment price, 50 copper coins. Wooden sticks are used for attacking equipment, wooden shields are used for defensive equipment, and wooden sticks are standard equipment for wizards. Torches can be used to illuminate at night to increase visibility. In games with low burst rates, the shops selling equipment are particularly important, especially in the early stages. Yunling originally wanted to click yes, but once again, it takes 50 copper coins to hire an NPC, and 100 copper coins to unlock the carpentry workshop. Currently, she doesn't have that much money on hand. Take a short break and go out to clean up monsters, and you will soon be able to save enough money. She thought. Fight for 5 minutes and rest for an hour. This is the true portrayal of the current players. Yunling's situation is slightly better. She is triumphant in the high limit of life, and a helper, who can kill 7 or 8 monsters in one trip. But surrounded by enemies, if you are not careful, you will be blamed. Therefore, each time the remaining 1/3 of the blood volume, the two will stop and return to the camp. 4 hours later. 214 copper coins. The guard wears cloth shoes on his feet, knee pads on his legs, cloth armor on his body, a belt around his waist, a wooden stick in his left hand, and a finger ring on his right. Although they are all white equipment, the 6 equipment slots are full, and they look better than the players. Yunling looked up at the sky, it's time to go back. Lingyun Camp. Within a day, the camp seemed to change its appearance. Set up tents everywhere, set up bonfires, cook and barbecue food. As the fragrance diffused, many people gathered together to play cards happily. It looks like it's not like being forced into the camp by a monster, but like a group camping, holding a large bonfire party. Someone took the opportunity to sit on the ground and set up a stall, a 2-person tent, thicker, a top of 5 copper coins. Earplugs, super easy to use earplugs. Put them on and wrap you up until dawn. The cold and warm sleeping bag is only sold for 3 copper coins. Don't miss it when you pass by. Learning from the lessons of the first night, some people searched for outdoor camping equipment when they went out during the day to explore. When there is a lot of people at night, immediately start selling. Eating enough and sleeping well are basic human needs. Seeing someone selling tents and sleeping bags, players swarm to buy them. Business is booming, the supply of goods exceeds supply, and the sellers laugh from ear to ear. When the others saw you, they followed suit and set up street stalls. Some sell food with a short shelf life, some barter for suitable equipment, some sell backpacks and carts to facilitate the transportation of materials. The transaction has been concluded one after another. Yunling received sporadic prompts. A player is trading in Lingyun territory. Congratulations on getting 1 copper coin tax. A player is trading in Lingyun territory. Congratulations on getting 1 copper coin tax. If you accumulate less, your income is considerable. And this is only the second day. Chapter 11 Woodworking Workshop 2. Lingyun Camp. There are many tents, bonfires swaying, and the fragrance of food fills the air. Players gather in 2s and 3s, or gobble up dinner, or you come and I bargain, or exchange information, or passionately play cards. Looking at the camp that had changed drastically, Yunling was in a daze, almost thinking that he was in the wrong place. I'm back. Wei Qing took the initiative to greet Yunling when he caught a glimpse of Yunling. Before entering the supermarket, Yunling actually saw Wei Qing and smiled easily when he heard the words, "Okay." Wei Qing lowered her voice, "If there is extra wood, silk thread, linen cloth, hurry up to the mission hall. This morning the camp released a collection mission. These materials can be exchanged for money." Has the player embarked on the mission? Yunling's heart moved, and smiled, "Thank you for reminding me, I will go now." At this moment, the mission hall is empty. The task of purchase linen was completed 14 times. The task of purchasing timber was completed 19 times. The task of purchase silk thread was completed 17 times. No wonder Wei Qing urged when she saw her. It is estimated that I am worried that I will be late, and the task will be completed first by others. Pick up materials and reset the upper limit of the number of mission completions to 20. Yunling opened the panel and decided to hire the NPC George. Then give the name, Carpentera, and set the name of the NPC to the public state. Then unlock and build the wood workshop. Just finished the operation, copper coin -100. At the same time, players shouted from outside the mission hall, "What's the matter?" Within 3 seconds, the wood workshop was completed. The players were both shocked and stunned, and they gathered around the wood workshop to watch the excitement. Former George Xian Carpenter A bowed and said, "I am willing to help you, my lord." Yunling ordered, "I will stay in the wood workshop from now on. 3 wooden sticks, 3 wooden shields, 3 wooden sticks, and 1 torch are made every day, and the materials are not enough to go to the warehouse to get them." On the one hand, carpenters need wood to make equipment. On the other hand, using life skills requires energy. Carpenter level 0, average attributes, elementary wood craftsmanship, and extremely limited equipment made every day. Yunling has calculated carefully before setting the target. Yes. First Carpenter turned and headed to the wood workshop. In that appearance, it seems that he intends to go to work immediately. After giving the order, Yunling checked the territory property panel. Territory name, Lingyun. Level, campsite. A total of 4 levels, from low to high, they are camp, village, town, and city. Tax, 5%. 0 to 100%, the Lord has the right to adjust independently. Inhabitable population, 200. Existing residents, 47, temporary residents 44. Unlockable buildings, 4. Existing building, 3. Existing building details. Warehouse, level 1 with an area of 200 square meters, it can store various resources and extend the shelf life of food. Note, the Lord can set up an access list to allow specific groups of people to use it. Task Hall, level 1 you can post tasks to attract and recruit NPC talents. Note, at the current level, 2 NPCs can be refreshed every day, and the stay time is 12 hours. Wood Workshop, level 1 you can create simple weapons and provide wooden household items. Note, which products are sold depends on the ability of the NPC. Yunling has participated in the public beta, so you can understand the panel annotations at a glance. For example, current residents 47 and temporary residents 44 are included because she is the Lord. NPC, as an hired person, will also occupy the quota. For example, unlockable buildings, 4 means the camp level, and there can only be up to 4 different buildings in the area. To unlock more, you must upgrade. For example, the specific products to be sold depend on the ability of the NPC. Take Carpenter A as an example. He has basic wood skills and can make wooden sticks, wooden shields, wooden sticks, and torches. If you change someone, you also have elementary wood craftsmanship, but the products you can make may be wooden bows, wooden spears, wooden beds, and wooden cabinets. Lack of materials, lack of life skills and talents, and lack of necessary buildings. Yunling sighed, and 4 words emerged in his mind: hundreds of waste waiting to be developed. When the wood workshop was built, there was a lot of movement, almost in front of everyone. Players swarmed into the shop, wanting to see what the building was for, and whether they could buy some handy weapons by the way. As a result, I went in and saw that it was empty and there was nothing, and I couldn't help but feel disappointed. There is a small door in the corner. Someone tried to push the door, but received a system prompt: "You are not allowed to enter, you are not allowed to enter." Why do you need access again? One couldn't help complaining. This is just an empty house, it's useless at all. The other person was discouraged. At this moment, carpenter armor paced in. NPC. A person caught a glimpse of carpenter armor out of the corner of his eye, and when he realized that he could see his name, he exclaimed, "Everyone, the shop has just opened, and there is no stock at the moment." Carpenter Jiachi said, "If you want to buy equipment, please come back tomorrow." Tomorrow? When is tomorrow? Where is it inside? Why not let in? What products does Woodworking Workshop have? Players rushed to ask questions. The first carpenter replied one by one: "The shop temporarily operates wooden sticks, wooden shields, wooden sticks, and torches. There will be goods for sale tomorrow morning. The inside is a studio, outsiders are not allowed to enter. If there are newly made equipment, they will be sold outside." Hearing this, the players were silent by appointment. A female player weakly asked, "Listen to what you mean, all the equipment sold in the carpentry workshop needs to be handmade. If the inventory is sold out, the new ones are not ready, and the money can't buy the equipment." "That's right." First carpenter nodded. The female player asked again, "What if the raw materials are insufficient?" Carpenter A smiled and replied, "The goods are out of stock. Until the raw materials are resupplied and the employees make new equipment, the shop will not open again." The room is full of silence. For a long time, one person whispered to himself, "It's no wonder that the camp released the task of collecting raw materials this morning, and it turned out to be in preparation for opening a shop. A mug, hot water, and a pack of oatmeal make a good dinner together. Both delicious and convenient." Yunling brewed a cup of oatmeal, and then gave 2 bottles of mineral water and 2 packets of biscuits to the armor. Let him eat one of them, and pass the other to Carpenter A. The guard armor led away. Yunling took out the linen cloth and silk thread and started to work. Name: simple bandage. Quality: normal. Materials needed: linen *5, silk thread *1. Use effect: 5 seconds to restore 20 points of life. If it is a basic sewing skill, 20% may fail to produce, 75% may succeed in production, and 5% may produce high-quality bandages. Once it fails, the material is automatically destroyed. However, she is a high-level sewing, 80% of the possibility of success, 20% of the possibility of making a high-quality bandage. So Yunling picked up the linen cloth and threaded the needle calmly. After a while, the linen cloth purchased and the linen cloth dropped by killing monsters were all consumed. 3 simple bandages shining white light, lying quietly on the ground. Not far away, a bandage was shining blue, looking very different. Name: high-quality bandage. Quality: sophisticated. Materials needed: linen *5, silk thread *1. Use effect: restore 50 points of life in 5 seconds. With the recovery props in hand, Yunling's unspeakable satisfaction, it will be safer to go out in the future. Before the voice fell, the system popped up a prompt: "Congratulations to the player for being the first to make a excellent level recovery item, rewarding 100 points of experience and rewarding 200 copper coins." Seeing that there was still a short distance from the upgrade, Yunling closed the prompt box at will. After the first day of panic, the veterans have experience. Before it gets dark, he voluntarily pays the fee and purchases the qualification of temporary resident. After 6 o'clock in the evening, it was dark outside, only the bonfire in the camp shining brightly. Shi Guangfei looked serious, and said solemnly, "Everyone here has missing relatives. Starting tomorrow, let's go out in a team to find someone. In order to avoid encountering danger, we will gradually spread out with the camp as the center. Go to the nearby residential building first, and then to the shopping mall a little further away. The city center will also go, but it will take a few days. If anyone disagrees, say it now." The others were silent, and no one spoke for a long time. Zhong Yiming moved his lips and wanted to speak, but finally chose to swallow the words back. The other party's proposal is correct. Going to the city center when one's own strength is insufficient is not to save people, but to die. While looking for people, killing monsters while looking for cards to improve strength. When the manpower is sufficient and the team members have gone through many battles, by then the team will go to the city center, and the safety factor will be greatly improved. Besides, Zhong Yiming glanced at the 4 people around him, secretly saying that acting with these people is the best choice right now. I have no opinion. There was a long silence, and one person muttered. I have no opinion either. Zhong Yiming echoed. Okay, that's it. Seeing that there was no objection, Shi Guangfei made a final decision. Looking at the time, he told his teammates, get off early today, and leave at dawn tomorrow. At the same time, Sunset Camp. A wooden sign stands upright, and it says, buy wood, linen, Warcraft meat, wood block 1 copper coin/block, linen cloth 1 copper coin/block, and Warcraft meat 3 to 5 copper coin/block, the specifics are negotiable. The whispers continued. The players whispered and discussed in low voices. Lu Chuan didn't care about it, and he just surrounded the bonfire to barbecue. After a while, 2 pieces of barbecue were out of the oven. Name, grilled loin. Quality, normal. Ingredients needed, raw tenderloin *1. Use effect, 5 seconds to restore 10 points of life, stamina attribute temporarily 1, for 1 hour. Name, fragrant roasted chicken legs. Quality, sophisticated. Materials needed, raw chicken thighs *1. Use effect, 5 seconds to restore 20 points of life, power attribute temporarily 3, lasting 1 hour. Barbecue can not only restore life, but also temporarily strengthen the basic attributes. In the early days of the game, how could anyone else have seen such a good thing? As soon as Lu Chuan publicly displayed the attributes of the barbecue, the players rushed into it and competed for purchase. Only change, not sell. Lu Chuan knocked on the wooden sign with a firm attitude. Most people died down. There is a powerful team, countless killing monsters, many items dropped on hand, and the eyes are bright after hearing this. Chapter 12 Second Wave. Into the night. Yi Qingwen yawned, showing a look of sleepiness. I'm going to sleep, and stay vigil. Leave it to me with confidence. The duty officer is a young guy in his early 20s, patting his chest at the moment, vowing to make a promise. I often play games all night in college, and vigil is nothing. It's nice to be young. The players sighed with emotion, looking for a place to lie down. Before long, snoring sounded one after another. The night watchman sat withered against the wall, staring in a certain direction in a daze. Time passed by every minute. I don't know how long it took, suddenly a heavy gasp came from outside the door. Help! Help! The cry for help penetrated the door and passed into the ear. Then came the roar of the monster. Listen to the sound, there is more than one enemy. The night watchman's face changed, and he suddenly shouted, the enemy attacked. The sun rises. Yi Qingwen wore dark circles under her eyes, and her body pressure was extremely low. Anyone who was awakened during a deep sleep would not be in a good mood. What's the matter? She asked with a black face. The rescued boy yelled, there is no food at home or at home. I came out to find something to eat. I met 3 monsters halfway through, and were chased by them. Yi Qingwen was unspeakably irritable. Why are you running here? The boy shrank into a ball. There is nothing but light around here. Yi Qingwen immediately lost her temper. When you meet a monster, you can't catch it with one's hands, sit and wait for death, and of course find someone for help. Poorly they slept soundly, and when they opened their eyes, the little monster appeared outside the door. Zheng Mingyue doesn't regret saving people, but he really cares about not sleeping well at night. I am tired when I run around during the day. If the quality of sleep cannot be guaranteed at night, everyone will collapse in a few days. Then what to do? I can't help but open the door. One person showed a distressed look. Poor sleep quality directly leads to a trance and difficulty concentrating. But if you pretend not to hear it and don't open the door, firstly, your conscience will not go away, and secondly, the ghost knows whether the monster will smash the door. If everyone is asleep, but the monster breaks in, it is not a problem of sleeping well, maybe it's all gone. Yi Qingwen was silent, before saying for a long time, let's move to Lingyun Camp. Zheng Mingyue said strangely, Lingyun Camp? What is that place? It is equivalent to putting the game in a safe zone where monsters can't enter, and players can't attack. The only drawback is that you need to pay for living, 5 copper coins per person per day. Yu Qingwen said. Zheng Mingyue was even more surprised. How do you know? Have you been? No. Yu Qingwen shook her head. I met Yunling in the supermarket yesterday, she told me. Seeing her boyfriend's face at a loss, Yu Qingwen further reminded, Yunling is the girl who reminds us to pick up cards and learn skills. It turned out to be her. Zheng Mingyue reacted immediately. Think about it again, that girl is obviously a veteran, so I'm sure to hear her. Without further ado, let's pack our bags and change places. A good night's sleep. Early in the morning, at dawn, Wei Qing hurried to the woodworking workshop. Yesterday, the NPC said that the equipment will be out of stock when the equipment is sold out, and the material will be out of stock. He has to rush to grab the equipment in front of the others. Upon entering the door, there were 6 or 7 people in the house. Wei Qing's heart sank. Why do you hurry up, or are you late? When I frowned, I heard someone wailing, Uncle NPC, the equipment sold in the shop is too expensive. Wei Qing, ? He stepped forward to check. I saw the panel display. Name, wooden stick. Quality, normal. Wearing effect, strength 1. Price, 100 copper coins. Name, round shield. Quality, normal. Wear effect, damage received -2. Price, 100 copper coins. Name, wooden stick. Quality, normal. Wearing effect, intelligence 1. Price, 100 copper coins. Name, torch. Quality, normal. Wearing effect, illuminate the scenery within 2 meters of the whole body. Price, 50 copper coins. All commodities, without exception, are special and expensive. Wei Qing frowned. Although the price is high, others can't buy it. But even for him, he has to save for several days before he can afford it, which is 2. Carpenter A smiled kindly. It is made by hand, the quantity is limited, of course it won't be cheap. I'm telling you, the price is so high, it's easy not to sell. Someone tried to brainwash the NPC to persuade him to reduce the price. Unexpectedly, as soon as the voice fell, there was a team rushing over. Seeing that the carpentry workshop really had equipment for sale, they were overjoyed. After paying the money, they took the round shield and left. The person who spoke before. My face hurts. Wei Qing thought to herself that it would be more practical to save more than expecting NPC to lower the price. As soon as he thought about it, another person said angrily, if you want me to say, this equipment is useless if you buy it, so it's better not to buy it. First Carpenter looked at him in surprise. Originally. The person said with enthusiasm, the number of monsters is getting less and less in the past 2 days. In less than a week, they can be cleaned up. Then the players will go home separately. Buy equipment. Who cares for you? Carpenter A did not argue, only said, the goods are all here. After the payment is made, the transaction will be automatically completed. Please feel free to buy. After the explanation, he went into the studio and continued to work. How do I feel despised by the NPC? The man who had spoken before murmured directly. At the same time, Yunling looked at the panel and sighed. Name, Mary, the Lord can give a name, you can choose whether the name is public. Level, 0. Attributes, Strength 4, Agility 4, Physical Strength 5, Intelligence 6, Spirit 6. Combat Skills, Sea-Level Healing. Life Skills, none. Employment Price, 50 copper coins. Very good NPC. Unfortunately, it is not the life professional talent she is looking forward to. Yunling gave the name, Priesta, and set his name to be public. Then let the NPC go to the wood workshop to use the wooden staff as a weapon, and stand in the camp to increase the player's blood for a fee. Priest. Seeing the new NPC, the player was stunned first, then ecstatic. With the priest, the rest time will be greatly shortened. Pastor A smiled and replied, you can help increase blood, paid, 3 copper coins at a time. Onlookers. One person asked with a sullen face, going back to the camp and resting can restore your health and mana. Why do you have to pay for the increase in blood? They are not stupid. Pastor A said sternly, daytime is limited, the shorter the rest time, the longer the free time. The blood is not expensive, you will need it. What she said made sense, and the player was speechless. One person turned over his trouser pockets and cried and said, "No, I don't need it. Go out, kill monsters, upgrade. The blood volume is as low as 40%, return to camp to rest, and wait for the health value to recover." According to the normal process, this should be true, but today there is Pastor A in the camp. After returning to the camp, seeing that there was no one around, Yunling ordered Pastor A to add blood to himself for free. "Yes, sir." Without a word, Pastor A brushed his skills several times. Yunling's life value has risen precipitously, and he recovered most of it in a short while. Seeing that he was able to go out to clean monsters again, the voice suddenly sounded, "It turns out that this is the Lingyun camp." Yunling looked back and found that it was Lu Chuan, coming. N. Lu Chuan answered, took off his backpack, and poured out a lot of wood, linen, and silk thread. Yunling. Did he go to rob? How can a normal person produce so much material in just 2 days? These are all in exchange for you, Lu Chuan said. Yunling wanted to refuse stubbornly, but the reality was that she needed linen. In addition, the wood workshop is newly built, and wood production equipment is urgently needed. When struggling, Lu Chuan said, "There is no need to hesitate, just accept it for you." He left after speaking. "Just go." Yunling had no choice but to pick it up, thinking, making a linen backpack to give him at night, as a gift in return. At about noon, Zhong Yiming followed the team to a nearby residential building. One person came forward and knocked on the door, his face full of anxiety. "Who?" A timid voice came from the room. The person who knocked on the door was overjoyed and hurriedly shouted, "My daughter, it's Dad. Dad is back looking for you." The room was so quiet, no one answered. After a while, the door opened wide. The wife and daughter rushed into the man's arms. "Why did you come back?" "It's me who came back late." Gao Li refused to mention how dangerous the way home was, only softly comforted. A family of 3 hugs each other and complains to each other. "Since we have found someone, let's go quickly," Shi Guangfei urged. Gao Li persuaded his wife and daughter to leave with him, but his wife said, "In the past few days, the number of monsters outside has decreased significantly. Let's wait at home. The army will come to rescue us soon. There is no need to run around." Gao Li tried to persuade him again, but his wife stood firm and refused to leave. In the end, Colliers had to compromise. He looked at his former teammate with an apologetic expression. "Sorry, I don't plan to go back to camp." Shi Guangfei took a deep look at him, decided. Yes. At first, he hesitated. After listening to his wife, he became more determined to stay. The situation is improving, and the disaster will pass soon. We are not the savior, so there is no need to act hard. Waiting for rescue is currently the best response strategy. You found your family, of course you said that. Zhong Yiming couldn't help but stabbed. Gao Li's face blushed, and he whispered, "I'm sorry." Shi Guangfei sighed silently. "Let's go." The group left silently. Seeing the stranger had gone far away, his wife said, "I was scared to death. There is a lot of food hidden in the house, enough for us to eat for more than a month. I'm really afraid you call them to stay." No wonder she insisted on staying at home and refused to leave. Only then did Gao Li understand his wife's good intentions. After leaving the residential building, the atmosphere in the team was still dull. In fact, Lao Gao is right. One person suddenly said, "When we have enough strength, the army has rescued people long ago. Perhaps staying in the camp and waiting patiently for news is the best policy." No one spoke, and the surroundings were deadly silent. At this moment, countless light clusters suddenly descended in the sky. Tauren, skeleton soldiers, dryads, demons. A rough glance reveals more than a dozen mobs of different races. Shi Guangfei's complexion changed suddenly, and he shouted, "Return to camp." Chapter 13 Asylum 1. As soon as Gao Li accompanied his wife and daughter into the house, he saw a demon-like monster with horns on his head and wings on his back breaking through the window. "Ah!" The wife screamed in fright. "Hurry up and hide." Gao Li's heart tightened, and he rushed out first, ganging up with the monster. "Let's go to the back room." The wife shivered, but forced herself to calm down and took her daughter to the bedroom. Unexpectedly, as soon as the bedroom door opened, another demon appeared. The monster's fingertips are like a knife, and easily cut his wife's neck. "Mom!" The cry of the child caught Gao Li's attention. He ran into the devil and turned around to look, only to see his wife and daughter falling in a pool of blood. Wife. Nanny. Gao Li's eyes were cracked. He didn't expect that the family had just reunited, and the next second would be forever. You, men, all, damn, death. His eyes were bloodshot and he glared at the monster, saying every word. 3 minutes later. 2 demons were killed. Gao Li collapsed to the ground, with only 17 health remaining. However, because of the continuous bleeding, it was contaminated with the negative state of -2 HP per second. If you take your wife and children, go back to the camp with your teammates. Unconsciously, Gao Li shed tears of regret. After a few seconds, he tilted his head and closed his eyes completely. During the day, when the sun was right, Qi Liang stood on the balcony and looked into the distance. The street is empty, there are few people, and occasionally passers-by/monsters pass by. The whole city is extremely quiet, like a dead city. But Qi Liang knew in his heart that it was not that there was no one in the city, but that they were all in hiding. For example, he has stocked rice, mustard, drinks, and milk at home, and it is normal not to go out for half a month. I really hope that the disaster will end soon. Qi Liang sighed. As soon as the voice fell, a bat showed its fangs and swooped towards him from a high altitude. Qi Liang. At this moment there is no time to think about it, relying entirely on instinct to make a punch, heavy punch. The bat was hit and let out a mournful cry. Then the wings were injured and flew away crookedly. Qi Liang was in a cold sweat, his feet were soft, and he fell to the ground. At the same time, my heart was beating, and I couldn't calm down for a long time. He happened to be at home when the disaster happened. After that, the door was closed tightly, and I never went out once. The reason for possessing the skills was pure luck, and a blue skill card landed on his balcony. Out of curiosity, he picked up the card and made sure to use it. As a result, he learned skills and became a player. If you didn't have the skills, wouldn't it be? Qi Liang's mouth was dry, afraid after a while. To make matters worse, there were exclamations and screams from the neighbors upstairs and downstairs, and from the neighbors next door. You know, the soundproofing of the community is quite good. The children upstairs are practicing at home, but downstairs they can only faintly hear some sounds, and they can't be heard if they don't listen carefully. But now, cries, shouts, and screams are mixed together, one after another. Can't stay at home anymore. Qi Liang made a decisive decision and quickly packed his luggage. It's no longer safe here. Public beta players know that Doomsday Disaster is a typical murderous style. There are many mobs and various varieties. Every once in a while, new categories will appear. Once the player steps out of the camp, he will be attacked by monsters if he is not paying attention. Although at the beginning of the game, it did not seem to be mad as expected, Yunling remained vigilant at all times. At 12 noon on the third day, the Doomsday Scourge went online for 48 hours, and the second wave of monsters suddenly descended. Yunling didn't feel shocked or surprised at all. Instead, he felt like, it's coming or coming, and, it's a game I know. He beckoned and motioned for the armor to keep up. The two of them did not stay outside, and ran back to the camp for refuge. How come there are so many monsters? Yu Qingwen waved her staff and wrinkled her brows. After packing their luggage, the group planned to go to Lingyun camp immediately. Unexpectedly, he lost his way halfway and detoured a long way. Encountered the player midway, pointed out the right way, and thought that he would arrive soon, who knew that countless light groups landed from the sky, and everyone was immediately surrounded by monsters. The ghost knows. Zheng Mingyue used the sea-level charge skill to knock the mobs into flight. The team members yelled, "Brother Zheng, after killing the mobs, there are new ones running over, what should I do?" Others said, "I can see the camp, it's just 20 meters away." Zheng Mingyue made a decisive decision, everyone just ran over. After the fighter is broken, the law system and the archer will go first. They fought and retreated, covering each other, and finally arrived at the camp before their health was exhausted. The magic is that the moment the player stepped into the camp, the monsters retreated happily and turned around to find a new target. The camp is equal to the safe zone, and it is safe to stay here. Thinking of this, Zheng Mingyue's tight nerves finally relaxed. At this moment, one person panicked and yelled, "Brother Zheng, it's not okay. The cat's wound continues to bleed, and I can't stop it." The girl next to her whispered, "The HP is -2 per second, and the remaining HP is only 14. Am I dying?" Pastor A approached at the right time to solicit business. Do you want to increase blood? 3 copper coins at a time. Yes, give it to her. Yu Qingwen did not hesitate to pay for it. Cure. The skill was thrown out, the health value was 10, and the injury was obviously improved. Mao Mao was surprised and delighted. The bleeding has stopped. Never mind. Yu Qingwen was so determined that she had time to say to Pastor A, thank you. You're welcome. Pastor A looked at this, looked at that, and asked, is there anyone else who needs blood? Not for the time being. Zheng Mingyue said. Pastor A is extremely sorry. At this time, another player fled back to the camp. Pastor A's eyes brightened, and he took the initiative to open up a new business. Zheng Mingyue looked far away. Outside the camp, there was a turmoil and screams. In the camp, the players have a rest, playing cards and chatting, and the atmosphere is harmonious and harmonious. The difference between inside and outside the camp is moving. Almost instantly, Zheng Mingyue made up his mind, just stay here in the future, don't run around. Yu Qingwen was silent for a long time, and suddenly said, if Yunling hadn't told me, we wouldn't have been able to find the camp. Yes. Zheng Mingyue had to admit, we owe her another favor. Name, wearing cloud bow. Quality, rare. Wearing effect, strength 10. Special effect, there is a 10% chance of hitting critical damage. Name, dragon quiver. Quality, legend. Wearing effect, 1 arrow is automatically refilled every minute, up to 50 can be installed. Special effects, after the arrow is generated, there is a 30% chance of attaching special effects, such as penetration, explosion, freezing, and burning. The purple bow is matched with the orange quiver, and the attack power is super high. Lu Chuan stood in the camp, drawing a bow, aiming, and shooting arrows. The next second, the arrow hit the black crow, killing it. Thank you, brother. A man in his early 30s held his breath and rushed into the camp. Then he fell to the ground, gasping for breath, if it weren't for your help, I might not be able to come back. The monster came too suddenly, he was blocked, and finally broke through. Lu Chuan didn't take it seriously, it's just smooth. After that, draw the bow, aim, and shoot again. Before long, the players were surprised to find that the archer standing in the camp and shooting arrows was a safe and efficient way to upgrade. Monsters are constantly being killed, and items are constantly falling. And the player stays in the camp without taking any risk. He can do it, so can I. Someone thought about it and got up to follow suit. The arrow fell through and failed to hit the target. The attack power was too low, and he could not kill the monster, so he could only watch it leave. With a salvo of arrows, the prey was killed by others. After trying it personally, the shooter suddenly realized that it is not so easy to kill the monster in a limited time. In addition, one person looked at the empty quiver with a wry smile, the arrow is finished. It was like a signal, and someone nearby immediately said, I'm gone. There is no one left. The white quiver can only hold 10 arrows at most. It's normal to run out in a while. Then the question is, why does he still have arrows? The shooters looked at Lu Chuan together. It turned out that in addition to the orange quiver, he also had a blue quiver and 2 white quivers. Archers. Is this also okay? No matter how much they doubt about life, Lu Chuan draws a bow and shoots arrows, upgrading easily and happily. A lot of materials. There are also skill cards and equipment. Someone passed by on the way back to the camp, looking greedy, and wanted to pick it up first. Unexpectedly, just touch the dropped object, the system prompts, the dropped object belongs to the killer, locked for 20 minutes, and there are 14 minutes and 15 seconds left. That person. It's irritating to see, touch, and can't take it away. Shooting the arrow into the air, leaving only the special effect arrow in the orange quiver, Lu Chuan took the backpack, picked up all the fallen items, and returned with a full load. Chapter 14 Refuge 2. The game setting has changed. 21-inch in the Sunset Camp, Zhu Jiejun was in a mixed mood, staring out of the camp in a daze. He is a public beta player, although he did not survive to the end, he survived for more than 70 days. Compared with ordinary players, it has the foresight advantage. At the beginning of the game, he stared at the direction of the card landing and got an A-level skill card. It stands to reason that if you have game experience and A-level skills, you should be able to live well. But in fact, except for the skill card that I got at the beginning, I never got the skill card above a level. During the public beta, on the first day of the game, countless skill cards and equipment cards were dropped in the sky, and the chance of picking up good cards was quite high. After learning the skills, the player immediately has a good combat effectiveness. Zhu Jiajun was sure that he could find a better card, so the B-level and C-level people didn't like it, and they just skipped it when they met. Unexpectedly, there are so many people in the real world, among them there is no shortage of fighting masters and European emperors. Some good cards watched landing nearby, and went there after a few minutes, but couldn't find them anyway, showing that they had already been boarded quickly. Unlucky things happen 2 or 3 times, miss the initial stage where the card is most easily picked up, and then want to pick up the S-level and A-level skill cards, it is not so easy. In desperation, Zhu Jiajun could only retreat and learn a B-level skill. Fortunately, he acted decisively and determined early. By the second day, let alone a level or above, the B-level and C-level will be out of sight. If you rely too much on game experience and don't learn skill cards other than A-level or above, I'm afraid you will suffer a big loss. Also, in the doomsday natural disasters are everywhere murderous, if you are not careful, you will die. On the first and second day of the game, running fast and hiding can survive, not as dangerous as he thought. Zhu Jiajun attributed the scarcity of monsters to their location. It even concluded that the suburbs are sparsely populated and relatively safe. The city center is densely populated and relatively dangerous. Then the second wave of monsters came. Some light clusters fell on the ground, the flat stone slab was pushed aside, and clusters of small mushrooms grew around them. Some light clusters fell in the river, and the river water immediately became clear and translucent, and it seemed that it could be drunk directly. Some light fell beside the building, and several earth-burrowing beasts appeared. They were so powerful that they broke off the reinforced concrete and stuffed them straight into their mouths. The free and happy appearance is as if humans saw a candy house/biscuit house when they were hungry. During the public beta, the monsters were put in place at one time. The game officially started, and the transformation of the real world was carried out step by step. What changes will happen in the future? Zhu Jiajun looked around blankly, only feeling that the only experience he could rely on had become less reliable. Yunling is making a linen backpack, and the panel suddenly jumps out, NPC, Jenny, is visiting here, may I ask if you hire it? The fourth NPC. Click to view Yunling. Name, Jenny, the Lord can give a name, you can choose whether the name is public. Level, 0. Attributes, Strength 6, Dexterity 6, Physical Strength 5, Intelligence 5, Spirit 5. Combat skills, none. Life skills, Intermediate Sewing. Items that can be made, bandages, quivers, cloth shoes, cloth armor, belts. Employment price, 500 copper coins. Intermediate Sewing. Yunling was surprised and delighted. Bandages are restoration items, quiver is the equipment that archers must configure, each player can be equipped with up to 5, cloth shoes accelerate, cloth armor reduces damage, and belt increases health. There are various types of goods, and players can flexibly match them according to their own needs. The only drawback is that it is too expensive. Hiring NPCs and unlocking new buildings, the accumulated copper coins are almost exhausted. However, talents are hard to find, and more money should be spent. Thinking of this, Yunling no longer hesitated and paid 500 copper coins to confirm the hiring of NPC, Jenny. And give it the name, Tailora, the name is public, and everyone can see it. Then unlock and build the Tailor Shop. Copper coin minus 100, new buildings rise from the ground. Once raw, twice cooked. This time the players in the camp are no longer surprised, but feel a little more secure, the camp has been expanded again. The expansion is good. Staying inside is particularly safe, and sleeping well. After the tailor shop was completed, Yunling ordered, from now on to stay in the tailor shop. 5 bandages, 5 quivers, 2 cloth shoes, 2 cloth armor, and 2 belts are made every day, and the materials are not enough to go to the warehouse. Yes, sir. Tailor A replied respectfully. Monsters are raging outside. Players stay in the camp honestly, or exchange information, or set up stalls on the spot, or wander around. Zheng Mingyue and his party first entered the camp, and they were not familiar with the place where they were born, so they went to the woodworking workshop first. Look, there are wooden shields for sale here, one of the team said excitedly. Zheng Mingyue looked at the situation and saw wooden sticks, wooden shields, wooden sticks, and torches neatly placed on the shelves. After touching the goods, the panel pops up, announces the properties of the item, and asks whether to buy it. The operation is simple and very convenient. Brother Zheng, there are few melee defenses in the early game, and the ability to carry monsters is poor. Why don't you buy a wooden shield, the person suggested. Don't worry. Zheng Mingyue pondered for a moment and replied, the price of the equipment is not low, and most people can't afford it. Let's go around the camp first, and then decide what to buy. Also, a consensus was reached, and the group quit the woodworking workshop. Just about to go to the mission hall to have a look, Yu Qingwen caught a glimpse of a certain figure out of the corner of her eye, and suddenly turned around, Yunling. Yunling, who just released a new collection mission in the mission hall and is about to leave, ? Yu Qingwen stepped forward quickly, remember me? Yu Qingwen. Remember. Yunling smiled, I met in the supermarket, you helped me. It was you who helped me. Yu Qingwen thanked me sincerely, if you hadn't told me the existence of Lingyun Camp, there would be a tide of monsters, and I don't know how many people will die. You're welcome. Yunling said. How could there not be a point of saving grace? Yu Qingwen thought for a while, gritted her teeth and took off a bracelet from her wrist, this is for you, as a gift. Sister Yu, his companion exclaimed, that's a purple outfit. Yu Qingwen said in her heart that she was grateful because of her purple outfit. If it hadn't been for Yunling, there would be no people on the first day of the game. Name, Magic Ring. Quality, Rare. Wearing Effect, Intelligence 5, Spirit 5. Special Effect, Speed Up Mana Recovery, 1 mana per minute. For novice wizards, this piece of equipment greatly improves the endurance and can double their combat effectiveness. It is a pity that Yunling is a melee player, tank positioning, and legal equipment is useless. No need, you can take it back. This is a purple outfit. If you can't use it, you can sell it for money and equipment, but someone doesn't charge it. Yu Qingwen was stunned. Zheng Mingyue strode forward, then what do you need? Maybe we can help. Wood, linen, silk thread, cotton, leather. Yunling casually reported a bunch of material names. As a result, Zheng Mingyue really did. He waved his hand and motioned for a team member to hand over his backpack. When I opened it, it was full of dang, filled with materials. Yunling. Just need these. Zheng Mingyue asked hesitantly, if there are other needs, we can also. No. Yunling said, just give the materials. Zheng Mingyue handed out the backpack and solemnly promised, we will be stationed in Lingyun Camp for a long time. If we encounter any trouble in the future, just say a word. The backpack is heavy in his hand. Yunling thought for a while, and said a little bit, the camp can accommodate up to 200 residents. At night, non-camp residents will be teleported out. If the quota is full, even if you have money, you will not be able to buy temporary resident status. Upon hearing this, Zheng Mingyue's heart tightened. Yunling waved his hand, all that should be reminded is reminded, I'm leaving. Finished talking and left. Zheng Mingyue smiled bitterly, the thank you gift is given out, how come I feel that I owe more? Yu Qingwen, you are not alone. In the corner of the camp, Lu Chuan was sorting out the debris. There are many types of dropped items, most of which are not useful, and only a few have value. What he needs to do is to pick out the needed items, exchange or sell the others, and dispose of them as soon as possible. Pattern. A linen backpack fell in front of him. Lu Chuan, ? He slowly raised his head, puzzled. Send you off. Yunling said. Lu Chuan was silent, and his mood was extremely complicated. Yunling didn't care, there is no need to hesitate, just hold it for you. She left after speaking. Just go. At the beginning, he gave the materials simply, so now the other party also gives the backpack free and easy. After thinking about it, Lu Chuan was dumb and speechless for a long time. On the third day of the game, people are doomed to panic and turbulent. There were screams from time to time around. People kept running into the camp with a blank face, rejoicing that they had escaped from the dead. Before I knew it, Lingyun Camp was full of people, and it was about to arrive at 6 p.m. Chapter 15 Raise Money. Lingyun Camp. Qi Liang took out biscuits, mustard pickles, and drinks from his backpack, and just dealt with them indiscriminately. It was considered that he had eaten dinner. As I ate, I thought to myself that my strength was limited, so I stayed at home with a lot of food and couldn't bring it out. Perhaps starting tomorrow, he should find someone to form a team and move the supplies to the camp. After thinking about it, a notice suddenly popped up in front of my eyes. It's dark, non-camp residents are not allowed to stay in the camp, please leave within 5 minutes. Chi Liang suddenly widened his eyes. Actually have to pay for staying overnight in the camp? Are you not allowed to stay without paying? I turned over my trouser pockets, there was only 1 copper coin inside, I picked it up while escaping. Pay 5 copper coins and get 24-hour temporary resident status. Why is it so expensive? Someone screamed immediately beside him. I'm not a player. I have neither skills nor equipment. Where can I get copper coins? A woman hugged her child, anxiously asked. Not far away, a middle-aged man furrowed his brows, his face was bleak. 1 person has 5 copper coins, 2 people 10, and 3 people 15. At present, there are only 7 copper coins in his hand. There are 3 people in our family. What can I do? The 15 or 16-year-old boy said sensibly, Dad, let my sister stay in the camp. Let's go out and kill some mobs to make up for the night. The 13-year-old girl shook her head vigorously, No, let's fight monsters together. I have skills and can help. Before the 3 of them could discuss it, a white light flashed, and the non-residents were teleported out, and the camp was mostly empty. At the same time, the real estate property panel displays. Inhabitable population, 200. Existing residents, 147, temporary residents 142. It's hard to find the safe zone, so why don't you let it go? A girl was so shocked that she couldn't help crying, Why do I have to pay copper coins to stay? Isn't it okay to pay gold? Otherwise, it's okay to hand in food. Team to fight monsters, is there anyone together? The dropped items are divided equally, and the copper coins are divided equally. At the same time, someone shouted. I don't want to stay here, I have a place to stay, I won't wait. Someone left angrily with their luggage. Others said, Today is too late, the surroundings are dark, it is not suitable to go out. The camp is not allowed to enter, so let's sleep next to the camp for 1 night. When it's dawn tomorrow, we will team up to fight the monsters. At this time, a fat man came over. I have extra copper coins in my hand, which can be exchanged. Many people were overjoyed and hurriedly asked about the exchange rate. When they learned that a 5 kilograms bag of rice could only be exchanged for 5 copper coins, they went out of the ground and became angry. Robbery. Can't you lend me some copper coins? I promise you will return them tomorrow. 10 copper coins for 5 kilograms rice, and some talk. 5 kilograms for 5 copper coins. What do you think? The fat man said righteously, This money is hard-earned money. 10 copper coins for 5 kilograms of rice. Hey, it's pretty beautiful. It's the price anyway, love can't be changed. You can't bear to save food. I still can't bear to save the copper coins. Seeing that I'm about to save enough, I can go to the wood workshop to buy equipment immediately. I help you, and I have to save money again. When he said so, several people showed hesitation. At this time, the girl who asked why she couldn't hand in gold and food to cover the overnight fee decisively said, I'll change it with you. As soon as the voice fell, a 5 kilograms bag of rice was delivered. The fat man accepted the grain and handed out the copper coin happily. The next second, the girl returned to the camp. The deal was concluded, and the fat man was in a good mood. He looked at the people with a lot of time and said, Fate is more important than food. If fate is gone, there will be nothing. You think carefully, is this the truth? Someone was persuaded, and gritted his teeth and took out food in exchange. Some people sneered, There is too much food to be so wasted. Don't you just live outside the camp? What can happen? The fat man didn't get angry. If you are willing to enter the camp, you are willing to live outside, everyone is free. Someone smashed the floor next to the camp. Someone teamed up to fight monsters and brush copper coins. Someone found an empty room in a residential building near the camp and planned to stay alive for the night. The hustle and bustle gradually subsided, and the surroundings were quiet and silent. When everyone was worried about where to spend the third night, Yunling was checking inventory in the warehouse. When going out to fight monsters, she would always search for nearby shops by the way. Fast food restaurants, revolving hot pots, chuangxiang, pastry shops, bakeries, cafeterias. There are more places to go, and some gains. At this moment, she was holding paper and pen, making notes one by one. The type and quantity of the items are important, but more important is the shelf life of the food. Put the ones with a short shelf life on one side, and put the ones with a shelf life of more than half a year on the other side, and place them in different categories. 2 hours passed in a flash. Yunling finished the sorting work and went out with a few bunches of raw 5-floured 5 flowers. This is the ingredient with the shortest shelf life and should be eaten first. Unexpectedly, as soon as he stepped out of the warehouse door, there was a loud bang in the distance. It's like an earthquake, and it's like a building collapsed. What's the matter? Although everyone in the camp was very calm, the people outside the camp were nervous and looked around with fear. It's as if a monster could burst out in the dark at any time to kill people. Yunling stopped and looked into the distance, thinking. The movement was not small, and the sound seemed to come from the direction of the residential building. As soon as I thought about it, I heard someone yelling in tears, "I want to save money and hide in the residential area for one night. What kind of monster is this? How can I chew the building?" Hearing that, everyone. In order to save money, this person is also quite hard. I can't save money if I don't save money. Get out, I want to go back to camp. The shouts continued. Then, the voice gradually became weaker, and finally disappeared completely. After waiting for a long time, no one came over. Everyone knows that that person is afraid of bad luck. Obviously, you can stay in the camp with peace of mind. In order to save a few copper coins and lose your life, why is this? The fat man sighed heavily. The few people outside the camp were all hairy, and quietly wrapped their quilts tightly. One person wandered around, his expression unpredictable, and he stood up with a long cursing. "Isn't it just a bag of rice? Give it. I can't stand it anymore. It's really not human beings outside. Don't look at the campsite, and the campsite is separated by a line, it feels completely different. There is a sense of security in the camp, so there is no need to worry about encountering danger." Outside the camp, trembling, no matter who is in danger, he couldn't help but substitute himself. Not to mention the coldness of the body being blown by the cold wind. "My heart is cold." He thought, even if you can't get in without food, why bother yourself with food? The man made up his mind and determined to exchange his grain for copper coins. "Don't be stupid," the person next to me reminded. "I don't know how long it will last. If the food is eaten early, you will have to go hungry in the future." The man was determined. If you continue to stay outside, you may not be able to see the future. After that, deal with the fat man immediately. The fat guys never refused to come, pay food in one hand and copper coins in the other. Temporary Residence 1. Yunling glanced at the property panel of the territory, then walked to the bonfire to barbecue and concentrated on preparing dinner. Heavy punch. Qi Liang clenched his right hand into a fist and hit the mobs in the chest. The monster let out a cry and fell to the ground. In the next second, copper coins, corn flour, and wood emerged. Qi Liang ignored the fallen items, clutching his chest, gasping for breath. In order to avoid unfair distribution, temporary teammates set up a gap, and he acted alone. In order to avoid encountering danger, he only dared to move around the camp. But even so, he took a lot of effort to kill the monster. Seeing the HP drop to 14/50, Qi Liang smiled bitterly. If he had gone out early to pick up cards and fight monsters, how could he have fallen to where he is now? If you need skills but no skills, you need equipment and no equipment, you need copper coins but no copper coins. After thinking about it, a reminder popped out before his eyes. You have fought fiercely and your body is very tired. Hungry in my abdomen, I can't do my best. You are infected with a negative state, movement speed -10%, strength -1. After eating and rest, the negative state will be cancelled. Qi Liang. Spicy chicken system, be yourself. When is this? It is still in a negative state, moving speed is -10%, strength is -1. It's just forcing him to die. Qi Liang was full of resentment, got up and put the fallen items into his backpack. Then move around the camp step by step. The surrounding area is pitch black, and the direction is not discernible, only the 20 centimeters nearby scenery can barely be seen. Qi Liang suspected that in case the monster engages in a sneak attack, he might rush to the front to detect it. I don't know how long it took. Qi Liang walked into a dead end. He just wanted to turn around and return the same way, only to see a purple card floating beside him. After touching it, it was discovered that this was an A-level skill card. Because the landing place was too remote, it was still not picked up on the third day of the game. What is a windfall in heaven? What is the road to heaven and earth? A trace of ecstasy appeared in Qi Liang's eyes, and he couldn't wait to pick it up. Chapter 16 Tailor Shop. Temporary Residence 1. Temporary Residence 4. Temporary Residence 3. Temporary Residence 1. Players have returned one after another. These people are either scarred or panting, and they have obviously only experienced a fierce battle. After entering the camp, they all fell to the ground together, seeming exhausted. The pork belly is tender and juicy, squeaky, and golden in color. Brushed with barbecue sauce and wrapped with lettuce, it tastes crispy and delicious. Yunling feasted, and after filling his stomach, handed the rest of the skewers to the armor, and let the NPC share the food. Then, got up and went to the mission hall. In the task hall, 2 people are submitting tasks. When the goods were delivered and the rewards were paid, they left contentedly. Yunling passed them by, and then leaned closer to check the task panel. I saw. The task of purchase linen was completed 20 times. The task of purchasing timber was completed 20 times. The purchase silk thread task was completed 18 times. There are more types of monsters, and more items dropped. Yunling wants to release a few more missions. Unfortunately, in order to hire a tailor and unlock the tailor's shop, she squandered her savings, and now there are only 96 copper coins left. This is because players continue to pay overnight fees and become temporary residents, so they have collected nearly 100 copper coins, and the original balance is lower. Yunling looked at the pitiful and dozens of copper coins, showing an expression of distress. If you want to collect more materials, these are not enough. After hesitating, I received a system prompt. Woodworking workshop sold wooden sticks *1, congratulations on getting 100 copper coins. The tailor shop sells cloth shoes *1, congratulations on getting 100 copper coins. The tailor shop sold a belt *1, congratulations on getting 100 copper coins. In an instant, her savings skyrocketed from 96 to 396, and she became rich again. Yunling's expression relaxed, and he announced a new collection mission in the name of the camp. Acquisition of cotton cloth, 3 copper coins and 1 piece. Acquisition of canvas, 5 copper coins and 1 piece. Acquisition of spider silk, 3 copper coins and 1 group. Acquisition of willow, 3 copper coins and 1 piece. Buy cornmeal, 1 copper coin 1 copy. Buy flour, 1 copper coin 1 copy. Buy rice, 1 copper coin 1 copy. The purchased cornmeal, flour, and rice are not real grains, but game materials, which can be used for cooking. After the release, together with the previous linen, silk thread, and wood, there are a total of 10 collection tasks, and the upper limit of the number of times is set to 20. After doing all this, Yunling quietly quit. After the meal, one person was just idle, wandering around. Seeing that the tailor shop was newly opened, he stepped into the door with the intention of visiting, and wanted to see what products were on sale in it. As a result, his eyes became straight at this sight. The whole person stood there in a daze, unable to move his legs anymore. Name: cloth shoes. Quality: normal. Wearing effect: agility 1. Price: 100 copper coins. Name: cloth armor. Quality: normal. Wearing effect: damage received -10%. Price: 100 copper coins. Name: belt. Quality: normal. Wearing effect: physical strength 1. Price: 100 copper coins. When going out, once you encounter danger, you need to retreat strategically. Whether you can escape from birth depends entirely on agility. Every time the damage is -10%, the survivability is greatly enhanced. Not to mention physical strength 1. The upper limit of health is increased, and the ability to continue running/combat is improved. No matter how you look at it, it is a good thing. The man was so enthusiastic that he wanted to buy one of all the products and quickly arm himself. It's a pity that I'm so shy in my pocket that I can't afford a single item. Just as he sighed, Tailor A pushed open the studio door and walked to the front hall to release the new product. Take a closer look. Name: simple bandage. Quality: normal. Use effect: 5 seconds to restore 20 points of life. Price: 50 copper coins. Note: the number of recovery items is limited, and each person can purchase one per day. Name: High-quality bandage. Quality, sophisticated. Use effect, restore 50 points of life in 5 seconds. Price, 100 copper coins. Note, the number of recovery items is limited, and each person can purchase one per day. Name, Quiver. Quality, normal. Wearing effect, one arrow is automatically refilled every minute, up to 10 can be installed. Price, 50 copper coins. Name, Hunting Quiver. Quality, sophisticated. Wearing effect, one arrow is automatically refilled every minute, up to 20 can be installed. Special effect, after the arrow is generated, there is a 5% chance of attaching the sharp special effect. Once successfully attached, the arrow's attack power is 5. Price, 200 copper coins. That person. He grabbed the door, ran all the way, desperately rushing back to inform his teammates. What time is this? Why haven't you come back? Ji Lingyun looked around frequently. How could he not see the person he expected, and his heart was anxious. There seemed to be a malicious look behind him. He turned his head fiercely, but found that no one was staring at her, as if everything was an illusion. But when she turned around, the malice almost turned into substance. Ji Lingyun was angry and anxious, almost crushing his posterior molars. She was originally a rich lady, and lived a carefree life. The disaster struck suddenly and everyone hid in their homes behind closed doors. On the third day of the game, a monster breaks in. The helper fell to the ground due to death and wounds, and his parents were attacked to death. Her brother made a decisive decision, learned the skills, cleaned up the details, organized manpower to cover her retreat. Everyone fled to the camp together, and according to Ji Lingyun's intention, waited for rescue here in peace. Her brother disagreed. He searched for food for a while, searched for gold and silver jewelry, and saved people and expanded the team. Ji Lingyun had no power to bind the chicken and was unable to help, so he was arranged to stay in the camp to look at his luggage. Unexpectedly, at 6 o'clock in the evening, those who did not qualify would be kicked out. Ji Lingyun really had no choice, so he asked if he could exchange gold and grain for copper coins. Later, the copper coin was obtained, and she also entered the camp, but since then, she has been targeted. I don't know where the enemy is lurking, but she can feel the malicious stare. However, my brother did not return after leading the team and left the camp, and I don't know if something went wrong. Ji Lingyun had no skills and no equipment. He was usually spoiled and weak. He was going crazy right now. A girl, with a large amount of property and food, has no resistance, and no copper coins, will continue to stay overnight tomorrow. Where can I find a more conspicuous and better target than her? The more I think about it, the more Ji Lingyun's heart beats wildly, and a cold sweat is coming out of his back. It is late at night. Players in the camp rested one after another, and the sight of prying eyes disappeared without a trace. Ji Lingyun was so sad that he couldn't sleep. I don't know how long it took. A group of more than 20 people shuttled in the dark with torches. The faint light illuminates the scenery within half a meter of the whole body. Because this is a self-made simple torch, it is not a game item made by Life Skills, so the visibility is not high. With the light of the fire, the crowd reluctantly distinguished the direction they were going forward and walked slowly towards the camp. Ji Lingyun saw the person walking in the front and was overjoyed immediately. Her brother is back. Early the next morning, Yunling woke up leisurely, and was startled by a series of system prompts. Wooden Workshop sold wooden shield *1, congratulations on getting 100 copper coins. Woodworking Workshop sold torches *1, congratulations on getting 50 copper coins. Simple bandage *1 is sold at tailor shop. Congratulations on getting 50 copper coins. The tailor shop sells hunting quiver *1. Congratulations on getting 200 copper coins. What happened after she fell asleep? Why do you sell so many goods at once? Yunling was puzzled. Check the real estate property panel, I see the above display. Territory name, Lingyun. Level, campsite. A total of 4 levels, from low to high, they are camp, village, town, and city. Tax, 5%. 0 to 100%, the Lord has the right to adjust independently. Inhabitable population, 200. Existing residents, 195, temporary residents, 190. Unlockable buildings, 4. Existing building, 4. The upgrade conditions have been preliminarily met. Do you want to check the detailed rules? Yunling clicks yes. New information popped out. Upgrading a camp to a village must meet the following conditions. 1. Unlock 4 different buildings. Completed. 2. For 3 consecutive days, the number of temporary residents exceeded 120. 1/3, not completed. 3. For 3 consecutive days, the daily income of the territory exceeded 1,500 copper coins. 1/3, not completed. Note, daily income equals store income tax and others. Meet the above conditions, pay 5,000 copper coins, the territory can be upgraded. Yunling has the final say. 190 temporary residents spend 5 copper coins a day to purchase overnight stay qualifications, which is 950 copper coins a day. On this basis, if a carpenter's workshop or tailor's shop sells some merchandise at will, condition 3 can be met. As for condition 2, it is so dangerous outside, and more people will stay overnight in the camp. Wait until the 3rd day, condition 2 will be automatically completed. After completing the calculations, she closed the panel and started a new day's work. Chapter 17 Invite. Overnight, the houses near the camp disappeared out of thin air, with no bricks left. The buildings in the distance are still there, just overgrown with weeds, vines entwined, and moss all over it, looking extremely barren. The surrounding environment is different. Yunling quickly realized. Entering the mission hall, I saw. The task of purchase linen was completed 8 times. The task of purchasing timber was completed 20 times. The task of purchase silk thread was completed 12 times. The task of buying cotton was completed 5 times. Canvas, spider silk, willow, cornmeal, and flour are finished 2 to 4 times. The task of purchase rice was completed 5 times. The ability to lead people is good, and the collection is fast. Yunling was full of praise. With that said, set the upper limit of the number of mission completions to 30. After scanning the account balance, she decided to eat breakfast first, and then fight monsters and brush copper coins. She had eaten up all the frozen food that was originally operated from home to the camp, but during the search, she found new frozen food. Hand-cooked biscuits, sliced for family, add an egg, add a tenderloin, you can make breakfast. Bags of French fries can be eaten as soon as they are fried. Steamed glutinous rice and pine nuts have a thin crust and a lot of stuffing. They are steamed in a cage for 10 minutes to get out of the pot. There are also hot pot ingredients such as 1000-page tofu, fish tofu, shrimp balls, and cuttlefish balls. The soup is delicious and convenient. Yunling is fortunate more than once that the warehouse can extend the shelf life of food. If it is normal, frozen food will deteriorate within a few days at room temperature. But put it in the warehouse and eat it within 7 days. Yunling watched for a while, and finally decided to eat siu-mai first. Set the pot, fill in water, boil, steam the siu-mai in water for 10 minutes, take it out, and start eating. Bite it down, the fragrant waxy is smooth, not greasy and not greasy, but also mixed with the delicate fragrance of pine nuts. It's delicious. Yunling squinted happily. It tastes good, and it's big enough to be full. With her appetite, she was full with 2 pine nuts for breakfast. Give the rest to the armor and tell him to bring breakfast to the NPC. The front foot of the guard left, and Yunling saw Yu Qingwen walking towards her on the back foot. The people who originally stationed in the store fled to the camp. At this moment, I am planning to form a team and go back to move supplies. Are you participating? Yunling. She suspected that she had not slept all night, but slept all day and night. Otherwise, why does the world become so different when you wake up? She couldn't understand what others said. The people stationed in the store fled to the camp. When? Yunling asked. Last night, in the middle of the night, you definitely didn't know when you fell asleep. Yu Qingwen replied. Yunling Xin said, no wonder. Why did you choose Lingyun camp? Why did you summon the staff and go back to move the supplies? When you left, didn't you bring the inventory with you? She asked again. They were surrounded by monsters and almost lost their lives. How can they still care about supplies and not supplies? Yu Qingwen pouted. It is said that some of the camp players met the store manager and met on the road, so they saved them. Later when I went back to the camp and talked about the matter, everyone felt it was a pity not to bring the supplies back. But with them alone, it is not easy to clean up the monsters on the road or kill the mobs in the store. For the final total, find 2 teams to work together. When the time comes, we will enter the store together, and we will depend on how much we can move. I think it's a good job, so I came over and asked, would you like to follow along? This girl is very nice, remember to call her if there is something good. As for the answer, of course it is. Go. Yun dragged the family and Ling Ling said without hesitation. Assemble at 7:40 and set off on time at 8 o'clock. Yu Qingwen gave a brief introduction. The other party plans to form a team of 20 people. 2 teams are found as helpers and 10 people each. If you know a high-level player, you can call people over. Although our regiment has more than 10 members, it's too dangerous to go out this time, and I don't want to take it with the weak. Yun Ling instantly remembered the armor. At the current level 1, strength 2, and physical strength 1 are allocated plus points. The equipment is complete, and it can fight and carry, and its combat power is far beyond ordinary people. I really know a suitable one, she said. I will come over to find you later. Row. After the discussion, Yu Qingwen went back to notify the team first. Yunling organizes the backpack, puts 3 simple bandages and 1 high-quality bandage away. Imagine that the camp is more than 30 minutes away from the store, and it will not be peaceful all the way. Just in case, she took out the new cornmeal, flour, rice and other materials. Name, mixed grain mantu. Quality, normal. Materials needed, cornmeal *1, flour *1. Use effect, basic recovery speed 1 point of life/minute, lasting 1 hour. Note, corn noodles can be replaced with soba noodles, whole wheat noodles, oatmeal noodles, black rice noodles, and sorghum noodles. Name, white porridge. Quality, normal. Materials needed, rice *1. Use effect, basic recovery speed 1 mana/minute, lasting 1 hour. The materials are limited, only enough to make 3 multigrain steamed buns and 5 bowls of porridge. Yunling didn't dislike it, and did as much as he could. After the finished product is released, how to carry it has become a problem. After hesitating for a moment, Yunling took out the fresh-keeping box from the warehouse, and separated the miscellaneous grain steamed buns and white porridge. The food boxes were put into the backpack one by one, and she took the armor to go to the appointment. In the corner of the camp, the store manager Yu Hui was talking to Ji Lingfeng. There is everything to eat and drink in the store. Moving back will be enough for everyone to be comfortable for a month. Originally, there were more than 70 people. Later, the monster broke in, fleeing, and died to death. Only 11 people left with me alive. Among them, there were 8 players, and the other 3 were ordinary people. According to estimates, there are about 40 mobs in the store. When we went back this time, we moved everything that could be moved. Ji Lingfeng smiled. Uncle Yu is good at observing and good at calculating. Listening to you, I feel more relieved. Yu Hui waved his hand. It's all tricks that can't be played on the stage. Now in this world, the fist is the last word. He leads people to stick to the store. Unexpectedly, the monsters fell from the sky, and there were so many monsters that they could not be killed. The hearts of the people were scattered, the team was difficult to lead, and they had to lead the last group of people who were willing to believe in him out of the siege. But there are too many monsters. It comes out after killing, it's almost endless. If it weren't for the chance to meet an acquaintance, or if the other party was willing to help, I'm afraid everyone would be killed. Thinking of this, Yu Hui sighed. Ling Feng, Uncle owes you a life. Uncle Yu, you are too polite. Ji Lingfeng said lightly, you are a close friend of your father, and you have watched me grow up. Now you are in trouble, it makes no sense to not help when you see it. When Ji Lingfeng mentioned his father, Yu Hui felt a pain in his heart. Friends who talked and drank tea together not long ago now say that they will die when they die. It's really, the world is impermanent. The atmosphere was dull for a while. Suddenly, a person rushed over and yelled, Brother, I have decided, I want to learn skills and be a player. What the hell? Ji Lingfeng looked at his sister with a helpless expression. Who is fooling around? Ji Lingyun was angry. Do you know how scared I was when I stayed in the camp by myself last night? It's too uncomfortable to feel helpless. I would rather go out and take risks. Ji Lingfeng said nothing. His parents passed away unfortunately, and he was left with only his sister. According to his idea, people must be protected no matter what. It's best to stay in the camp and never step out. Ling Feng, Ling Yun makes sense. Yu Hui said with help. no one knows what will happen in the future. With skills and equipment, there is always a greater chance of surviving nothing. Ji Lingfeng considered for a long time, and finally let go. Follow me to pick up equipment and skills, and go out on time at 8 o'clock. Without waiting for his sister to cheer, he added, all actions follow the command. If you don't obey, I won't take you out again. Be obedient, I promise to be obedient. Ji Lingyun nodded repeatedly. At 7:40, Yunling found Yu Qingwen with her armor. Come. Yu Qingwen smiled and greeted from afar. Go to the store to carry supplies, of course you can't be late for such a big thing. Yunling said sternly. This is. Yu Qingwen looked at the armor. My friend, I don't like to talk, but my skill is good. Yunling answered on her behalf, level 1, strength 8, agility 6, physical strength 5, intelligence 5, spirit 5 in the naked state. Combat skills, sea-level chaotic stick, sea-level stone skin, sea-level sweep, suitable for close combat. Learn 3 sea-level skills. Yu Qingwen moved slightly. At the beginning of the game, not everyone has the courage to give up the potential for future development. Learn 3 to 4 low-level skills in one go, and recklessly enhance the current survivability. If you do that, the instant combat power will be very powerful. Welcome to join. Yu Qingwen was determined to join the group with strong aid. Then she looked at Yunling and asked, how about you? Locate the tank and take the route of preventing high blood volume. Yunling replied, level 1, strength 3, agility 4, stamina 7, intelligence 6, spirit 6. As for skills, she didn't mention it. After all, both of them are S-level skills, which is a bit scary to say. Hearing this, Yu Qingwen was a little surprised. She thought this was a super expert, but it sounded average, and his strength was much lower than expected. Although there are 6 pieces of equipment, most of them are white and a few are blue. Is it a theorist, not good at fighting? There is nothing strange on the face. Yu Qingwen, level 1, strength 4, agility 4, stamina 4, intelligence 8, spirit 8. Combat skills, sea-level shield, sea-level missile, A-level poisonous fog, suitable for long range and auxiliary. In the next period of time, everyone will act together and hope to cooperate happily. Chapter 18 Store 1. Assembling the 10-member team, Jing Mingyue was called to discuss the route. The others gathered around the armor and asked in a rush, how did you learn 3 sea-level skills? Have you thought about it in the future? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hey! 6 pieces of equipment. In the Doomsday Scourge game, the equipment drop rate is horribly low. Where did you get these? Why don't you just join us? The team benefits are very good. How do you cover your face? If it wasn't for the white light, I almost thought this cloth was an assassin's veil. Faced with many questions, the armor was silent, just as if it hadn't heard. Everyone, my friend doesn't like to talk, so please let him go. Yunling finished the game. Yu Qingwen also said, all of them are converging. The strong support I finally brought in is almost scared away by you. Everyone laughed, and finally stopped. The level is difficult to increase, and now it is the 4th day of the game. Even if it is a good level, it is a good level. What's more, the equipment is complete and the skills are perfect. With this person's strength, the team can at least be ranked in the top 3. After waiting for a while, Jing Mingyue came back and said, tell them well, and form a group of 40 people to the store. Let's walk in the front of the team and take care of cleaning up the mobs. Yu Qingwen frowned, this is a chore. Yes, so everyone takes turns. Jing Mingyue said frankly, every shift every 10 minutes, and then change people. As for the distribution of the dropped items, whoever kills it. Yu Qingwen stretched her eyebrows, it's pretty much the same. As they spoke, they walked to the edge of the camp to meet the others. Yunling looked at the probe and found that another 10-person team was led by Wei Qing. For some reason, Lu Chuan actually got in there. As for the 20-person team, all members were very pretentious, and they didn't know when they came to the Lingyun camp. Hello everyone, I'm Ji Lingfeng, the initiator of this expedition. A young man strode out and said loudly, next to him is Yu Hui, the store manager, who knows the store environment. With his help, I believe we will be able to come back safely with the supplies. The morale was simply boosted, and the team officially set off at 8 o'clock. After the new round of launch, the number of monsters has increased significantly. Only 3 minutes after leaving the camp, the team was attacked by 8 wooden men. Melee first. Yu Qingwen yelled while releasing her magic missile. The main T equals tank, in the team is named Bai Chufan. Deputy T followed, helped by Chufan check the gaps, and blocked the fatal attack. This is because once the player's vitals are attacked, it will often cause critical damage. And if the companion notices it and blocks it first, then it's just ordinary damage. The two cooperated tacitly, far longer than one person persisted. Therefore, double T and triple T are the regular configuration of the team. Bai Chufan and his partner are obviously in a tacit understanding. Bai Chufan held the blue vine shield and waved away the three wooden figures, revealing a little gap. At this time, a mob seized the opportunity to sneak attack. The partner immediately moved to fill the gap, block the attack, and knock the wooden men into flight. The two cooperated perfectly, which can be called an iron barrel defense. On the other side, Yunling is more casual. She held her shield, bravely and fearlessly like a warrior. No matter which wooden person smashed the wood, she would take the initiative to meet with her shield. You must also learn to avoid melee. She also carried the wood without smashing it at her. Isn't she stupid? Ji Lingyun whispered. Ji Lingfeng glanced at his younger sister. You are stupid. There are so many people here, if she doesn't stop the attack, others will definitely be hit. Do you think it was the rough-skinned tank that was smashed, or the legal profession was smashed? Good. Ji Lingyun opened his mouth, speechless. A salvo of arrows quickly killed 4 wooden men. Yunling saw clearly that in order to grab the head, the shooters happened to gather the monsters with less fire and blood, and turned a blind eye to the monsters with more blood. If the firepower is evenly distributed, it should be able to kill 6 in one go. Yunling thought to herself, what can we expect from a temporary team? Minato is planning to go alive, transporting supplies is the purpose of the trip. The arrow was shot again, and the sticks were swung in close combat, and the other 4 wooden figures fell to the ground. This time the monster was finally cleaned up. Yunling glanced at the attribute panel, and moved on like nothing else. Then first encountered a group of bats, and then was blocked by 5 Tauren. After the 3 fights, Bai Chufan's face turned pale, his whole body was wounded, and he looked dying. Vice T is not much better. There are countless large and small wounds on his body, and his appearance looks extremely miserable. However, Yunling was only slightly injured, and stood calmly on the side at the moment, waiting for the team to rest and continue on the road. 10 minutes, it's time to change. Zheng Mingyue said solemnly. Ji Lingfeng looked to his side. Uncle Yu. I understand. While speaking, Yue led people to the front and opened the way. Yun Lingle was at ease and mixed in the crowd to fish. In fact, after killing the mobs, she received a system prompt, experience value 200/200, congratulations to the player for upgrading. You get 3 free attributes, which can be allocated at will. In accordance with past habits, Yunling increased his physical strength. The character attribute panel automatically pops out. Name, Yunling. Level, 2. Experience value, 0/400. HP, 246/310, 200 is skill bonus. Mana, 60/60. Attributes, Strength 3, 6, Agility 4, 1, Physical Strength 10, 1, Intelligence 6, Spirit 6. Note, equipment bonuses are in parentheses. By the way, the upgrade only increases the upper limit of the attributes, and does not restore health and mana. For example, her HP was 216/280 before the upgrade, and 246/310 after the upgrade. The speed of travel is too slow. Among the crowd, Ji Lingfeng frowned into the word Chuan. Walk from the camp to the store at normal walking speed, up to 35 minutes. But now it took 10 minutes to walk all the way, about 6 minutes as usual. In this way, it would take at least an hour to arrive at the store. In the Doomsday Scourge, recovery items are extremely difficult to obtain, and staying away from the camp and fighting for a long time will put yourself in danger. But a large number of supplies are placed in the store, waiting for them to pick it up. He really couldn't say that the matter ended here, and everyone disbanded in place. Seeking wealth and insurance. Ji Lingfeng gritted his teeth, his heart slammed, and decided to rise to the challenge. 10 minutes later, the shift was changed again, and Wei Qing led the people to the forefront. Just after the end of a big battle, before there was time to rest, more than 20 bats rushed towards the players again. Yu Wei shouted, Group attack skills. Poisonous fog. Yu Qingwen took the lead. As soon as the voice fell, a large poisonous mist enveloped the bat, and all the mobs lost blood. Yanzhu. Ji Lingyun followed closely. A column of flames rose into the sky, squeaking the mobs. Sweep. The armor swung the stick to draw a fan-shaped area and swept 7 bats in one go. Lu Chuan took the arrow from the orange quiver. 3 bursting arrows fired in volley, explosions and roars continued, and the mobs were killed and injured countless. The 4 people joined forces, and the bat colony was quickly wiped out. But because of this, the professional mana of the legal system was consumed severely, and Ji Lingfeng had to order a rest. It seems that the journey is more difficult and dangerous than expected. Yu Qingwen sat on the ground, sighing again and again. It's been more than 20 minutes, and I haven't even finished 1/3 of the distance. Move slowly, you will always reach your destination. Yunling said indifferently. Yu Qingwen glanced at Yunling a few times, feeling that she couldn't see through the girl more and more. Speaking of her average strength, the main T and the deputy T are tired and get down. She is still like a okay person. Say that she is superb, from beginning to end, she hasn't seen her kill a few mobs. In general, the vitality is extremely tenacious, and the attack power is extremely low. Is it because of fear of death? All attribute points have increased physical strength. Yu Qingwen was silent unconsciously. She thought she guessed at random and might have guessed the truth. The armor kills 5 bats, picks up the dropped items and delivers them to Yunling. 2 copies of fangs, 1 copy of rice, 13 copper coins. No matter how small the mosquitoes are, they are still fleshy, so Yunling put them away one by one. Sitting on the ground and resting for 2 minutes, a female player suddenly screamed. Many people were frightened and turned their heads in surprise. What? The female player was panicked, and quickly stepped back in the direction of no one. Nothing, what's the matter? The teammates were puzzled. There is a monster. My health is declining. The female player was about to cry. The teammate looked left and right, but he didn't see where there was a problem. But the female player is not like lying. New wounds continued to appear on her body, and she suffered minor injuries within a short period of time. If you can't find the trace of the monster, I am afraid that it will become moderately traumatized immediately, and then severely injured. Just when everyone was puzzled, the 2 voices sounded almost at the same time. Shadow monster, hide in the shadow, attack with fire. Fire skill preparation, attack the shadow. Yunling and Lu Chuan met, then calmly staggered. For public beta players, dealing with shadow monster sneak attacks is a commonplace, not worth mentioning. Chapter 19 Store 2. Shadow. Everyone was taken aback. Someone lowered their heads subconsciously, but saw that the female player's shadow had horns on his head, with a weird appearance, and immediately shouted, "Look! Her shadow is strange." Saving people is important. Before his teammates had time to think about it, he picked up a wooden stick and slammed it on the shadow. The shadow split into 2, then merged together, looking unscathed. The blood volume has fallen again. It has fallen again. The female player panicked. It's all about using fire skills. Yunling said helplessly, physical attacks don't work, and non-fire spell skills won't work. Yanzhu. Ji Lingyun shot. Fireball. Meteor falling from the sky. At the same time, other players threw out their skills to save people. When the attack hit, the shadow monster screamed and turned into a plume of smoke. Yunling looked at the players of the law system, feeling very mixed. That's why the formation of the wild team is not good. There is no tacit understanding between each other and there is no cooperation at all. Originally, a single person could kill the monster, but the 3 of them shot together, wasting mana. It's okay. Seeing the female player was still undecided, the teammate quickly helped her. The female player volleyed, then her face turned pale, and she pulled her teammates and pleaded, "This trip is too dangerous. Let's go back." The teammate showed embarrassment and didn't say a word for a long time. Am I wrong? The female player was frightened just now, but she was relieved for a while, and finally broke out. It's been almost half an hour before I left the camp. How far did I leave the camp? It took less than 2 hours to take a break. I will never get to the store. Take a step back, what about entering the store? You have to clean up the mobs inside. When you get the supplies, you have to return to the camp with large and small bags. Yunling knew that this person had just checked the attribute panel and was frightened by the remaining blood volume, so he changed his mind. She was about to take out multigrain buns from her backpack and sell them to the other party. Unexpectedly, one person spoke first. Calm down. I have healing skills and can add blood to you. That's not okay. The injured female player was determined. I will definitely encounter more dangers next. Can you increase blood for me? Can you increase blood for 40 people? Is there so much mana? Ji Lingfeng showed an unhappy expression. He didn't try to persuade the female player, but looked at Wei Qing, the one who is in charge of you. Wei Qing. The team he is in is a loose organization and has always admired the freedom and equality of members. He is just the head of the team. What should I do? Without waiting for Wei Qing to speak, the female player said, no matter what other people think, I must go back. If the group leader disagrees, then first leave the group and then withdraw from the action. In other words, it is also a member of his group. Wei Qing persuaded a few words. You go back now, alone, isn't it dangerous? It's better to walk in the middle of the team and follow to the store. Who knows that the female player looked around and said loudly, it's still too late to look back. Who wants to go back to the camp together? Stand up quickly. You have to think clearly. You may die at any time if you follow along. Is material important or life important? People's hearts are floating. Not long after, the three stood up and said that they wanted to return to camp. After a while, another person walked out. He said that with his current strength, it was too difficult to reach the store, so he decided to give up. Who else? Ji Lingfeng's gaze was patrolling, his gaze as sharp as an eagle. Just stand up together. Yu Qingwen and Zheng Mingyue got together to talk in a low voice, looking up at Yunling from time to time. Don't worry about me. Yunling took the initiative. In any case, I pulled you here. Yu Qingwen showed a trace of guilt on her face. Nothing. Yunling said, I decided to come by myself, it has nothing to do with others. Zheng Mingyue pondered for a long time, and finally found the members and let them decide to stay. The risks and benefits coexist along the way. You may have a good harvest, or you may not be able to go back alive. What to do, decide for yourself. He said, since I promised the employer to go to the store, Qingwen and I will stay. We both stay. Yunling pointed at himself, then at the armor. The members hesitated and struggled. In the end, Wei Qing's team left 6 people, Zheng Mingyue's team left 4 people, and the remaining players were exactly 30 people. Although it is not as planned, reluctance can be regarded as a boost. Ji Lingfeng pursed his lips and gathered 10 foreign aides together to form a temporary team. Then he found a hidden corner and ordered everyone to rest for 15 minutes. Wei Qing stood against the wall, looked at Yunling, then at Lu Chuan, and asked curiously, how do you know that you need to use fire to deal with shadow monsters? Lu Chuan said, I have seen it before. Yunling's answer was extraordinarily perfunctory, guess it. Wei Qing looked at Yunling with a weird expression, but stopped talking. What's the matter? Yunling wondered. When I met you, you were already at the Lingyun camp. That was the first day of the game. Wei Qing held some words in her heart for too long, and at this moment she finally couldn't help but say it. Your name is Yunling, and the camp is called Lingyun. Compared to other players, I know too much. No matter what you think, there is an unspeakable sense of violation. Yunling smiled, my home is in a nearby residential building. Where can I go if I don't enter the Lingyun camp? My name is Yunling from the day I was born. Do I have to change my name because of a game? The online games in the world are much the same. If you play a lot, you will naturally have experience. Zheng Mingyue heard the conversation between the two and spoke to help. What's wrong with the name Yunling? Ji Lingfeng has a younger sister named Ji Lingyun. You can't prevent players from calling the same name just because the camp is called by this name. Furthermore, the game is new, and the name was chosen more than 20 years ago. Who hits whom? This is so reasonable. Wei Qing was speechless. Lu Chuan said, it's not that Yunling knows too much, but that others are too ignorant. Wei Qing. When is this? There is still free chat. Yu Qingwen directly changed the subject. All talk about each other. What is their career positioning? Being interrupted in this way, Wei Qing immediately forgot to struggle. He pricked his ears, concentrated, and listened carefully to the introduction of his temporary teammates. A temporary team of 10 people. Zheng Mingyue's team left 6 people, which are clearly Zheng Mingyue melee, Yuqingwen French, Yunling Tank, Armor Melee, Bai Chufan Tank, and Axiang Tank, Vice T. Wei Qing team left 4 people, namely Wei Qing Melee, Fong Delan Melee, Fong Deyang Melee, Lu Chuan Shooter. After the 10 people took turns to introduce Wei Qing side, the team configuration is not good. There are too many melee combat, too many tanks, too few legal systems, and too few long range. Yuqingwen seemed to sing against him deliberately. I think it's okay. Although the number of output is small, all of them are masters. As long as everyone cooperates well, it will not be a problem to arrive at the store. Yunling thought for a while, put down his backpack, took out the lunchbox. For the team, I can donate props. But afterwards, if someone kills monsters and drops materials, I will choose 20 pieces from it. What props are so expensive? Fong Delan just wanted to choke when he saw the attributes of the item, and swallowed it back. Name, Mixed Grain Mantu. Quality, Normal. Materials needed, cornmeal *1, flour *1. Use effect, basic recovery speed 1 point of life/minute, lasting 1 hour. Name, white porridge. Quality, normal. Materials needed, rice *1. Use effect, basic recovery speed 1 mana/minute, lasting 1 hour. 1 blood recovery and 1 blue recovery are the most urgently needed recovery items. Yun Ling, if you agree, give the props to the team for the most suitable person to use. I don't agree to pull it down, I will keep it for myself. She is a life player, no wonder she is not good at fighting. Yuqingwen suddenly reacted. I have no opinion. Zheng Mingyue took the lead in expressing his position. Then, Guard Armor, Yuqingwen, Bai Chufan, and Axiang all echoed. Those who agree are in the majority, so things are set. I have a need for the meat of Warcraft. If the monster is dropped, give it to me first. As he said, Lu Chuan also took out 2 pieces of roasted meat wrapped in lotus leaves from his pocket. Name, grilled chicken wings. Quality, normal. Materials needed, chicken wings *1. Use effect, 5 seconds to restore 10 points of life, power attribute temporarily 1, lasting 1 hour. Name, roasted rabbit meat. Quality, normal. Materials needed, rabbit meat *1. Use effect, temporary intelligence attribute 1, temporary mental attribute 1, lasts 1 hour. They are all rare good things. Other people say that recovery items are extremely rare. Wei Qing finally understood that although everyone is in the same world, they are not playing the same game. Can you add a barbecue to the gain state? Yuqingwen's eyes lit up. Of course you are willing to contribute. Zheng Mingyue said, isn't it a monster meat? No problem. The Guard Armor, Bai Chufan, and Axiang stood in line one after another. Most people agreed, and the proposal was passed again. Wei Qing. Although he doesn't intend to oppose it, can it be considered a hooliganism because of more people? After thinking, the rest time was over, and a group of 30 people went on the road again. Chapter 20 Store 3. With fewer entourages, it stands to reason that the speed of travel is slower and the fight will be more difficult. However, in fact, not only was everyone unaffected by the attrition, their moving speed was even vaguely faster than before by 2 points. At the corner of the street, Ji Lingfeng resisted the 6 monsters on his own. Judging from his appearance, it seems that he has spare power. Melee players surround themselves, waiting for an opportunity to start. The archer shoots arrows one after another, and the mage produces crazy output. After a while, the monster fell to the ground. Continue. As soon as the voice fell, Ji Lingfeng strode away, leading the way. Purple armor, purple belt, purple shield, is this the legendary European emperor? Yun Ling thought. Together with the armor, she killed a lot of strangers these days. Throw all the explosive equipment that can be worn to the armor, and leave the unwearable in the warehouse, waiting to be given to Guard B and Guard C in the future. She also wanted to upgrade the equipment and change the shotgun, but unfortunately all the white outfits were released, and there was no blue outfit, which could not be replaced. This dispelled the idea. It's a familiar team, and the cooperation is quite tacit. Yuqingwen muttered in a low voice, while the blame should be carried, the output of the output should not be contested or grabbed, and the division of labor is clear. It should have been specially run in. Zheng Mingyue guessed, it is difficult to have such a high degree of cooperation without going through more than a dozen battles. Upon hearing this, Yuqingwen sighed heavily, From the beginning of the game, we were trapped with the team members. Why didn't we develop this degree of cooperation? Zheng Mingyue lowered his voice. The foundation is different. Look carefully, those few melees have obviously been practiced, and the fighting posture is different from others. Yu Qingwen secretly observed and found that it was so. Several melee players acted cleanly and straight to the point, like professionals. No wonder you can return to camp with a monster attack in the middle of the night. No wonder it dared to organize manpower to return to the store. No wonder no member left the team just now. Yu Qingwen suddenly realized. 10 minutes passed in a flash, and it was Yunling's turn and the others to go ahead and set the way. Because it is a temporary team, there is no cooperation at all, everyone simply agrees to play freely. No matter what action is taken, it is a good thing to be able to kill the monster. No words all the way. After walking for about 2 minutes, there was a loud bang not far away. Wei Qing held the knife subconsciously. Following the prestige, only one shop was turned into ruins. Several weird-looking beasts flicked their tails while gulping at the reinforced concrete. It's better to grab the first offense than to be beaten passively. Wei Qing was thinking about it, but listened to Lu Chuan. Don't pay attention, just go. How does this work? Xiang frowned. Monsters have a keen sense of smell and will surely discover our whereabouts. When the time comes, they will take the initiative to attack, and the fight will only be more difficult. This is an earth-burrowing beast, not interested in humans. Even if you stand in front of it, it doesn't bother to care about you. Lu Chuan said. How do you know? Wei Qing asked with a grimace. Lu Chuan glanced at Wei Qing and said nothing. Don't say it when it's all right. Wei Qing said in his heart that the answer was either, I have seen it before, or other people don't know if they are ignorant. He didn't want to listen. Skip the inquiry and go directly to the next link. For safety's sake, it's better for someone to try first. Who wants to? Bai Chufan looked at the giant beasts, unavoidably a trace of fear in his heart. When the team moves forward together, he will have no opinion. Let him leave the team and step forward alone, that won't work. But if this live tank doesn't do it, do you count on others? How about I and Xiang? Bai Chufan just wanted to say that the two tanks were on the road together to investigate the situation. In the next second, Yunling left the team and walked past several giant beasts. As Lu Chuan said, the burrowing beast concentrates on eating and does not care about the outside world. Let's go. Confirming that the burrowing beast will not take the initiative to attack, the players speed up their pace and drift away. Stop and go all the way, the speed of travel is slow. At 9:35, the team arrived at the store. Because everyone is in good condition, they don't take breaks and enter directly. Before departure, Yu Hui explained the situation to everyone. Currently the store is occupied by a group of praying mantises. They are about half a person tall, their forearms are like blades, they move extremely fast, and their figures are like ghosts. If you don't pay attention, the carotid artery will be opened by the blade. What's the weakness? Wei Qing asked bluntly. Offensive is high and defense is low, blood volume is average. Yu Wei's face was solemn, and he said word by word, remember, once you are attacked, you must not run away in a hurry, but immediately counterattack. Kill the mobs and you will be safe. Repeatedly urged to make sure that everyone had remembered. 30 people held their breaths, their nerves tense, and moved carefully step by step. The store is terribly quiet. Except for 30 players, there seemed to be no other creatures around. Entering from the entrance, passing through the shelves, I saw a dazzling array of goods. Biscuits, cakes, bread, milk, chocolate, mineral water, instant noodles, all kinds of materials. Fong Delin's throat tightened, and immediately couldn't bear it. He tore open the ham sausage and started to eat. The silence around was terrible, and the chewing sound sounded exceptionally clear. Many players heard the sound and couldn't help but stop and watch. Brother Fong Deyang was extremely embarrassed. He tugged his brother's arm and motioned for him to converge. We rushed to the store desperately to stutter. Fong Delin didn't care. Now that a large number of supplies are in front of us, what are you waiting for? The packing that should be packed, the handling that should be moved, hurry up and move. Stay in formation. Always be vigilant. Yu Hui sternly shouted when someone in the team was moved. It's okay to clear the mobs first, but you call out the mobs. Fong Delin looked left and right, and was surprised that a praying mantis hadn't seen it. He guessed that the monster had already left, so he dared to eat and drink swayingly here. Yu Wei pursed his lips and said nothing. In fact, the two people spoke in a low voice. According to past experience, the mobs will actively pursue them when they hear the sound. But now, there was no movement at all. Is it true that the praying mantis that dominates the store is gone? Unconsciously, a minute passed. Yu Wei's expression changed and it was difficult to make a choice. I haven't moved for so long, it seems that the monster has really gone. Ji Lingfeng said lightly, a team of 10 people, collect supplies separately. Be careful, don't be too far away, call for help whenever you have anything. Ling Feng. Yu Hui snorted, his expression quite disapproving. Uncle Yu, there are no monsters in the store now. Ji Lingfeng calmly said, although I don't know what's going on, the opportunity is rare. We have to hurry up and bring the supplies back to camp. Yu Hui thought about this, so he sighed and stopped insisting. Seeing Ji Lingfeng agree with his point of view, Fang Delin was overjoyed immediately. What are you doing in a daze? Why don't you push the cart to load supplies? Hearing that, the players wake up like a dream and start to take action. Next, everyone vividly demonstrated what sweeping goods means. Push the trolley from one end of the shelf to the other. During this time, the palm is gently pushed, and all the goods on the shelf are swept into the trolley in the blink of an eye. One shelf is emptied, followed by the next. Yunling ordered the armor to push the trolley to sweep small, lightweight, and long shelf-life foods such as canned meat, chocolate, candy, biscuits, etc., and ran to the grain area to fill the rice as much as possible. Originally staple food and drinking water were the most needed materials, but with the further transformation of the game, the river is clear and the water is sweet, and it can be used as drinking water. Therefore, Yunling simply gave up transporting mineral water, and all 4 compartments of the linen backpack were filled with grain. Packed everything that can be loaded, but only filled 3 grids, a total of 191 bags of rice. Others have either been opened, or the packaging is damaged, or they are of different brands. Yunling circled the food area a few times, and finally decided that there was only 1 grid left for corn. It is a kind of sweet waxy corn, 10 sticks in a box, the sticks are vacuum-packed, and the shelf life is extremely long. With a rough glance, the boxes are stacked several layers, at least 50 boxes. It would be great if only 99 boxes could be made up. Yunling thought to herself, this is called making full use of the storage space of the backpack. It's a pity that only 65 boxes are installed after all. Not bad. Yunling comforted herself, the corn is full, and 65 boxes can be eaten for a long time. Because of the fruitful harvest, she was in a very good mood and her footsteps were particularly brisk. Back next to the shelf, the Tenman team only left Wei Qing, guard armor, and Fang Deyang. Yunling couldn't help wondering, where did the others go? Wei Qing replied in a dark face, how did you leave the team? How did they sneak away? One sentence expresses endless sadness. In Wei Qing's view, no matter what the current situation is, 10 people should get together and act together. Unexpectedly, one turn, the team members lose half. Looking back again, there were only 2 or 3 kittens left in the team. Where did the others go? Wei Qing also wants to know. Yunling said indifferently, they are all adults and can't be lost. Wei Qing. Stomachache. Never want to team up with these guys anymore. Chapter 21 Boss. In the store, wrapping paper, scraps of clothes, and vegetable leaves were scattered all over the floor. The dark red blood was printed on the snow-white floor tiles, which looked quite dazzling. Pots and pans are stacked in the sink, waiting to be cleaned. The more I looked at the familiar surroundings, the more Yue recalled the fierce battle when he left, and couldn't help closing his eyes. I made a list before departure, and collected materials according to the contents listed on the list. Ji Lingfeng said in a deep voice, fast. After 20 minutes, whether there is a collection or not, you have to leave. Yes. The team members all responded, and then moved quickly. What about me? What should I do? Ji Lingyun asked excitedly. Ji Lingfeng asked, you stay with them, don't make trouble. It won't cause chaos. Ji Lingyun murmured and ran over to help. Uncle Yu. Ji Lingfeng whispered. Yu Wei didn't know what he was thinking, and his expression was a little dazed. Was suddenly awakened by such a cry. He settled down and said softly, come with me. The two left the team silently and walked away for a while before entering the staff lounge. Yu Wei took out the key from the drawer, unlocked the lock on the cabinet, and took out several suitcases packed in shopping bags. The box opened, filled with golden jewelry, and the room inning was full of brilliance. Ji Lingfeng took a piece of gold jewelry and looked at it carefully. After a while, he asked, "What are the products sold in nearby gold shops?" "Yes." Yu Wei nodded slightly. "It happened so suddenly that all the shop assistants died. I found a time to put the goods away." "It's Uncle Yu." Ji Lingfeng sighed lightly. When panic, most people only know how to store water and food, but they don't know how to plan ahead after the disaster is over. With these gold ornaments, once the order returns to normal, even if the house is destroyed, it will be able to make a comeback soon. I just like to do two-handed preparation for everything. Yu Wei didn't take credit. The game starts suddenly, who knows if it will end suddenly. If you have money and food, you can deal with it calmly no matter what happens afterwards. What Uncle Yu said is that I think so too. Looking at his watch, Ji Lingfeng reminded him euphemistically, "It's getting late, let's leave now." Good. The two carried packages on their backs and left the lounge one after the other. Fang Delin is the legendary, simple mind, and developed limbs. The situation is unknown, the team members are cautious, but he is the only one who eats and drinks. When we were divided into teams of 10, before Wei Qing had time to tell everyone to be careful and don't go away, he ran away without a trace. Originally, no matter why there are no mobs. The store is currently safe. Just know this. The rest is not important. Fang Delin pushed the cart, as if stepping on a hot wheel, and soon came to the refrigerated food area. Now is the fourth day of the game. If there is no electricity, the refrigerated food may have rotted. Fortunately, the store is still powered and the freezer is still running. Fatty beef rolls, fat lamb rolls, steaks, chicken legs, Fonlin put a lot of them in the cart. I haven't eaten meat for a few days, now I can finally have a good time. When the pretense was on the rise, a spider leg penetrated his chest. Pattern. With weak hands, the boxed sheep rolls fell immediately. Fang Delin vomited a mouthful of blood and turned his head in disbelief. I saw a spider more than 2 meters tall who did not know when to appear behind him. A line of text above his head, Isabella. Looking at him at the moment, as if he looked at frozen meat. A mouthful of venom spewed out, hitting Delin's left leg in the center, causing high damage. At the same time, the system prompts, "You are in a negative state, poisoned, your health is -2 per second for 5 seconds. At the last moment of his life, Fang Delin had only one thought in his mind in horror movies: the person who had always been alone was the first to have an accident. Why would he not want to leave the team? You, go get cotton for laundry. You, find lighters, refined salt, toothpaste, soap, towels and other daily necessities. You, find silk quilts. You guys, carry instant noodles and canned food, take as much as you have." Everyone moved in an orderly manner, collecting supplies including but not limited to food. This is because no one knows how long the disaster will last. It is better to prepare in advance than to find it when you need it. As time passed by, the trolleys gradually became full. Although the team members are separated, they are not far away from each other, and they can rescue by shouting. Seeing that the appointed time was approaching, the team members accelerated their movements and planned to end the expedition. At this moment, a shrill scream sounded, "Enemy attack!" The team members heard the call and immediately ran to support. I saw a white cobweb enveloping the 3 of them, 2 of them were unconscious, and the other shouted, "The monster has a name, this is a boss." Everyone was secretly surprised. Some of them had met a boss before, it was really cruel, and there were countless deaths and injuries during the fight. But once the monster is killed, the reward is really rich. Ji Lingfeng's purple armor and purple belt were dropped after killing the boss. "We are crowded, don't be afraid, let's go together." As soon as the voice fell, 5 melee personnel rushed out with sticks. "The tank is not there, why did the group start?" One person stopped it quickly. "It's a pity to say it late." The melee player and the boss fought together, and unless one of them died, even if they wanted to retreat, the other side would not let them go. "Help! Since you can't leave, you can only bite the bullet." Immediately someone commanded the remote output, and went to help in close combat. And he himself used the blue tang knife to split the spider web and rescue the trapped personnel. "It's useless, they are all dead." The only survivor trembled lightly and shivered as he spoke. "The boss hid on the ceiling and trapped us with a spider web as soon as he hit a face. The web is sticky. We are trapped in it and we have nowhere to hide. The rescuer's name was Manhwa. Seeing that this man was still undecided, he seemed to have lost his fighting power, so he sent him out for help, and it was best to call everyone else. Immediately afterwards, Manhwa took Tang Dao and joined the battle. "Where have you been?" Wei Qing asked with a black face when his teammates returned one after another. Yu Qingwen didn't care, everyone has different needs, so we went to collect supplies elsewhere. Zheng Mingyue said, "It's fine anyway. Pack up and prepare to leave." Fang Diyang furrowed his brows. "Wait a minute, my brother doesn't know where he is going, he hasn't come back yet." Looking at her watch, Yu Qingwen thought, "It's almost time for the meeting, so I should be back anyway. Could it be an accident?" Without waiting to think about it, one person rushed over, "Come and help. There is a big spider in the store." Everyone. Wei Qing was very puzzled. Isn't that there might be a praying mantis? How did it become a spider? Lu Encyclopedia Chuan replied, "Blade mantis is on the recipe of shadow spider. If it didn't evacuate spontaneously, it would have been eaten." In the next second, the men urged, "Boss will drop the purple outfit, come and fight the boss. Go. Everyone, you look at me, I look at you, and you can't make up your mind for a while. The materials have been obtained, the initial goal of this journey has been completed, there is no need to continue to take risks. Boss will drop a purple outfit after death, which sounds very tempting. But before killing the monster, no one knows how many lives will be filled in, and it is not impossible for the group to be destroyed. I'll go." Hearing that there is a boss in the store, Fang Diyang had a bad feeling in his heart almost instantly. "I am afraid that the younger brother is already ill-advised. As the elder brother, the only thing he can do is to avenge him. I'll go too." Yunling actively signed up. "Add me," Lu Chuan said. "I'm going with Qingwen too," Zheng Mingyue said. Among the 9 people, 5 have reached an agreement. Wei Qing broke the jar and said, "Let's go." Unconsciously, 3 more fell. Ji Lingyun couldn't tell the panic. What's wrong with this strange? Why does it return blood after hitting it? He was besieged by the crowd before and was clearly injured. After killing the 3, the injuries gradually improved, not to mention, they became more and more brutal. "Miss, shall we retreat?" One of them approached Ji Lingyun and suggested in a low voice. As soon as this word came out, the others were full of expectation. Ji Lingyun was silent. She went out for the first time. How did she know that the battle should be retired at this time? She also counts on others to be the masters, who knows that others came to ask her specifically. "Where is my brother? Where is Uncle Yu?" Ji Lingyun asked anxiously. "I don't know where I went." The man was helpless. If Ji Lingfeng and Yu Hui were present, they would have obeyed orders. It's great now, there is no one who can make up his mind. A group of people lost their backbone and immediately panicked and at a loss. Some people want to go, some want to fight, but opinions differ. Everyone is like a mess, and the cooperation is not as good as before. Asking Ji Lingyun's opinion at this moment does not think she is capable. It's just in case someone makes a wrong decision. Ji Lingyun, weak, hopeless, helpless. Ji Lingyun, would you like to toss a coin to decide? After hesitating, another person was hit by the venom. The priest just wanted to add blood, but he was entangled in a spider web. By the time they get out of trouble, the member has died. There were a total of 18 people, of which 6 people were killed in battle, and the battle damage ratio was as high as 33.3%. Seeing that the members were split in heart and guts, and had no intention to fight, Ji Lingyun had to give an order, "Stop fighting, let's go." Chapter 22 Hunt. Yunling and his party hurried to help out. Unexpectedly, halfway through, more than a dozen familiar faces beat and retreated. Wei Qing. What else is this hitting? Or retreat together? Since they want to leave, let's help steer the blame away. Lu Chuan made a decisive decision. Yunling said, "Those who want to fight the boss will follow, and those who want to return to the camp will go with them." After that, one person draws a bow and shoots an arrow, while the other raises a shield to rush forward, attracting the boss's attention. The spider leg stabbed out and stuck to the shield. Zhen Yunling's hand hurt. She held the shield in her right hand and the dagger in her left hand, and made a violent mark on the spider's leg. Name, Fangs. Quality, sophisticated. Wearing effect, strength 4. It is one of her only 2 blue outfits. The dagger was slashed, the spider's leg was injured, and the blood flow continued. The guard armor approached at the right time and waved the stick, which happened to hit the injured part of the spider's leg. The spider uttered a mournful cry. At this moment, the bursting arrow hit the chest and burst open. The spider's eyes were damaged, and he was immediately irritated. It moved its 8 feet together and quickly walked towards Yunling and Lu Chuan. "Run!" Yunling said as he led the boss to the corner. The armor and Lu Chuan moved quickly. Fang Deyang pressed his lips tightly and followed without a word. Zheng Mingyue and Yu Qingwen exchanged glances, and then quickly followed. What else can Wei Qin, Bai Chufan, and A Xiang do? Of course follow. The spider was led to the corner, and the beating officially began. Yunling took the lead and took the lead. The guard armor wandered around, waiting for an opportunity to attack. One arrow after another, Lu Chuan barely stopped. Yu Qingwen arrived, first added a shield to Yunling, and then attacked with missiles. Zheng Mingyue, Fang Deyang, Wei Qin, Bai Chufan, and A Xiang were all in close combat, and they all stepped forward to attack. Bai Chufan retired and ate buns with mixed grains. Yu Qingwen retired and drank porridge and ate roasted rabbit meat. Lu Chuan commanded unceremoniously. "What about the boss?" Yu Qingwen shouted. "It doesn't sound serious at all to eat and drink in the middle of the fight." Lu Chuan drew an arrow from the orange quiver. After shooting it, the spider was frozen into an ice lump. Yu Qingwen. As a shooter, how come he has more control skills than her mage? With one hit, Lu Chuan ate a piece of barbecue first regardless of the others. Name: crispy chicken chop. Quality: sophisticated. Ingredients needed: raw chicken chop *1. Use effect: 5 seconds to restore 20 points of life, power attribute temporarily 4, lasting 1 hour. Yunling finished a multi-grain steamed bun in 2 bites, and then used a simple bandage to increase his health. Bai Chufan hesitated. Wei Qin threw out the multi-grain buns and shouted, "Do as Lu Chuan said." Bai Chufan caught it and ate the steamed bun. On the other hand, Yu Qingwen ate rabbit meat and white porridge in a hurry, with temporary intelligence attribute 1, temporary mental attribute 1, and basic recovery speed of 1 mana per minute, which is full of confidence. She threw out the poisonous fog and missiles, and wanted to show off her skills. Unexpectedly, the next second, Lu Chuan unhappy reminded, the shadow spider has a high poison resistance, and the poisonous fog is useless to it. Save some blue, and use shields and missiles. Shields and missiles are both C-level, and poisonous mist is A-level skills. The highest level skills are not allowed to be used. It's really, let's have nothing to say. Yu Qingwen smashed out the missile angrily and listened to her advice. While shooting arrows, Lu Chuan introduced to everyone, shadow spiders generally have 4 skills. The group control skill spider web can trap people. The single attack skill venom has extremely high damage. The passive skill runaway increases the movement speed by 100% for 10 seconds. Passive skill swallow, every time a player is killed, 15% HP will be restored. Retreat when the blood volume is low, don't hold on. Try to delay the time to kill the boss. Wei Qin, is this a peek at the monster illustration book beforehand? Or is the game developed by your family? How can you report all the boss information so skillfully? He was slandered and slandered. Holding the blue well-equipped steel knife, he often slashed at the boss. The spider ate pain, roared furiously, and spewed its web. Wei Qin just wanted to retreat, but an arrow passed by and shot at the spider web. In the next second, the spider web burned and turned into ashes. Wei Qin was extremely surprised and couldn't help but glanced at Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan was composed and continued to shoot his arrows. Burst, freeze, burn, penetrate, a variety of special effects take turns. The scene is completely controlled by Lu Chuan. The boss's blood volume is flying down, but the players are more energetic. Looking at the endless special effects arrows one after another, Yunling inadvertently remembered one thing. Her archer friend once told her that the purple quiver arrow has a 20% chance of being attached to a special effect after it is generated. In order to have more special effect arrows, there is such an operation: shoot the ordinary arrows, leaving the special effect arrows, so that there are about 20% of the special effect arrows in the newly generated arrows. Repeat this operation several times to fill the quiver with special effect arrows. Yunling thought to herself that Lu Chuan had probably screened it specifically, so the number of special effect arrows was so amazing that he directly stunned the boss. Everyone worked together and cooperated sincerely, and the boss soon died. Subsequently, the item exploded all over the place. Copper coin *106, spider silk *12, venom, purple soft armor, blue staff, blue longbow, blue wristband, blue ring, white boots, white belt *2, white ring, crystal, blue skill card *2. The dropped items are so dazzling. Who killed the boss? Wei Qing asked. Although the team is formed, this is a voluntary action by the players and has not been notarized by the system. In theory, they are still individuals. Whoever completes the final blow will have the item dropped. It should be me. Lu Chuan stood up and tried to pick up the spider silk. Sure enough, there was no hindrance, and the materials were successfully obtained. 9 people worked hard to kill the boss, but the result was swallowed by one person. For a while, the atmosphere was dull and terrible. Fortunately, Lu Chuan didn't have the idea of eating alone. Everyone has worked hard to fight the boss. How about the split? As soon as these words came out, several people's expressions eased. Yu Qingwen shook her head. Equal splitting is unfair to you, just distribute according to your contribution. You pick 2 first. She knew in her heart that without Lu Chuan, the boss would not be able to fight, not to mention that her own side would also lose the manpower, so she was extraordinarily generous. Lu Chuan, I want purple outfits and crystals. Others have no objection. The second choice is Yunling. Because Bai Chufan and Xiang's health declined, and when they couldn't eat to retreat, she was alone in the forefront, not retreating. After pondering for a moment, Yunling said, I want copper coins, spider silk, and venom. Hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Regardless of what Yunling asked for, it was actually useless. Copper coins are important, but not only the boss drops, but also mobs can be spawned. Spider silk is a material. I said it when I provided recovery props. You can choose 20 pieces of material from Yunling. As for the venom, one serving can apply the dagger 3 times, each time adding 5 points of attack for half an hour. The effect is good, but it can only stop there. This thing is a consumable after all, and it's gone when it's used up. However, equipment and skill cards can permanently enhance the player's combat effectiveness. Therefore, teammates feel that Yunling is kind. However, in fact, Yunling believes that what he has picked are the most practical items currently, and the others are not needed for the time being. For example, the blue outfit is good or not, and the attributes that she needs are not added, so it's not as good as the white outfit on her body. It's Yu Qingwen's turn. I want a staff. Everyone has no objections. Afterwards, each member gets a piece of blue quality equipment/skills. As a member of the team, the armor was assigned to the blue bracer. Wei Qing has a unique style and voluntarily chose a white belt, white ring, and white boots. He said so. At the beginning of the game, 6 equipment slots were not filled, and there was no difference between 1 blue outfit and 3 white outfits. The 3 white outfits have more superimposed attributes, more symmetrical enhancement of abilities, stronger survivability, and more appropriate. Choosing blue outfits pay more attention to the future. In the future, the equipment will be upgraded, and all low-level white outfits will be replaced, and the blue outfits will not need to be replaced, which will undoubtedly save a lot of trouble. The items were divided up, leaving only a white belt. With the help of Yu Qingwen, the equipment was handed over to Yunling, which was regarded as compensation. Yunling didn't refuse, and just held it to her. Anyway, even if she doesn't use it, she can still throw it to Guard B and Guard C in the future. Fighting monsters side by side, sharing the spoils in harmony, and the atmosphere is immediately harmonious. Wei Qing was beaming, the monster is over, and the trolley is full, let's go back. Fang Deyang said coldly, I want to walk around and find my brother. Wei Qing was startled slightly, in case there are other monsters in the store. No. Yunling shook his head, boss is very domain aware. In its territory, no mobs of other races are allowed. Lu Chuan also said, boss was killed, and the store is completely safe. Anyway, the return journey is difficult. It's not a short while, why don't you find someone for him? Yu Qingwen suggested. The teammates agreed. Everyone moved to find Fang Delin separately, and quickly searched every corner of the store. Chapter 23 Showdown. Name, Soft Armor. Quality, Rare. Wearing effect, Physical Strength 10. Special effects, minus 20% damage received. Name, Enchanted Crystal. material usage, can be used to enchant equipment. Lu Chuan said silently in his heart, use the intermediate enchanting skill. In the next second, the crystals turned into powder and scattered evenly on the soft armor. The system prompts, the enchantment is successful. Do you want to view the new attributes? Lu Chuan clicked, yes. I saw the panel display. Name, soft armor, enchanted. Quality, rare. Wearing effect, physical strength 10. Special effects, minus 20% damage received. Enchanting effect, stamina 5. In this way, the purple outfit is still in name, but the wearing effect is almost comparable to that of inferior orange outfits. Lu Chuan looked at it for a moment, and put it away with satisfaction. In fact, the success of enchanting is pure fluke. For the primary enchanting skills, 80% of the enchanting may fail, and 20% of the enchanting may succeed. For intermediate enchanting skills, 50% of the enchantment may fail, and 50% of the enchantment may succeed. Once it fails, the enchanting material, crystal, is automatically destroyed. If the same piece of equipment fails to enchant more than 3 times, the equipment is automatically destroyed. It is very lucky to be able to enchant successfully at one time. Lu Chuan's gaze was patrolling, and he quickly decided on his direction and strode away. Yunling was helping Fang Deyang find someone, and suddenly a voice rang, send you. Yunling, ? Lu Chuan threw the soft armor, and she subconsciously caught it. After seeing the equipment attributes, he was shocked, enchant skills. N. Lu Chuan answered casually, and then planned to leave. Wait. Yunling couldn't laugh or cry. You don't have good defensive equipment yourself. Why do you send me? Return the favor. Lu Chuan said earnestly. When is the favor owed? Isn't it cleared up? Yunling looked blank. But Lu Chuan looked at her, a little strange, isn't he a survivor of the open beta? Why don't you even have an orange outfit? Choose from 3 of the 4 customs clearance rewards. What did you choose? Yunling's expression changed, and for a long time he made up his mind and explained truthfully, Lord Token, life skill level retention, S-level skill, nature's heart. Lu Chuan. Lord Token. Yunling, Lingyun. In an instant, he reacted, you built the Lingyun camp. Yes. Yunling admitted. Seeing Lu Chuan was very surprised, she was puzzled instead. Wei Qing suspected it, haven't you doubted it? Lu Chuan, I have only seen system camps and never seen player camps. Of course I don't think about that. Have you never seen the Lord Token? Yunling was even more puzzled. No. Lu Chuan replied, choose 3 of the 4 customs clearance rewards, which are life skill level retention, S-level skill blood sucking, S-level orange dragon quiver, S-level orange keel bow. I have intermediate enchantment, advanced barbecue skills, the first must be selected. For archers, blood sucking is an essential skill, so it must be selected. The basic damage of the keel bow is super high, and the dragon quiver can automatically generate special effects arrows. I think frozen arrows, burst arrows, and penetrating arrows are good for controlling the field. They are suitable for different situations, so I choose a quiver. It turned out to be so. After thinking about it, Yunling asked again, you really didn't doubt it once? Although you have thought about covering up, sometimes you always fail to take care of it and show your feet. Lu Chuan, for example. Yunling, for the construction of the camp, I have different preferences for various materials than ordinary people. Lu Chuan said indifferently, there are collection tasks in the task hall. Seeing you are keen on collecting materials, normal people will think that you are doing tasks and earning copper coins. In the camp, I alone can enter the warehouse. There are very few who can enter the warehouse, not to mention that it is the early stage of the game. It is completely possible that you are the only one who completes special tasks and obtains access qualifications. While speaking, Yunling found that she didn't seem to be as suspicious as she thought. In my opinion, you are just lucky enough to complete some special tasks, so you have privileges in the camp. Lu Chuan calmly analyzed, Wei Qing finds it strange, more because we are public beta players, knowing that others don't know in advance. Common sense of games. That's good. Yunling breathed a sigh of relief. After hearing Wei Qing's question, she almost thought that she would lose her horse. Why conceal it? Lu Chuan didn't understand. You won't lose any if you know your identity. Yunling was helpless. The territory to unlock the buildings is limited, and the player's needs are unlimited. During the public beta period, I often heard people nagging about why the system camp didn't unlock this building, why didn't it unlock that building. When people know that I am a lord, life will not go by. There must be players actively suggesting that it is not beneficial to others, and is dedicated to self-interest. It is best to serve him alone in the entire camp. Lu Chuan was dumb. He had heard of similar things. Some camps and subway smith shops are particularly high level, some camps specialize in providing high-quality protective equipment, and some camps specialize in the production of restoration props. Each camp has its own advantages and disadvantages. Which territory to live in depends on the player's personal choice. The game clearly allows players to make a choice, but some people think it is not good, or it is too bad. In the end, all the territories were spicy chicken, and none was satisfactory. Some people joke that the territory created by the system can no longer satisfy players. Or simply let these people create their own territories to meet individual needs. Except for Yunling, it is unclear whether there are other Lord players in the game. Even if there is, it won't be too much. After thinking about it, Lu Chuan slowly said, hiding behind the scenes and controlling it in secret is also a good way to play. Yunling looked at Lu Chuan more and more pleasingly. I think so too. I don't intend to interfere with the development of the camp, I just want to know the next plan. Lu Chuan said. Upgrading the village in 2 days, unlocking the residence in 3 days, and unlocking the restaurant in 5 days. Yunling replied without hesitation. Okay. Lu Chuan nodded. In this way, I can become an official resident of Lingyun camp with peace of mind. At the beginning of the game, saving money was not easy. Weapons, armors, restoration items, and temporary resident status are everywhere where money is spent. In addition, a city often has dozens of system camps. These camps have their own characteristics, and some do not even take the usual path. Which one of the players to choose as a foothold in the end needs to be carefully considered. If he rashly becomes an official resident of Lingyun camp and meets a better and more suitable camp in the future, he must give up his official resident status of Lingyun camp, and then pay again to become an official resident of other camps. This is a waste of money. Therefore, even if the amount was sufficient before, Lu Chuan only purchased temporary resident status. Now that the Lingyun camp is owned by Yunling and the development of the camp is guaranteed, he can finally join with confidence. Ji Lingfeng and Yu Hui returned the same way, but the corpse was lying on the back, and no living person could be seen. Ji Lingfeng felt tight. Where are they? Where is Ling Yun? Looking at the traces, I went in that direction. Yu Hui looked down and came to a conclusion after a moment. Chasing. Ji Lingfeng rushed over without saying a word. It took more than 10 minutes to find someone in the wrong way. Brother. Where did you go? Seeing his relatives, Ji Lingyun's nose sore, and he almost cried. I found something strange, so I went to investigate the situation with Uncle Yu. Ji Lingfeng fooled around and asked, what's wrong with you? There is a boss in the store. A very big spider, killing several players in a row. Ji Lingyun cried, I see that they are really no match, so I can only order a retreat. Boss. Ji Lingfeng was surprised. Where is it? I don't know. Ji Lingyun shook his head. I saw Wei Qing leading the team to take the initiative to fight, so I took the opportunity to drive away. You. How can you give the boss to someone else? Ji Lingfeng was angrily and anxiously, and turned to ask his subordinate Manhwa. She didn't see clearly. How about you? She didn't see clearly either. This remark is quite condemning. Manhwa hurriedly said, I paid special attention to it, and I went in that direction. Under his leadership, the group hurried to find the boss. Unfortunately, the battle was over at this time. Except for the wreckage of the boss, there is nothing else on the ground. With the soft armor in hand, Yunling took off the belt and replaced the purple outfit. Then separated from Lu Chuan and continued searching. Before long, Yi Qingwen found someone in the frozen food section. Fang Delin fell weakly on the freezer, the frozen food fell to the ground, and 2 pieces of white equipment exploded in the air. Yi Qingwen didn't even touch her, so she called the team members directly. Delin. Fang Deyang shouted hoarsely. Wei Qing patted him on the shoulder for comfort. Since the person has been found, let's look at it. It's a bit hard to say, all of them live on the tip of a knife, and they may not be the next one. Fang Deyang hid his face and cried bitterly, and it took a while to calm down. He endured his grief and picked up equipment. One is left for her own use, and the other is forwarded to Yu Qingwen. Then his voice was hoarse, pretending to be strong. I'm fine, let's go back to camp. What about your brother? Wei Qing asked. No way, no control. Fang Deyang closed his eyes. This trip was originally to search for supplies. Bring him, you can't get the supplies, and the battle is not convenient. Anyway, the system will refresh, just, so be it. After speaking, he lowered his head, burst into tears, and left quickly. Chapter 24 Official Resident. The survivors meet. Ji Lingfeng calmed his face, his voice seemed to be quenched by ice slag. I heard you took the boss away. Wei Qing raised a kind smile. Yes, when everyone is most in distress, we stepped forward and led away the boss. Before Ji Lingfeng could reply, he added, as a foreign aid, these should be done, you are welcome. Ji Lingfeng was so depressed that he vomited blood. Where did he come to thank you? Obviously, it is here to find the fault. To make things harder to say, Wei Qing and others' behavior is to grab the boss. In addition, the team is downsizing substantially, and the remaining people must be armed so that the overall strength will not drop too much. Can Wei Qing? The opening is, we are arguing but to save people, and, don't be too grateful, and instantly rationalize their behavior. Now that everyone is there, let's go back. Our side has been downsizing severely, but the other side is unscathed, which shows that it is not a good crop. After several thoughts, Ji Lingfeng still did not choose to rely on more people. He had a dark face and said nothing, and strode out. The parking lot is mostly empty, but there are still several cars. When passing by, someone's eyes lit up. I will unlock. Shall we drive away? Everyone looked sideways, and they murmured in their hearts. Before the game started, what did this person do? How to open the lock? No. Yu Wei hurriedly stopped. What's the matter? The man was puzzled. Is it inconvenient to have a large bag or a trolley in his hand? Driving is different. Throw things in the rear compartment, step on the accelerator, and keep it for 20 minutes. You can go back when you arrive. It's also possible that it won't take long to drive out, Yu Wei said in a vicissitudes of life. When I was stationed at the store, I saw 7 or 8 teams drive away. It didn't take long to walk out of the store, but they were all spotted by monsters. In the end, the car door didn't come out and they died. The worst time, a mammoth more than 20 meters long charged, trampled, and crushed it with people and cars. There is no wind everywhere, but a chill suddenly rises in the heart of those who want to unlock. He trembled in his voice, in other words, the driving is too loud. Not only will it not help, but it will cause the group to die. Yu Hui, you can understand that. While talking, I was thinking in my heart that it may also be the game settings, and players are not allowed to use modern equipment. Speaking of this, the man completely put out his thoughts. Let's go back. Afterwards, a group of people filed out and rushed. The return journey is much harder than it was when I went. Even if the strength is increased, even if there are recovery items, even if the cooperation is better than before, there are still members who die one after another. Just after 1 p.m., Ji Lingfeng and his party finally arrived at Lingyun camp. Only 40 people left the team when they started, 10 people left the team halfway, and only 19 people left when they returned. After a few simple exchanges, the team members dispersed and rested. On the way back, Xiang was careless for a while, was besieged by monsters, and died tragically. Your teammate was killed in front of her, and Yu Qingwen was indescribably irritable. In addition, there were too many battles, and the tiredness surged, so she didn't care much and went to rest. The team members said goodbye one by one and acted separately. Yunling walked a few steps with the armor, but Wei Qing called out. What's the matter? After talking to Lu Chuan, Yunling was full of confidence and calm. Wei Qing said with an apologetic expression, I mentioned the sense of violation before, not because I wanted to ask questions, but because I was really curious. If you are willing to answer, I am very happy. If you don't want to answer, I won't go into it. If you accidentally offend you, I'm sorry. Upon hearing this, Yunling looked at Wei Qing in surprise, as if she didn't know this person. Wei Qing shrugged. Originally, who hasn't had a little secret in the game? The more unique, the more strength above the average line. It is grateful to be willing to speak out and share, and there is nothing to criticize if you are unwilling. So, at that time, I just asked casually and chatted casually. Yunling fell into deep thought. I've said everything that should be said, I'm leaving. Wei Qin waved her hand, and left. Looking at his distant back, Yunling laughed. If the residents of the territory are like Wei Qin, it's not a big deal to announce their identity. There are too many battles, and the body is very tired. Whether it is Yunling or the armor, it is inevitably contaminated with a negative state. Looking at Agility 3, Strength 2, Yunling turned and went into the warehouse to rest. The panel jumped out abruptly. NPC, Peter, is visiting. May I ask if you hire it? NPC, Amy, is here to visit. May I ask if it is hired? Click to view Yunling. Name, Peter. The Lord can give a name, and you can choose whether the name is public or not. Level, 0. Attributes, Strength 6, Agility 5, Physical Strength 5, Intelligence 5, Spirit 5. Combat Skills, Sea Level Arrow Rain. Life Skills, None. Employment Price, 50 copper coins. Name, Amy. The Lord can give a name, you can choose whether the name is public. Level, 0. Attributes, Strength 5, Agility 5, Physical Strength 5, Intelligence 5, Spirit 5. Combat Skills, Sea Level Winding. Life Skills, None. Employment Price, 50 copper coins. Yunling originally wanted to give the name Guard B and Guard C. Thinking about it again, the name A, B, C, D, W, G, G, XIN, Ren, and Kuei 10 days seems to be not enough. So she gave Peter the name Sagittarius Armor, and Amy named Mage Armor, and her name was set to be private. Armed them with equipment from the warehouse, and then covered their faces with black cloth. Finally, Yunling said with satisfaction, "Find a place to rest first, and go out with me to clean up monsters later." Yes. First Sagittarius and First Mage responded. As time goes by, players gradually get started, and their understanding of the game is getting deeper and deeper. They clearly felt that there was too little free time during the day. Wandering outside, not far, because of the drop in health, had to return to the camp to rest. As a result, work efficiency is extremely low. In some places, there was no time to search, and as a result, people were quick to get on the ground. Gradually, the players who were well mixed up and had a little money on hand finally couldn't help it. Back at the camp, they couldn't wait to find Pastor A. "I'll pay, and you'll get more blood." When business comes to the door, Pastor A will naturally not refuse. She picked up the staff and threw skills. When there is no one, he stands quietly in the corner of the camp, waiting patiently for the next business to come. At 2:30 in the afternoon, an archer hurriedly walked to Priest A. "Copper coins for you, add blood." Unexpectedly, Pastor A didn't answer. She glanced at the copper coin regretfully, and announced regretfully, "There is no blue." The archer was startled first, and then he slumped. Fortunately, he still wanted to go out again before dark, but the NPC was no longer blue, there was no blue. Obviously it is paid to increase blood, why are there so many competitors? Is everyone so rich? The archer sighed again, and then left with his head down in despair. In the afternoon, Yunling finished his rest and brought his guard armor, archer armor, and wizard armor to hunt near the camp. Entangling. Mage A used his skills to tie up the mobs. The archer shoots an arrow, and the protective armor picks up the stick and hits the target's abdomen. Yunling bravely deceived him with a buckler and a dagger. Shield hit, dagger pierced straight, and the mobs died. Copper coins, flour, and wood are floating in the air. Yunling picked them up one by one, and then looked for new prey. At dusk, the camp became extremely lively. Curry rice, bone soup hot pot, instant noodles, the fragrance floats far and wide in the air. Back at the camp, Yunling took out the French fries from the warehouse and set about preparing dinner. Pour oil in the pan, heat it up, and add French fries. But for a moment, the French fries were fried golden and crispy. Topped with tomato sauce, it tastes great. When Yunling was eating Jingxiang, he suddenly heard a grumpy roar from outside the camp, "I have money. Why don't you let me enter the camp? There are so many empty places, what makes it full?" Following the reputation, I saw a player wearing blue armor and holding a blue battle axe desperately trying to squeeze into the camp. Unfortunately, the camp seems to be separated by transparent walls inside and outside. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get in. After struggling for 5 minutes, the men finally gave up and left. Click to open the territory panel and see the display above. Inhabitable population, 200. Existing residents, 200, 192 temporary residents. The number of residents is full, so it's no wonder that the person just couldn't get in. After reading it, Yunling was about to close the panel and made a sudden stop. 6 NPCs plus her, a total of 7 people, how can the difference be 8? Upon further examination, Yunling discovered that Lu Chuan had spent 100 copper coins half an hour ago to become an official resident of Lingyun Camp. The system asks, do you want to view the official resident attribute panel? Do you still have this privilege as a lord? Yunling quickly clicked yes. The property panel automatically pops out. Name, Lu Chuan. Level, 3. Experience, 445/800. Health, 80/80. Mana, 60/60. Attributes, Strength 14, Agility 11, Physical Strength 8, Intelligence 6, Spirit 6. Skills, Blood Sucking, S level, Automatic Tracking, S level. Equipment, not visible. Basic Recovery Speed, 1 point of health/minute, 1 point of mana/minute. Life Skills, Intermediate Enchantment, Advanced Barbecue. Click on Skills to view. Name, Vampire, Passive Skill. Quality, S grade. Skill effect, 50% of the damage can be used to heal oneself. Name, Auto Tracking, Passive Skill. Quality, S grade. Skill effect, after the arrow is shot, it will lock the target and automatically pursue it. Up to 3 arrows at a time. After reading the information, Yunling took a breath, too ruthless. 50% blood sucking means that the battery life is extremely strong. If he was not given a second, Lu Chuan would soon be able to recover from his dying state to a state of full blood. Automatic tracking is a magical skill for shooter players. No need to aim, the arrow will automatically lock the target. Before hitting the target or being blocked by others, the arrow will continue to chase, endlessly. Plus the special effects arrows in the orange quiver. Fortunately, it's not the enemy. Yunling muttered to herself, boss is not as difficult as him. Chapter 25 Day 5. For ordinary players, the evening is a rest time. Enjoying dinner, exchanging information, setting up stalls to sell goods, chatting, and then it's time to go to bed. For life players, that's not the case at all. Name, Cotton Backpack. Quality, Sophisticated. Materials needed, cotton cloth *20, spider silk *5. Wearing effect, add 6 storage compartments. Name, Cotton Shoes. Quality, Sophisticated. Wearing effect, Agility 4. Name, Mixed Grain Mantu. Quality, Normal. Materials needed, cornmeal *1, flour *1. Use effect, Basic Recovery Speed 1 point of life/minute, lasting 1 hour. Name, White Porridge. Quality, Normal. Materials needed, rice *1. Use effect, Basic Recovery Speed 1 mana/minute, lasting 1 hour. Yunling made the materials into equipment, and then immersed himself in making restoration props. When the game materials, flour and rice, were used up, she tried to use real-world materials for cooking. The prompt popped out, the material is too poor to cook. Yunling had to give up. After drinking the porridge and putting on the newly made cotton shoes, she took a cotton backpack and went to find Lu Chuan. On the way, I passed the tailor shop and took 3 hunting quivers. Give. Facing the cotton backpack *1 and the hunting quiver *3, Lu Chuan was stunned for a moment. Why? He was puzzled. Yunling was confident, I took your soft armor, so I can't take it for nothing. Although these are small things, they just happen to come in handy at the beginning of the game. Lu Chuan was silent. In addition to the orange quiver, he also has a blue quiver and 2 white quivers. Accept 3 hunting quivers, just 1 orange and 4 blue, reaching the upper limit of the configuration. You know, there is a big difference between a white quality quiver and a blue quality quiver. Name, Quiver. Quality, Normal. Wearing effect, 1 arrow is automatically refilled every minute, up to 10 arrows can be installed. Name, Hunting Quiver. Quality, Sophisticated. Wearing effect, 1 arrow is automatically refilled every minute, up to 20 can be installed. Special effect, after the arrow is generated, there is a 5% chance of attaching the sharp special effect. Once successfully attached, the arrow's attack power is 5. Arrows are one-time consumables, one is less than one and cannot be recycled. The blue quiver not only increases the attack, but also has a larger capacity. At a critical juncture, the number of arrows directly determines whether the player survives or is unfortunately killed. As for the cotton backpack, there are many items, and of course the more storage backpacks, the better. Yunling's gift was just right, so he couldn't refuse it. After thinking about it, Lu Chuan solemnly promised, "I will accept the things first and return you later. It's all small things, it's okay if you don't have it." Yunling didn't care. He never owes favors. Lu Chuan didn't say a word, but his eyes became extra firm. Day 5 of the game. In order to prevent the system from raining monsters again, the players went out early in the morning to explore, return to the camp early at noon, and pay attention to the movement outside the camp while having lunch. At 12 o'clock, the light group arrived as scheduled. In the next second, an exclamation sounded, "Fuck! The phone is completely out of signal. Is communication paralyzed? Is it my dizziness? Why does the words Day 5, Disaster Day, 12 hours and 23 seconds appear in the upper right corner? I saw it too. There is also a map icon in the lower right corner. Hey, after the game starts, the places you have visited are displayed. The places you haven't been are all black, which is too smart. You can add friends. Does it mean you can team up in the future? I went out on an expedition with my friends before. The archer's arrows flew straight to me, almost killing me by mistake." Amidst the noise, Yunling stared out of the camp in a daze. When the light ball fell into the river, several fat crucian carp jumped out of the river. The ball of light fell into the street and quickly grew a piece of sisal. Through the life skills, primary collection, you can obtain burlap resources. The ball of light fell into the ruins, creating a berry bush in the blink of an eye. The berries are sweet and sour, with thin and juicy skins. Not only can it be eaten, but it can also be used as a cooking material. In an instant, everything around it changed drastically. The familiar living environment in the past is moving away from people, and the new world is accelerating. What is this? Fangya was chased by the monster just now, and now she managed to escape from the dead, hungry and thirsty, and also contaminated with the negative state of agility 2, strength 1. Just then, she found a berry bush. After looking carefully for a moment, Fangya hesitated and stretched out her hand. "Maybe you can eat wild fruits." Tugged hard, but didn't tugged. So she turned her gaze to the dagger in her hand. Name, fine iron dagger. Quality, sophisticated. Wearing effect, strength 5. This is the only blue piece of equipment she has, and it is also the most valuable thing on her body. Fangya bit her teeth, her heart slashed at the branch with a dagger. The next second, the berries fell. At the same time, the system sounded a prompt, "Successful collection, get berries *1. Fangya picked up the berries and tried to take a bite. I found that the fruit tasted sweet and sour, and the taste was very good. In addition to quenching thirst, it can also fill your stomach. Fangya was overjoyed, and cut several branches with a dagger. Successful collection, get berries *1. Successful collection, get berries *1. The collection failed and no items were obtained. System prompts sounded one after another. After several times, the prompt content finally changed. Congratulations to the player for successfully collecting 10 times. You have gained 1 point of experience. You have unlocked the life skill, Elementary Collection. For the primary collection, 20% of the possible collections will fail, and 80% of the possible collections will be successful. Note, some advanced materials require a certain level of life skills to be eligible for collection. After enough rest, the negative state disappeared. Fangya not only found food, but also unlocked life skills by accident, not to mention how happy she was. After thinking about it, she took off her coat and collected a bag full of berries. In my mind, I would like to sell the fruit after returning to the camp, and the overnight fee would be available tonight. In the afternoon, Yunling went out with guard armor, archer armor, and wizard armor as usual. The difference from the past is that after killing the black boar, she gets the following prompt: the armor causes 16 points of damage, completes an assist, and gains 1 point of experience. The same is true for Archer A and Mage A. That's good, fight monsters together, and upgrade together. Yunling thought to herself. After picking up the dropped items, she took the NPCs to take the initiative to confront the other 2 black boars. At sunset, Yunling returned to the camp in advance to prepare dinner. When he was busy, Lu Chuan came over and lowered his voice. I found an S-level skill card for super fast response. After learning, the basic recovery speed is 5 HP/min. Yunling. What kind of fairy skill is this? Under normal circumstances, the player's basic recovery rate is 1 point of health per minute. After learning the S-level skill, super fast recovery, the recovery speed is changed from 1 to 6. Even more surprising is the S-level passive skill, Nature's Heart. After learning, the health value is 200, and the healing effect is doubled. In other words, the two skills are superimposed, and the final basic recovery speed is 12 HP/min. What is this concept? Counting equipment, the current total HP is 450. Even if he is on the verge of death, his health will be restored to full value after half an hour. As long as you control the rhythm of daily monsters, you don't have to go back to camp and rest. The time spent searching for new targets on the road is enough to return to peak state. The more he thought about it, the more excited Yunling asked, "Where?" "Not far." "How did you find it?" Lu Chuan told her, "It's about 40 minutes away from the camp. There is a boss guarding it next to me, and we need to form a team." Yunling glanced at the time, 16 hours 35 minutes and 40 seconds, there is no time to come back before nightfall. "It's up to you to decide whether to go now or tomorrow." Lu Chuan said solemnly, "The card landed in a remote place. I accidentally saw it when chasing a stranger. There is no guarantee that it won't be discovered by others. Go overnight. Or should I go again tomorrow morning?" Yunling was lost in thought. 1 minute later, she made a final decision, "No longer, let's go now." The S-level skill is to accelerate the recovery. The importance of the skill card to her is self-evident. Yunling believes that even the risk is worthwhile. Playing boss requires a team. Do you have any familiar players? Lu Chuan asked. Wait a minute. Yunling called out the armor, archer, and mage. Lu Chuan leaned to Yunling's ear and reminded, "Can you trust it? People are separated from their stomachs. Be careful when someone changes their minds and steals the skill card." The voice was low, and there was heat when speaking, which made Yunling's ears itchy. "These are my own people, I can trust them," Yunling said sternly. With that, she set the name of the armor to be visible. In less than 5 seconds, it was set back to invisible. Armor. Lu Chuan was silent. "I found it strange before that the names of NPCs are usually English names, so why don't Lingyun Camp take the usual path? Now I finally know how the names of Carpenter, Tailor, and Priest came from. I'll carry the blame, you and the 3 of them will export, and the number of people is almost enough." Saying that, just in case, Yunling opened the panel. Name, Jack. Level, 0. Attributes, Strength 5, Agility 5, Physical Strength 5, Intelligence 5, Spirit 5. Combat Skills, C-Level Treatment. Life Skills, None. Employment Price, 50 copper coins. Name, Danny. Level, 0. Attributes, Strength 5, Agility 5, Physical Strength 7, Intelligence 5, Spirit 5. Combat Skills, C-Level Damage Reduction. Life Skills, None. Employment Price, 50 copper coins. The 2 NPCs spawned today, one is a priest and the other is a tank. She thought she didn't need it, so she didn't spend money to hire it. Hearing that he was going to form a team to fight the boss, Yunling hired Jack immediately. Then give the name, Priest B, set the name to be invisible, and give away a few white outfits to arm the NPC. A whole set of movements are very proficient. "Okay, let's go," Yunling announced. "You are the only one to carry the blame." Lu Chuan was worried. He knew that Yunling was a survivor of the open beta, and his strength was not bad. But they are about to face the boss, and it's almost night, so be careful. There is a priest with blood and 1 person is enough. Yunling had checked Lu Chuan's attribute panel before, so he didn't mind showing him his own right now. Name, Yunling. Level, 2. Health, 450 to 450, 200 is skill bonus. Mana, 60/60. Attributes, Strength 3, 6, Agility 4, 4, Physical Strength 10, 15, Intelligence 6, Spirit 6. Note, equipment bonuses are in parentheses. Skills, Heart of Nature, S level, thorns, S level. Basic recovery speed, 2 points of health/minute, 1 point of mana/minute. Life skills, intermediate fishing, intermediate gathering, advanced sewing, advanced cooking. The blood volume of up to 450 directly suppressed Lu Chuan. At this point, he finally understood where Yunling's confidence came from. 450 HP, soft armor special effects, damage received -20%, and the S-level skill, Thorn of Thorns, anti-injury 50%. To be honest, Yunling alone can be a double T or triple T. Thinking about it, Yunling opened his backpack, revealing white porridge *N, multigrain steamed bread *N, simple bandage *N, and high-quality bandage *N. Seeing the backpack full of stuffing, Lu Chuan was speechless for a long time. Had it not been for the doomsday natural disasters that there was no recharge channel, he would almost think that Yunling was a Krypton Gold player. Chapter 26 Improve Strength. Abandoned Factory. A 3-person team hid behind the door, holding their breath, not daring to breathe. Outside the door, the sound of footsteps faded away. The 3 of them collapsed to the ground in relief. "Old Hey, what are you looking for? Why is there a boss?" The tallest youth among the 3 murmured in a low voice. The middle-aged man, known as Lao Hei, had a pale face and tried his best to argue, "I haven't come in again. How do I know what the factory is like?" He paused slightly, and he said with dissatisfaction, "I said before that I found a good leveling location. After killing the mobs, not only can I level up, but I also have a certain chance to drop meat. You are not saying that I can do it. The place I am looking for is special. Great. It's fine now, it's all my fault to be trapped in the factory and unable to get out. Okay, I won't say a few more words." The 3rd member is a young man, thin and short, and frowns at the moment. The most important thing at the moment is to find a way to get out. It's getting dark and it's not safe outside. We have to get back to camp quickly. The tall young man was unspeakably irritable. "You think I don't know that I want to go back to camp? The question is, how do I leave safely? 17 black wild boars, 1 boss, and 16 ordinary monsters outside. Have we left? I came in easily at the beginning, thinking that I picked up a big bargain, but the black wild boars are resting in other places. There just happened to be no mobs at the door, so they let them in. When they discover that there are too many monsters and there are bosses in the factory, they are obviously at a disadvantage. At this time, their retreat is blocked, and they can't go if they want to go." The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and said, "Anyway, it's a death, or else just rush out. How many can escape? Anyway, after the game started, familiar faces disappeared every day. The 3 of them are just a temporary team, and they have no friendship at all. The catastrophe is imminent, and of course each finds a way out." The tall young man wanted to say something. There was a loud bang, and a big hole was broken in the wall. The boss took the little boar, and appeared in front of the player majestically. The tall young man turned pale immediately. His mouth was trembling, his whole body was trembling, and he couldn't utter a word. A few minutes later, the 3 players fell to the ground, completely lost their breath. A skill card and 2 pieces of equipment are floating in the air, shining bright white light. "I have advanced barbecue skills, so I will consciously choose wild monsters to hunt." Walking on the road, Lu Chuan said in a chat, "I found a herd of black wild boars in the afternoon and killed 5, and the other 2 ran to the abandoned factory." After entering, it didn't take long to see the S-level skill card. The cards that first came in the game can only be learned and cannot be taken away. If the monsters are cleaned up, they may be picked up by others. So I didn't do anything, I just went back to the camp to inform you. In this way, it is not so easy for other players to pick up the S-level skill card first. Good job. Yunling couldn't help but praise. Everyone wants good skills. As for whether they can get them, everyone depends on their ability. If this is still preempted, she has nothing to say. Both of them are veterans and are very familiar with the characteristics of mobs. In less than 40 minutes, a group of 6 people arrived at their destination. After entering the factory, the first thing Yunling did was to lock the door. While locking the door, she said to Lu Chuan, "In order to prevent the boss from escaping, and to prevent people from entering by mistake, the exit must be blocked." Lu Chuan has no objection. The boss is very domain aware, and no mobs of other races are allowed in its territory. But this does not mean that the boss is always alone. Sometimes, mobs of the same race will appear next to the boss as a thug/brother to protect the boss. In this case, if you want to kill the boss, the difficulty is much higher than usual. Lu Chuan and Yunling added friends and formed a team before they set off, exempting each other from harm. Standing in the corner at the moment, discussing in a low voice. Kill the ordinary monsters first. Lu Chuan said, the ideal situation is that the ordinary monsters are all cleared. Players should rest fully, return to their peak state, and then start a team to fight the boss. Yunling nodded in agreement, I think so too. Although it will take longer, it is safest to do so. In real games, there is only one life, and nothing is more important than safety. While they were talking, the 3 black wild boars found the trail of the crowd and ran into them without saying a word. Entangling. Mage A tied one of them with a skill. Lu Chuan drew a frozen arrow and hit the one on the right. Yunling raised his shield to block the third one. The armor is close at the right time, and it is slammed with a wooden stick. Archer A draws a bow and shoots arrows, consciously output. Priest B is standing by, ready to cast healing skills. It is worth mentioning that NPCs are equivalent to Yunling's summons, and they always save each other from damage. Lu Chuan might have been accidentally injured, and after teaming up with Yunling, the NPC's attacks would not cause him any harm. The dagger pierced straight, the wooden stick smashed, and the arrow flew, and soon the 3 mobs were wiped out. After the black wild boar dies, it will drop pork belly *2 and copper coins *12. After a brief discussion, it was decided that the pork belly would be given to Lu Chuan, and the copper coins would be divided equally. After the assignment, Lu Chuan just wanted to take a step forward, but was stopped by Yunling. Wait. Lu Chuan, ? Name, Venom. Quality, sophisticated. Use effect, apply to the melee weapon, each time increase 5 points of toxin attack, lasting for half an hour. 3/3. It is the item obtained by killing the shadow spider last time. Yunling took out the venom and smeared it on the blade of the dagger. After a while, the dagger flashed with faint blue light, and the attack power increased greatly. As for the venom, 3/3 becomes 2/3, meaning that it can be applied twice. Okay, let's go. Yunling put away the props and walked in the front to explore the way. The abandoned factory occupies a large area and has many rooms. After searching for it for a long time, no new target has been found. I accidentally found a skill card. Name, Meditation, Passive Skill. Quality, Class B. Skill effect, Spirit +2, Basic Recovery Speed, +1 mana/minute. Yunling asked Mage A to pick up and learn. A lot of players should have died here. Lu Chuan looked at the surrounding environment and concluded after a moment, when you are fighting monsters, you can search by the way. If you find low-level equipment and low-level skills, you can throw it to the NPC. Yunling, I know. The moment she saw the B-level skill card, she realized that the abandoned factory was a treasure trove. Making good use of it can greatly increase the combat effectiveness of the NPC. Keep going, and the results will continue. C-level skills and white equipment are scattered everywhere, and occasionally even blue equipment and B-level skills can be seen. Yunling rushed to call for the NPC, the equipment to be replaced was replaced, and the skills to be learned quickly began to learn. Not long after, NPCs have an average of 1 blue, 5 white and 6 pieces of equipment per person, with 2 to 3 C-level skills per person. Compared to before the departure, the strength has risen a lot. Yunling was satisfied, don't worry about meeting a boss now. Lu Chuan silently followed all the way, looking funny. If it is someone else, even if they enter the abandoned factory and find equipment and skill cards, they will not be able to learn as much as they want. First, the equipment grid and the skill grid are limited, and secondly, if you are a little ambitious, you will not learn the 4 C-level skills. In this way, the only way is to leave with equipment and skill cards. Cards dropped by players/monsters can be carried when they die, and sell them to others. Although he can make a fortune, his own strength is limited after all. And what about Yunling? It happened to be the lord of the camp, who happened to bring the NPC men to attack the boss, and it happened that the NPC skill grid was vacant. So all the skill cards found were not lost. Loyalty is 100%, fighters, mages, archers, and priests have a complete range of professions, equipment is not picked, what to pick up and what to use, skills are varied, once the NPC reaches a certain scale, this will be an extremely terrifying force. Thinking of this, Lu Chuan, an official resident of Lingyun camp, smiled suddenly. Good luck, find a good place. Even if the camp cancels its invincibility after 10 days, there is no need to worry about the safety of the camp. Where the S-level skill card is located, it is often where the boss is. Therefore, at the beginning, Yunling and Lu Chuan deliberately avoided them and only wandered around. Went around and almost finished shopping around the factory. A total of 12 black wild boars were killed, and there will be no single mobs afterwards. After a brief exchange between the two, they decided to start a team to fight the boss. If it is the team configuration when you just left the camp, the battle may be a bit difficult. And now, the NPC's fighting power is rising, and all of them are good fighters. Therefore, Lu Chuan and Yunling no longer hesitate, eat barbecue and multigrain buns, and directly enter the lobby where the S-level skill card is located. The moment he stepped in, the boss and his 4 little brothers immediately noticed the presence of the player and rushed forward involuntarily. Yunling strode forward and stopped the monster's attack. Only one ordinary monster was released and handed over to Lu Chuan and NPC to attack. Arrows, sticks, and spell skills fell one after another. But while breathing, an ordinary monster died in action. Upon seeing this, Yunling slightly turned sideways, and put another ordinary monster over to receive a beating and beating. When one side has the upper hand, the battle proceeds extremely quickly. In less than 2 minutes, the general blame was wiped out. Just 5 minutes later, the boss followed suit. As for Yunling, when there were only bosses left on the field, he seized the opportunity, quickly approached the S-level skill card, and learned the super fast reply skill. Then he turned his head and cooperated with others to fight monsters. The black boar boss died and the dropped items exploded on the ground. The guard armor, the archer armor, and the wizard armor have been upgraded. It feels like leading a copy of the team. Yunling secretly thought. Lu Chuan looked at the dropped items and asked, "What do I need?" To this, Yunling's answer was, "You pick first, and give me the rest. Anyway, she can throw it to NPCs if she doesn't need it, and if she can't, she can still sell it in the store. How can it come in handy?" "Then I'm welcome." Lu Chuan picked up a purple suit, a crystal, and 5 pieces of plum meat. Name, soft armor. Quality, rare. Wearing effect, physical strength plus 10. Special effects, minus 20% damage received. Name, enchanted crystal. Material usage, can be used to enchant equipment. The same attribute as the one given to Yunling before. Enchanting. Lu Chuan said silently. In the next second, the crystals turned into powder and scattered evenly on the soft armor. Seeing success soon, the soft armor flashed purple, as if repelling. Immediately afterwards, the powder dissipated in the air. The system prompts, enchanting failed. Lu Chuan. Yunling handed out another crystal. There are 2 enchanted crystals in total. Take them both. What about you? Lu Chuan asked. After the boss died, he dropped 2 crystals and 2 purple outfits. He wanted to split equally, but the enchantment failed. Yunling Bachelor said, "I don't know how to enchant, and it's useless to keep crystals." "I can enchant you." Lu Chuan said, "After the purple shield is enchanted, it will be more survivable." "Yunling, you better improve your survivability first, and then you will help me if you have a chance." Hearing this, Lu Chuan no longer declined. He took the crystal and enchanted it again. The system prompts, the enchantment is successful. Name, soft armor, enchanted. Quality, rare. Wearing effect, physical strength plus 10. Special effects, minus 20% damage received. Enchanting effect, strength plus 5. For the shooter, the attributes are just right. Are there other needs? Yunling asked. Lu Chuan shook his head, "I will give you the rest." Okay. Yunling was also polite. All the blue outfits were thrown to NPCs for replacement, and the white outfits were brought back in the backpack, and all the materials were put away. Name, fish scale shield. Quality, rare. Wearing effect, physical strength plus 10. Special effects, minus 20% damage received. The damage received is minus 20%, which will reduce the rebound damage. But for the team, the more the tank can carry, the better, and the output can depend on the teammates. Yunling replaced the round shield. In this way, the upper limit of health becomes 550, and the basic recovery speed is plus 12 health per minute. Looking at the property panel, Yunling is proud. This is the blood cow. Chapter 27 Camp Upgrade. Night fell. I can't see my fingers around, it's black and terrible. Yunling took out a torch from his backpack to light it up. In an instant, the surroundings became brighter. Let's go back to camp, she said. In the dead of night, very few people come out to move around. But the monsters became more active, walking around the streets, so it was so lively. On the way back, even if he repeatedly evaded, he still fought countless times. Yunling couldn't help but mutter, "Don't jump over again, the backpack is going to fit." After an hour, a group of 6 people returned to the camp smoothly. Next time I have a chance to cooperate. Yunling waved goodbye. N. Lu Chuan answered softly. For someone else, after the first enchantment fails, he will never give him the second enchanted crystal. No matter how you look at it, Yunling is the most suitable partner for cooperation. Let's go. Yunling left with the NPC. It's getting late, but there are so many things to do. First enter the warehouse to unload the materials. Then go to the mission hall to reset the mission. I saw that the tasks of linen, wood, and silk thread were all completed, and cotton, canvas, spider silk, willow, cornmeal, flour, and rice were completed 8 to 13 times. The material is always not too much. Even if it's not available for the time being, it's okay to stock up a lot, anyway the warehouse will put it down. With this in mind, Yunling set the upper limit of the number of collection tasks to be completed at 30. After checking the attributes of the NPC, Yunling was surprised to find that the experience value of Priest A who remained in the camp was 23 out of 100. You know, the NPC didn't take a step, and didn't kill the monsters to level up. Where did the experience point come from? After thinking about it, one man stumbled into the camp, hurriedly walked to the Priest A, and asked for treatment. After collecting 3 copper coins, Priest A cast skills. Seeing the wound healed quickly, the man exhaled slowly. And Priest A, the experience value has changed from 23/100 to 25/100. Can you get experience upgrades without killing monsters? There is no such rule during the public beta period. Yunling is keenly aware that the game settings have changed. After thinking about it, she asked Pastor A to go to the warehouse to change the equipment. After being fully armed, Priest A's attributes have improved a lot. Every time the skill is cast, the healing effect is better. Priest B, you will also stay in the camp in the future and provide paid treatment services to the residents. After a moment of indulgence, Yunling made a decision. Yes, sir. Pastor B respectfully said. The black cloth was taken off and the name was set to be visible. Pastor B walked openly to the middle of the camp to accompany Pastor A. Finally, check the territory properties panel. Tailor shops and wood workshops are booming, and there is constant news. The tailor shop sells cloth shoes *1, congratulations on getting 100 copper coins. Wooden workshop sells wooden sticks *1, congratulations on getting 100 copper coins. Simple bandage *1 is sold at tailor shop. Congratulations on getting 50 copper coins. The daily income of a single store has stabilized at more than 500 copper coins. In addition to temporary residents paying overnight fees, Priest A charges for treatment, and player transactions and taxes, the camp earns 2,000 copper coins a day, and the small vault is unknowingly rich. After finishing his chores, Yunling wanted to go back to the house to rest. Remembering the system reminder I received when I made a simple bandage for the first time, a conjecture suddenly appeared in my heart, so I changed my mind. Time passed by every minute. When the text in the upper right corner changes to Day 6, Disaster Day, 00001, the panel automatically appears. 1. Unlock 4 different buildings. Completed. 2. For 3 consecutive days, the number of temporary residents exceeded 120. Completed. 3. For 3 consecutive days, the daily income of the territory exceeded 1,500 copper coins. Completed. Meet all the conditions. Do you pay 5,000 copper coins to upgrade your territory to a village? Yunling clicks yes. Subsequently, many system prompts popped out. Update successed. Territory area expanded. Congratulations on the first upgrade of Lingyun territory to a village, rewarding the Lord with 500 experience points and rewarding 1,000 copper coins. Congratulations to players for upgrading. Congratulations to players for upgrading. You get 6 free attributes, which can be allocated at will. Congratulations to the first upgrade of Lingyun territory to a village, which can unlock buildings by +1. Congratulations, Lingyun territory is the first to be upgraded to a village, and the leader gain status is +1. Please select 2 of the following 4 options as rewards. All formal residents can enjoy the gain status. 1. Health value +50. 2. The basic recovery speed is +1 point of health per minute. 3. The upgrade speed has been changed to 1.1 times. 4. The upgrade speed of life skills becomes 1.1 times. Yunling. Children only make choices, and of course adults do. It's a pity that a rigid system doesn't allow it, and the insistence requires choosing 2 from 4. Considering that the player's survivability was generally low at the beginning of the game, Yunling closed his eyes in pain and reluctantly chose 1 and 2. The rewarded experience value is too rich, and Yunling rises to 2 levels in a row. As for the added attributes after the upgrade, he still has full physical strength. After the upgrade, the data is updated to Name, Yunling. Level, 4. HP, 660/660. Mana, 60/60. Attributes, Strength 3, +6, Agility 4, +4, Physical Strength 16, +25, Intelligence 6, Spirit 6. Note, equipment bonuses are in parentheses. Skills, Heart of Nature, Level S, Thorns, Level S, Super Fast Recovery, Level S. Basic Recovery Speed, 14 points of health/minute, 1 point of mana/minute. The attributes are quite powerful. Yunling was quite relieved. Sooner or later, it is no longer a dream to recover blood faster than blood loss. After doing all this, she opened the Territory Properties panel. Territory name, Lingyun. Level, Village. A total of 4 levels, from low to high, they are Camp, Village, Town, and City. Tax, 5%. 0 to 100%, the Lord has the right to adjust independently. Inhabitable population, 1,000. Existing residents, 200. Unlockable buildings, 7. Existing building, 4. Existing building details. Warehouse, level 1 with an area of 200 square meters, it can store various resources and extend the shelf life of food. Note, the Lord can set up an access list to allow specific groups of people to use it. Mission Hall, level 1 you can issue missions to attract and recruit NPC talents. Wood Workshop, level 1 you can create simple weapons and provide wooden household items. Tailor Shop, level 1 you can make clothing and armor. Has the habitable population become 1,000? This is not bad, it is convenient for more players to move in. Yunling thought. The first to be upgraded to a village, can unlock buildings +1, still only has 7 unlock positions, really? Seeing behind, she was speechless. Shaking his head, Yunling found the building to be unlocked and was the first to unlock the Folk House. Folk House, level 1 a simple wooden house for players to live in. It takes 100 copper coins to build one. Village level, up to 200 can be built. If Yunling didn't say anything, he built 10 first. Copper coin minus 1,000. 10 wooden houses rose from the ground and were quickly built. Yunling chose one of the rooms as his residence, then packed up and moved in overnight. The wooden house is small, about 20 square meters. Put a wooden bed, put a desk, chair, and put a cupboard, the room is almost filled. However, even so, residential buildings are still very important buildings. After buying the residence, the wooden house becomes the player's private property. Others want to visit, and they must get the consent of the owner before they can enter. In addition, in troubled times, the food and equipment are finally eye-catching, and the exposure of wealth is easy to be remembered. Hidden in a wooden house, no one knows it. After all, residential houses can give players a sense of security and privacy, which other buildings cannot provide. After moving into the new house and hitting a floor with bedding, Yunling fell asleep in a daze as soon as she lay down. Name, Wooden House. Use effect, after the purchase, the player can have 20 square meters of private space, and other people are not allowed to trespass without permission. Price, 500 copper coins. Note, for special props, each official resident is limited to purchase one. On this day, Yu Qingwen woke up early and wanted to go to the tailor's shop to snap up high-quality bandages. The current players in Lingyun territory are quite polarized. Those who are confused, spend the night for 5 copper coins every day, worry about spending a lot of money, usually hungry and full, and sometimes even can't eat. It's good, I go to the tailor shop every day to buy simple bandages and high-quality bandages, for fear that others will him. Yu Qingwen often leads the team on expeditions. She believes that recovery items such as simple bandages and high-quality bandages must be stocked no matter what. So I got up early today, planning to buy in the store before everyone wakes up. Before reaching the tailor's shop, passing by the wooden house on the way, he glanced subconsciously. At the same time, I murmured in my heart. I didn't see a wooden house here before going to bed last night. When was it built? What is the purpose of the new building? Yu Qingwen swears that she just checked it out of curiosity. Unexpectedly, after reading the building description, the whole person was struck by thunder and stunned on the spot. Yu Qingwen didn't care about any bandages or bandages anymore. She turned around and ran, and shouted, "Ming Yu, take out the hidden private money. Let's buy a house quickly." There are actually quite a few restrictions on buying a wooden house. Must be an official resident first. Next, there must be 500 copper coins. With 2 thresholds and 1 block, most players were blocked outside the door. But no matter when and where, someone is doing well. Before 7 o'clock, 4 of the 10 wooden houses were sold, and only 5 remained. In the morning, Yunling rarely slept in. After waking up, I saw the system prompt, Lingyun Territory sold the wooden house *1, congratulations on getting 500 copper coins. There are 4 identical messages. This means that there are a total of 2,000 copper coins in the account. Yunling was happy, and immediately used the income to build another 20 wooden houses. After the operation, she got up with a yawn and officially started a new day of life. Ji Lingfeng spent 100 copper coins to become an official resident of Lingyun Territory. His original intention was to buy a house, but he received system prompts one after another. You have become an official resident of Lingyun Territory. As an official resident of the territory, you can enjoy the following benefits. 1. HP plus 50. 2. Basic recovery speed plus 1 point of life per minute. Ji Lingfeng was startled. In the Doomsday Scourge game, there is only one fate, and you can't cherish it too much. There are 2 buff states, one increases the upper limit of health, and the other increases the basic recovery speed. There is nothing more practical than this. If members can enjoy the gain status, wouldn't it be? Ji Lingfeng was hot in his heart, strode out, and looked a little impatient. Chapter 28 Live Player 1. The custard bag is sweet and soft, and the bean paste bag is sweet but not greasy. It tastes great with a cup of soy milk. Yunling was eating breakfast. Yu Qingwen came over and went straight to the subject. I took a new job and went to the food processing factory to carry supplies. Are you coming? Food processing plant. What products does it produce? Yunling asked. Wheat milling, screening, mixing, and baking into biscuits are food processing. Making corn, wheat, and bran into feed is also considered food processing. There are essential differences between the two. Yu Qingwen replied. This time the employer is the owner of a food processing plant. It is said that canned meat, canned fruit, ham sausage, and food processing are involved in all aspects. Where? Are you far away? Yunling asked again. Yu Qingwen reported an address. Yunling shook his head as he listened. It's too far. Okay. Yu Qingwen thought it was a good job, so she came to inform Yunling. Seeing that she was unwilling or reluctant, he greeted her and left. Watching Yu Qingwen go away, Yunling was lost in thought with the custard bag in his mouth. Employing NPC requires 2 expenditures. First, pay a certain amount of copper coins when you hire. Second, 2 meals a day after employment. In this way, the NPC will be loyal and serve her. Whether it is the first carpenter who stays in the wood workshop or the priest who stays in the territory and charges for treatment, none of the copper coins earned will be kept and handed in. These are also important sources of territorial income. There are hundreds of bags of rice and flour in the warehouse, enough to eat for a long time. Yunling secretly thought, at present, the most important thing is to save more money and build residential houses. In addition, a large amount of copper coins are needed to upgrade a level 1 building to a level 2 building. Taking the warehouse as an example, 10,000 copper coins need to be paid for level 1 to level 2. 10,000 copper coins. Just thinking about it, I felt a dull pain in my heart and I couldn't breathe. After eating the last bite of the custard bag, Yunling secretly made up his mind. Instead of running around, she wandered around. Take the NPC to fight monsters near the territory to level up, brush more drops, and brush more copper coins. 8 o'clock. Yunling set off with his guard armor, archer armor, and wizard armor. Within 3 minutes of walking, a large piece of flax came into view. A further distance, a cotton field appeared in sight. Further ahead is the wheat field. The golden wheat ears sway in the wind, quietly waiting for the player to harvest. Collect 10 flax to exchange for a linen cloth. Collect 10 cotton to exchange for a piece of cotton cloth. Collect 10 wheat to exchange for a flour. Leveling. Leveling hair. Collecting, hoarding, and making items are so much fun. Yun. Life player. Ling said nothing, strode towards the resource point. Lingyun Village. Most of the players took advantage of the day to go out and explore, only some old and weak women and children remained in the territory. Su Xin, carrying the plastic bucket, step by step, walked to the nearby river. Put a bucket and fill it with water. When it was full, she walked faintly and walked back laboriously carrying water. Washing rice, washing vegetables, cooking for more than 10 people every day, so busy. Although it was very hard, Su Xin had no complaints. Thanks to her good cooking skills, she can stay in the territory with the team and eat a bite of warm rice every day. Otherwise, if you can't pay the overnight fee at night, you will be dead. Therefore, Su Xin cherishes her work very much. Do your best every day to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Before I knew it, the rice in the big iron pot had been cooked. The bottom layer is slightly charred, and it is the rice crust, which smells particularly delicious. I will grill the pork belly I got yesterday, and the meal will be almost ready. As he said, Su Xin poured oil into the pot and prepared the barbecue. Successful barbecue, get roasted streaky *1. Su Xin caught a glimpse of the prompt and turned the panel off without any serious consideration. After seeing the prompt for the first time, she was ecstatic, thinking that something good would happen. Unexpectedly, she thought too much and nothing happened. Later, I discovered that I received similar prompts almost every time I use system materials. The more the times, he becomes indifferent. The barbecue continues, and the system prompts are also continuing. Successful barbecue, get roasted streaky *1. Congratulations to the player for successfully grilling 10 times. You have gained 1 point of experience. You have unlocked the life skill, Basic Barbecue. Congratulations, you officially become a player, your body will be digitized. For Basic Barbecue, 20% may fail, 75% may succeed, and 5% may improve food quality. Note 1, if the barbecue fails, the ingredients will be destroyed automatically. Note 2, the barbecue is successful, and the food has additional attributes. After the player has eaten it, he can gain a buff state. The huge surprise drowned Su Xin. She stared at the system prompts blankly, and didn't slow down for a long time. Lingyun Village. Old Man Zhang sat on the small bench, holding straw and wheat straw to knit his head. Suddenly the disaster struck, and his relatives passed away one after another, leaving him with his grandson. Every morning, grandson will go out with others in a team. He is willing to help, but it is a pity that the years are not forgiving. At the age of more than 60s, he was deaf and dazzled, and his reaction was slow. Bring him, the whole team will be dragged down. No way, Old Man Zhang can only stay in his territory honestly. But just stay like this, he can't be idle. You know, each person has to pay 5 copper coins a day to spend the night, in addition to eating. The burden of supporting the family rests on the child alone. He is guilty and at a loss. After thinking for a long time, I only thought of finding some materials to make straw sandals near the territory, hoping to subsidize the family after selling them. As for whether someone will buy it after it is compiled, he has no idea. As time passed, a pair of straw sandals gradually took shape. The system prompts, congratulations on making self-made equipment. You have unlocked the life skill, Elementary Grass Art. Congratulations, you officially become a player, your body will be digitized. Homemade equipment. Life skill. Player. Body data. What's this stuff? The old Man Zhang's second monk couldn't figure it out. Passers-by passed by. Inadvertently glanced, his eyes lit up immediately. He walked closer, with a kind tone, "Old man, are these straw sandals for sale?" so customers will come to your door. The old Mahjong is decisive: sell, the price is right, and sell immediately. The price is right? Passers-by were unsure, hesitated and said, a pair of 20 copper coins, what do you think? 20 copper coins. The old Mahjong, who had never seen the world, was stunned. Passers-by mistakenly understood the astonishment as unbelievable. He thought the old man blamed him for asking too low. The man blushed and whispered, old man, I only have 36 copper coins on my body, and I will give you 30 at most. There can be no more. The others have to be kept for the night to pay overnight. Old Mahjong was afraid that this person would go back, and quickly said, just 30 copper coins. Give me the money, and I will give you straw sandals right away. Row. The deal was concluded and passers-by left in a hurry. The old Mahjong looked at the 30 copper coins in his hand and was stunned. Is a pair of straw sandals so valuable? Why is he less and less able to understand the world? Another person, a passerby holding straw sandals, burst into ecstasy in his heart. Name, straw shoes. Quality, normal. Wearing effect, agility +1. The cloth shoes in the tailor's shop have the same agility +1, but the price is 100 copper coins. He picked up a big deal for nothing, and he wanted to laugh out loud. However, he was afraid of being discovered, so he could only hold back it forcibly. Yang Yong's ancestors and fathers were all old bamboo craftsmen who lived on bamboo art. And he himself, from the age of 7, began to learn bamboo weaving from his father. 20 years have passed in a flash, the world has changed, the vicissitudes of life, the only constant is his eternal love for bamboo art. On the 5th day of the game, I saw a purple bamboo forest near the territory. On a whim, he planned to use bamboo weaving to make a bamboo shield. Just do it when you think of it, just take the tools with you. It took Yang Yong a day to chop, polish, and knit to finally make the finished product. The system prompts, congratulations on making self-made equipment. You have unlocked the life skill, basic bamboo art. Name, bamboo shield. Quality, normal. Wear effect, damage received -3. In the wood workshop, the round shield with damage -2 can sell for 100 copper coins. A bamboo shield with a damage of -3 is no worse than a round shield, which is more profitable than taking risks. A craftsman who can't die from starvation in famine years, the old saying is really right. Yang Yong sighed. At the beginning of the game, most players have no life skills. Therefore, the materials are everywhere and no one collects them. Yunling saw resource points everywhere, and the whole person was very happy and crazy. Successfully collect flax *1. Successfully collect flax *1. I have collected 10 flax, can I exchange for linen *1? Screaming for a while, she suddenly reacted. The armor, the mage, and the archer had no life skills, so they could only watch them by the side. After thinking about it, she took out the linen backpack and handed the shoulder bag to the armor. You fight monsters nearby, pay attention to safety. Remember, all the fallen items are picked up and put into the backpack. Don't miss anything. Yes, sir. The armor nodded, and then led the team away. Yunling continued to collect. At this point, she finally felt a bit of playing games. Originally, life/leisure/old care players are obsessed with hoarding materials and making restoration props. It's not her style at all to fight and kill. Looking at the linen backpack in the linen backpack, the number of linen cloths kept rising. Yunling felt unsatisfied. With the materials, is it still far from wholesale production of bandages? The cotton cloth is there, is the cotton cloth backpack still far away? With the flour, are all kinds of special effects food still far away? This is the gaming life she hopes for. Behind the scenes, he was suddenly drawn by a branch. Looking back, the 3 tree monsters stared at her and took the initiative to surround her. Yunling. Don't disturb my collection. She quickly stepped back a few steps, trying to stretch the distance and let the tree spirit retreat on its own. Unexpectedly, the mobs are chasing after them, and they are very persistent. Yunling had to kill them with a shield and a dagger. The monster died, exploding 16 copper coins, 1 willow wood, and 3 pieces of wood. Basic recovery speed, 14 HP/minute, about every 4 seconds, HP +1, HP steadily rises. Yunling thought to herself, this is also good, collecting and killing monsters are both correct. It took Yunling more than 3 hours to collect the resources, and a total of 40 linen cloths, 25 cotton cloths, and 30 flowers were harvested. The NPCs spend most of their time spawning monsters nearby, and occasionally their health drops severely, so they return to Yunling and take a rest. At this time, Yunling realized that as a member of Lingyun village, NPCs also enjoyed the state of gain. Not only the health value is plus 50, the basic recovery speed is plus 1 health value/minute, and the continuous combat ability is stronger. Not going back to camp. She thought to herself that she might be able to find more materials when she wandered around later. Yunling took out biscuits and mineral water from his backpack and ate lunch hastily. Then strode away and walked away. Chapter 29 Live Player 2. On the way back to the camp, Zhang Hongbo felt heavy, with no smile on his face. Today's luck is really bad. First encountered a group of monsters, as many as 17 or 8, and then bumped into the boss. A group of people ran desperately and finally escaped. Later, a few small monsters that were alone were hunted sporadically, the drop rate was extremely low, and the number of copper coins exploded was pitiful. Zhang Hongbo touched the pitiful 8 copper coins in his pocket and looked sad. There are 2 people in the family, and they have to pay the overnight fee of 10 copper coins every day. There are only 7 now, what should I do at night? Must not be thrown out. You may not be able to come back after you go out. Thinking about going, Zhang Hongbo bit his teeth and his heart was full. Isn't it just a lack of copper coins? After returning to camp, he went out hunting alone. Although it is safe to team up with people, the dropped items can be divided equally. It is very difficult to save more copper coins. Hunting alone is different. Although you have to take risks, you can hunt 1 or 2 monsters at will, and the overnight fee is enough. Just made up his mind, the system suddenly sounded a prompt, "Welcome back to Lingyun village." Strange, it's not usually, "Welcome back to Lingyun camp." Why is the name changed? By the way, is the territory a bit larger than before? One person muttered directly. Zhang Hongbo was very worried, and he had no time to ponder the difference between Lingyun camp and Lingyun village. The captain announced, "Disband." He walked heavily and walked back 1 step at a time. "Hongbo, come and help me collect the money." Across the distance, Zhang Hongbo heard Grandpa's angry roar. "Collect money? What is the charge?" Zhang Hongbo was puzzled. When I got closer, I found that there were several unknown people standing around. They either watched Grandpa weaving straw sandals with relish, or whispered and talked quietly. "What is this doing?" Zhang Hongbo looked blank. Old Man Zhang flicked his fingers back and forth, and soon he made a new pair of straw sandals. Immediately someone took out 30 copper coins, and then left happily holding straw sandals. Zhang Hongbo. Looking at the dozens of copper coins easily obtained in his hand, he was in a daze, thinking that he was dreaming. They say this is equipment, and it can be more agile when worn. Old Man Zhang was gleeful, "As long as I weave straw sandals, they are willing to spend money to buy them." Deathly silence. For a long time, Zhang Hongbo spoke slowly, "Grandpa, I won't go out hunting anymore. I will stay here and learn how to make straw sandals with you." The sun slanted westward. Yunling returned to camp with a backpack full of materials. Unexpectedly, as soon as I entered the territory, I heard someone yelling, "A pair of cheap and easy-to-use straw sandals is only 30 copper coins. Bamboo shields, selling bamboo shields. Cheap and good quality, can reduce 3 points of damage, and only sell 100 copper coins. Wooden spear, a 50 copper coin, the price is no different, hurry up and buy what you need." It seems that some players have unlocked life skills, and Yunling reacted. Immediately, she thought of a question: will the sale of straw sandals, bamboo shields, and wooden spears affect the business of the wood workshop and tailor shop? Don't worry about it at the beginning of the game. Because the number of life players is very small, the output is limited, the equipment is scarce, and the supply exceeds demand. After waiting for a while, more equipment dropped from monster spawning, and more life players, low-level equipment probably won't sell so well. But after thinking about it, she probably had hired intermediate woodcraft/sewing NPC, high-level woodcraft/sewing NPC, and began to produce medium and high-level equipment. There are many substitutes for low-level equipment, but not so simple for medium and high-level equipment. Thinking of this, Yunling put aside his distracting thoughts and went to the warehouse to unload the materials. The linen backpack was emptied, she opened the panel and proceeded to deal with territorial matters. NPC Lei paid a special visit, may I ask if it is hired? The NPC, Austin, paid a special visit, may I ask if it is hired? Click to view Yunling. Name, Lei. Level, 2. Attributes, Strength 7, Agility 5, Physical Strength 10, Intelligence 5, Spirit 5. Combat Skills, B-Level Injury Reduction. Life Skills, Primary Collection. Employment Price, 650 copper coins. Name, Alston. Level, 0. Attributes, Strength 4, Agility 5, Physical Strength 4, Intelligence 4, Spirit 4. Combat Skills, C-Level SAP. Life Skills, none. Employment Price, 50 copper coins. Ray is a fighter/tank positioning, Level 2. Not only have B-level skills, but also collect. Orsten is an assassin, with average attributes and combat skills, not excellent. Yunling decided to hire Lei and named Guard B. I plan to take him out tomorrow, and the two will gather materials together. Open the Realm Properties panel and want to unlock new buildings. After browsing for a while, I suddenly stopped. Protective cover, defensive building, can block incoming enemies, 100 copper coins are required for construction. Note, the domain can be unlocked only when it is upgraded to village or above. The 10-day novice protection period is over, and the territory may be attacked at any time. At this time, a protective cover is needed to protect the security of the territory. If a sudden attack occurs and the total HP of the protective cover drops by 25%, the system will warn the residents of the territory for the first time. Falling 50%, the second warning. Falling 75%, the third warning. The blood volume returns to 0, the protective cover is broken, and the system will remind the player to evacuate in time. In other words, after 10 days, the protective cover is a necessary building for the territory. Oops. Yunling awakened suddenly. Just remember that functional buildings will occupy a place in the building, and forget that defensive buildings are also buildings. The shield must be unlocked, and she had to click OK. The next second, the copper coin -100. At the same time, a semicircular transparent protective cover appeared over the territory. Name, Protective Cover. Health value, 5000/5000. Use effect, block the enemy. Basic recovery speed, 1 point of life/minute. Note, spending copper coins can speed up the repair. Realm Property Panel display. Unlockable buildings, 7. Existing building, 6. Yunling is quite a headache. Insufficient building space, should I unlock the restaurant next or unlock the blacksmith shop? In the evening, the territory is always lively. Excellent red sandalwood furniture. Don't miss it when you pass by, a stall owner yelled. A player next to him listened and wondered, when is it still selling red sandalwood? Isn't it good to sell equipment and game materials? What do you know? The stall owner snorted coldly. A few Gawan bought a wooden house in the morning. The room is empty, so can't you buy some furniture to fill it? Red sandalwood is forced to be high, it is definitely their best choice. The man next to him was speechless, apparently persuaded. Really high play. Luchuan walked past the stall owner without even looking at the red sandalwood. He stood in front of another small stall. How do you sell storage boxes? Finally came a customer. The stall owner was afraid that the price was too high to scare people away, 1 copper coin and 1 storage box. Luchuan picked it up and took a closer look. Where did the things come from? The stall owner replied, I found it in the shop. How do you think of bringing these things back to your territory? Luchuan asked. The stall owner smiled bitterly. The food and drink were all removed in advance, and only these useless things are left in the shop. I don't think I can even get these if I don't move it away. Not all players are like Yunling and Luchuan, who can run around the world. A 20-minute walk from the territory is the limit of the average person's range of activity. The shops around are being searched back and forth. Isn't there nothing left? The stall owner dragged these things back to his territory, quite a bit disregarded. As long as he can sell 1 or 2 things, it is better than nothing at all. Luchuan put down the storage box. I want 10. 10 storage boxes are equal to 10 copper coins, a full 2 nights overnight fee. Unexpectedly, some people are willing to pay for this rubbish. The stall owner was overjoyed and replied repeatedly, okay, I'll give it to you. The plastic storage boxes are placed on top of each other, which is equivalent to a cabinet. It saves space and has a large capacity, so it is suitable for holding sundries. Putting 10 storage boxes into the linen backpack, Luchuan continued to wander around. Behind him, the stall owner was envious. I was willing to buy a storage box with copper coins. This person must be very rich. At the same time, Yunling was also shopping. The silk quilt is good, how about letting me? Opposite is a 16 or 7-year-old girl, her eyes are extra vigilant. Tell me, what price are you asking? 5 copper coins. Yunling said. The girl was a little moved and hesitated. Yunling glanced at the goods on the floor, and said, if you give me both the child and mother quilt and add a thick coral fleece blanket, I will not only pay you 5 copper coins, but also give you a tent and a sleeping bag. Really? The girl was surprised and happy. For players who can't afford a wooden house, there is nothing more suitable for overnight stays than tents and sleeping bags in the wild. Really? Yunling said as he took out the things. The tents and sleeping bags were all picked up. At first I wanted to sell them for money, but then they left them in the warehouse and forgot to take them out. Now they are used to exchange silk quilts and coral fleece blankets. Deal. The girl replied happily. I think the stuff is quite new, shouldn't it be used? Yunling asked. I haven't used it. The girl answered honestly. The team found a home accessory store, and the goods were taken from the store. If you don't worry, you can wash it before using it. Good. After the silver goods, Yunling got up and went back to the house. In fact, what she wanted to buy most was bamboo chairs and bamboo beds, but unfortunately she didn't see where they were sold after going around, so she simply stopped shopping. Make a cotton backpack and make a few bandages when I go back, just before bedtime. When I walked to the wooden house, I accidentally encountered Luchuan before entering the door. Why are you here? Yunling asked first. The house I bought is here. Luchuan pointed to the wooden house. How about you? I live here. Yunling said. The two realized that they were neighbors. Coincident, Luchuan said. Then the atmosphere fell into stagnation. Take a rest early, and get up early tomorrow. Luchuan said as he pushed open the door of his house. Wait! Yunling shouted. Luchuan stopped and waited for her to speak. Yunling, I said before that I plan to upgrade the village in 2 days, unlock the residence in 3 days, and unlock the restaurant in 5 days. Now something has happened. The restaurant may not be unlocked in the near future. She needs to consider which building the only remaining quota is used to unlock. It doesn't matter. Luchuan didn't mind. I didn't want to interfere in the development of the territory. I asked about the next development plan, but I don't want to meet the devil configuration of restaurants, barbecue shops, pastry shops, and bakeries. Yunling. There are more than 50 buildings to be unlocked, some of which have similar functions, such as restaurants, barbecue shops, pastry shops, and bakeries. To waste an extremely small number of unlockable building spaces on buildings with similar functions is indeed called development imbalance and devil configuration. If nothing else, Luchuan said goodbye to Yunling as he stepped into the wooden house. Good night. Chapter 30 Day 7. The 7th day. Early in the morning, Yunling took the NPC out to explore, and within a few minutes he found a large piece of sisal. She threw the linen backpack to the second guard while she carried the newly made cotton backpack. The two gathered as much as they wanted and kept busy. Half an hour later, sisal was collected. Yunling was very pleased. With the help of Guard B, the efficiency is greatly improved, and the collection speed is much faster than before. Go over there and take a look. Yunling motioned to the NPC to follow. Passing through the berry bushes, a female player is picking with a dagger. Seeing a team approaching, she was frightened and took a step back. What do you want to do? Without waiting for Yunling's answer, the female player bit her lip tightly and made a gesture of avoidance and weakness. If you want to pick berries, I can let you. There are many resource points nearby, so there is no need to conflict. Yunling. Seeing to scare other girls. We just passed by. As he said, a group of people passed the female player and walked straight to the sorghum field in the distance. The female player was stunned, her expression was quite dazed. It seems that they don't understand, these people just leave as they say. Yunling said in his heart that there are too many resource points and limited manpower, and it is impossible to collect all of them. Life skills: intermediate fishing, intermediate gathering, advanced sewing, advanced cooking. She needs sewing/cooking materials such as linen, cotton, rice, flour, corn noodles, soba noodles, whole wheat noodles, oatmeal noodles, black rice noodles, sorghum noodles, etc., so the collections are often hemp plants, cotton fields, wheat fields, sorghum fields. Berries are also considered as ingredients, but they are not full, and the picking order is the last. Sweeping the time in the upper right corner of his eyes, Yunling secretly warned. At 12 o'clock noon, the game will probably transform the real world again, and you must return to camp before 12 o'clock. Hey, look at it. In the corner, 6 players gathered together and behaved sneakily. 3 people fight monsters, 2 collect them. The only archer chuckled and laughed. Just so few people dare to act separately. Is this group of people having a brain problem? Don't be careless. The black-robed mage said solemnly, you can see clearly that the woman wears a white ring on her hand and a blue badge on her chest. The dagger in her hand is also of blue quality. In addition, she wears blue shoes, the armor is purple. This is a powerful enemy, not easy to deal with. The archer disagrees, maybe the equipment was given by a lover. Female players, if they look more beautiful and have a sweeter mouth, some people are willing to play with them. The black-robed mage cast a glance at the archer, be careful not to make a mistake. The archer curled his lips and did not refute. It's unlucky for us to meet us. An assassin wiped the dagger, with a look of indifference, what about the purple outfit? Players with purple outfits, we are not unkillable. The boss's purple staff is not just exploding after killing. Is it out? At the end, he whispered, I wish they were well equipped, so that they have hunting value. Everyone looked at each other and laughed together. They like hunting players more than fighting monsters because they are more cost-effective. Old rules: the mage controls the field, the assassin sneak attacks, and the shooters make up for the knife. The black-robe mage is methodical and arranges one by one. 6 white pretends to kill, first solve the masked men, and then deal with the woman together. Remember, move fast and kill people before the accomplices arrive. Then pick up the equipment and kill the remaining 3. Yes. The team members looked solemn and responded in unison. The last sorghum was harvested, and Yunling was about to notify the guard bee to change places, but in the next second he was surprised to find that he could not move. Be careful, enemy attack, she reminded loudly. Before the words fell, 4 assassins appeared. They covered their faces in black cloth, couldn't help but raise their daggers and stab the second guard fiercely. When it was said that it was too late, then it was fast, and an arrow whizzed towards the second guard. In order to prevent accidents, the black-robed mage made up another spell missile, vowing to put guard B to death. A group of people had planned for a long time, and they cooperated very well. Yunling gritted his teeth. The dagger entered the abdomen, the arrow hit the shoulder, the spell missile hit the back, and the attack hit all. Seeing that things were going well, the attackers all smiled triumphantly. However, what is surprising is that the second guard is not dead. He waved away the crowd with a round shield, and then quickly stepped back. High-quality bandage. Yunling shouted. Guard B took out the bandage and used it. The imprisonment effect disappeared, and Yunling regained freedom. She tightened her lips and said nothing, took out the scale shield from the cotton backpack, and then ran into the enemy without hesitation. In addition to the armor, why does she have purple equipment? Exclaimed everywhere, the assassins fled in embarrassment. Because holding it in the hand affects the collection efficiency, the purple shield is temporarily put into the backpack. Who can guess this? Boss, what should I do? The archer was stunned, and immediately consulted the black-robe mage to discuss countermeasures. The situation is urgent, so I can't afford to think about it. The black-robed mage gritted his teeth and said coldly, according to the original plan, kill the masked man first. The plan remains the same. The archer yelled, then drew the bowstring and aimed again. The arrow shot. Yunling stepped forward and stood halfway directly to block the attack. Fuck. The archer was dumbfounded. This blow used skills. The arrow was stopped, and his health dropped a lot. The archer was originally leeming plus points, and his life value was not high. As soon as he lost 1/3 of his blood volume, his face was as earthy immediately. This woman is so powerful. She's a tank and has anti-injury. The black-robed mage yelled, don't worry about that woman, set fire to attack the masked men. The assassin wanted to pursue guard B, but Yunling was blocked in the middle of the road and refused to let him go. Quick her away. The four were divided into two groups, two left and two right, in an attempt to break through. Yunling blocked the fish scale shield, blocking the two people on the left. Then he got close and pierced hard with the dagger. "Hey! What kind of tank? It's terrifying to attack," an assassin complained. The other person was speechless. What attack is high, that is anti-injury. The higher the damage they hit, the heavier their injuries. Then let's not attack, won't we be fine? The person who spoke earlier was surprised and delighted. The other person looked at his companion with complex expression. Why can you only be beaten and not fight back? You will be so surprised. After a long time, isn't it the end? However, they said that the other two broke through the barrier and approached Guard B smoothly. They thought that 2 versus 1 would be caught, but unexpectedly dash. Shield strike. Guard B used his skills to knock one of the assassins stunned. Charge. Guard Y raised his shield and rushed forward, knocking the other person into flight. Then came to Yunling's side, taunting. The two assassins who were stopped by Yunling were fighting and retreating. Influenced by their taunting skills, they couldn't help but leaned forward and attacked the second guard. Yunling stabbed a dagger, and the second guard struck with a shield, and suddenly one person was killed. The other man was so distraught that he turned around and ran away. Who would have encountered the armor that had rushed back to rescue him? Chaotic stick. In an instant, another person fell to the ground. "Boss, what should I do?" The situation got out of control, and the archer was in a cold sweat and confused. The black-robed mage did not hesitate. "Run!" The archer couldn't believe it. The other people. Stay will only accompany them to die. After speaking, the black-robed mage retreated without hesitation. The archer hesitated for a moment, and was stared at by the wizard, entangled. "Now I can't go if I want to go." The battle ended soon. 4 assassins and 1 archer died one after another, and blue outfits, white outfits, skill cards, and copper coins burst all over the place. Yunling secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there are B-level damage reduction skills. Fortunately, level 2, physical strength 10. Fortunately, it is fully equipped. Fortunately, the official residents of Lingyun territory enjoy the health plus 50 buff status. Otherwise, the second guard is dead. At 11:30, the residents returned to the camp one after another. Yunling took skewers of gluten, pork belly, beef, and chicken wings, while preparing lunch, while paying attention to movements outside the territory. At 12 o'clock, the light group came again. Mushrooms are everywhere, weeds are overgrown, bamboo forests are dense, lakes suddenly appear, towering giant trees rise from the ground, and the city has completely turned into a forest. At the same time, Yunling witnessed with his own eyes that the ruins of buildings not far away turned into mineral veins. The wheat fields that had been mined out were growing wildly again. While breathing, a large swath of wheat grew in the field. The breeze blows, the waves of wheat roll, and the golden wheat connects into the ocean. The territory suddenly sounded an exclamation. Look at the equipment attribute interface. One more line of durability. Yunling was startled slightly and tried to check the equipment. Name, soft armor, enchanted. Quality, rare. Durability, 69/70. Wearing effect, physical strength plus 10. Special effects, minus 20% damage received. Enchanting effect, physical strength plus 5. Name, Goblin Ring. Quality, normal. Durability, 17/20. Wearing effect, strength plus 2. Note 1, durability minus 80%, wearing effect minus 50%. Note 2, durability minus 100%, equipment will be scrapped and destroyed automatically. Yunling. Spicy chicken games are getting more and more frantic. Fuck, how is the durability of straw shoes 10 out of 10? The durability of the cloth shoes sold by the tailor shop is 20/20. A pair of straw shoes with 30 copper coins and a pair of cloth shoes with 100 copper coins. After a big deal, buy more straw shoes and replace them. The durability of the bamboo shield is 15/15. The durability of the round shield is 20/20. The price is the same, they are all 100 copper coins. It's okay, it can be used if it is alive. Hey, the wooden spear I bought yesterday is only 50 copper coins. Like the wooden stick sold in the shop, it has a durability of 20/20. Someone cried for a while, and some laughed. Some people are happy, some are sad. Yunling was silent. The increase in life players may affect the store business. The truth is that there are more monks and less porridge, and the equipment is always in short supply. Then again, the durability attribute never appeared on the equipment during the public beta. Although straw shoes are not durable, they are cheap. You can wear them first. They are faster than running without equipment. I think the wooden spear is good, it can both close combat and long-range attack, and the key price is cheap. I want to buy a suite and live in the territory with peace of mind. From then on, I go out hunting during the day and come back to rest at night, just like I used to work from 9 to 5. Buy a house. The teammate laughed and cursed, "Your kid is too far-fetched, so let's save money and become an official resident first." I've heard that the official residents of Lingyun Village can enjoy special benefits. Not only the health value is plus 50, but the basic recovery speed can also be plus 1 health value per minute. With this state, it is much safer to go out. 100 copper coins. The companion next to him sighed heavily. How long do I have to save? Take it slow, it's much easier than paying off a few million mortgages. Another person said. The players chatted one after another, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Seeing everyone enjoying themselves, Zhong Yiming sighed silently. Do these people remember that their relatives are still waiting for rescue outside the camp? It is said that while killing monsters, leveling, and looking for people. Now that I have forgotten everything I have said, I am thinking about how to take root in Lingyun Village. Zhong Yimingxin said that if everyone else is unwilling, he should just go to the city center alone. If you continue to drag on, there is no chance for your loved ones to survive. A familiar voice murmured, "Yiming. I found you." Zhong Yiming turned around to take a look, suddenly dumbfounded. "Dad. Mom. Brother. Why are you here?" Chapter 31 Restaurant. There were tears in the eyes of the grandmother. When the game started, we happened to be eating together. Later, when we saw that the city center was crowded with monsters, we headed towards the suburbs. I found 5 camps along the way, and I finally found you. By the way, why is it not called Lingyun Campsite but Lingyun Village? For a while, Zhong Yiming didn't know how to answer. It's getting dark, why don't we go shopping first, my grandfather suggested. Zhong Yi made it clear, and then said, "Come with me." Whether it is unlocking a restaurant or unlocking a blacksmith shop, you need a life professional NPC. Yunling wanted to act by chance, but who knows? Name, Adam. Level, 0. Attributes, Strength 5, Agility 5, Physical Strength 5, Intelligence 5, Spirit 5. Combat skills, none. Life skills, Elementary Forging. Craftable items, Short Dagger, Short Knife, Long Sword. Employment price, 50 copper coins. Name, David. Level, 0. Attributes, Strength 6, Agility 5, Physical Strength 5, Intelligence 5, Spirit 5. Combat skills, none. Life skills, Elementary Cooking. Items that can be made, multi-grain steamed buns, white porridge, rice cakes. Employment price, 50 copper coins. 2 professional talents came out at the same time. Yunling was very melancholy. Although woodworking workshops can also build equipment, they are mostly white in quality due to material limitations. The blacksmith shop is different. Metal minerals can be refined to create swords, daggers, bows and arrows, white, blue, purple and even orange. As for the restaurant, the building is completed, and the store can sell restorative food. In addition, there are restaurants in the territory, and residents can spend copper coins to buy food instead of cooking by themselves. I wanted to unlock the restaurant and the blacksmith shop at the same time, but the protective cover is indispensable, and the building grid is limited. Yunling sighed, helplessly unlocking the restaurant. Copper coin -100. New buildings rose from the ground. Yunling decided to hire David and gave him the name, Shefa, so that he would work in a restaurant in the future. My lord, making rice cakes requires glutinous rice. Chef A reminded. I know. Yunling replied, there will be additional collection tasks in the task hall in the future. This is the mission hall. The materials dropped by monsters can be exchanged for copper coins here. This is a wood workshop. There are wooden sticks, round shields, wooden sticks, torches and other equipment for sale. This is a tailor shop. Cloth shoes, cloth armor, and belts are all sold. In addition, there are simple bandages, high-quality bandages, quivers, and hunting quivers. This is a warehouse. I don't know exactly what it looks like inside. You can't enter without the qualifications. That is a wooden house. A room with 500 copper coins can have 20 square meters of private space after purchase. I heard that only with the permission of the owner, other people can enter the room. The transparent protective cover over the territory has just appeared not long ago. I don't know the specific function for the time being. I guess it is a defensive building. The restaurant has just been built. I don't know what to sell. Why don't we go in and take a look? Along the way, Zhong Yiming kept giving introductions to his relatives, and when he finished visiting the territory, he happened to stop at the entrance of the restaurant. It was dinner time, and my grandfather nodded, "Let's go in and take a look." The front of the restaurant is the hall, and the back is the kitchen. The grandfather tried to push the door to enter, but unexpectedly received a system prompt, "You are not allowed to enter, you are not allowed to enter." The inside is where the NPC works. Players are not allowed to enter. Zhong Yiming said while checking the shelves. Name, mixed grain mantou. Quality, normal. Use effect, basic recovery speed plus 1 point of health/minute, lasting 1 hour. Price, 50 copper coins. Name, white porridge. Quality, normal. Use effect, basic recovery speed plus 1 point mana/minute, lasts 1 hour. Price, 50 copper coins. Name, mixed grain mantou. Quality, none. Effective use, fill the stomach. Price, 2 copper coins. Name, white porridge. Quality, none. Effective use, fill the stomach. Price, 1 copper coin. Zhong Yiming asked, "Would you like to eat multigrain buns? Would you like to drink porridge?" The mother said, "Buy 4 bowls of porridge. We don't need multigrain steamed buns. We have our own dry food." Good. Zhong Yiming bought 4 portions of porridge. Copper coin -4. The white porridge on the shelf immediately changed from untouchable to receivable. Zhong Yiming removed the white porridge and found that the porridge was placed in a wooden bowl with a wooden spoon next to it. Look at the wooden spoons and wooden bowls. The words, "Restaurant items must not be taken out," are written on them. Find a place to sit down and eat. Brother Zhong Yiming said. There are dozens of square tables in the hall. The tables and chairs are neat and tidy, without a trace of dust. A family of 4 randomly found a place to sit down. The grandmother took out tortillas, sausages, biscuits, and beef sauce from the backpack. "Eat it." Zhong Yiming felt quite uneasy. Before the game started, the conditions at home were not bad. Which time was it not 3 meat dishes, 3 vegetarian dishes, and a pot of soup? Now. My grandfather and grandmother have not suffered less these days, holding tortillas at the moment, they are eating very fragrantly. My brother took a bite of biscuits and porridge, while eating dinner, while wandering. What do you think? Zhong Yiming wondered. I'm thinking, Lingyun village is really a good place. My brother said slowly. Zhong Yiming. Compared with the high-end community where you lived in the past, what is a better place? His brother is afraid that he is not stupid. Your brother is right. Grandfather also said, compared with other territories, Lingyun village is 100 times stronger, 1,000 times stronger. Zhong Yiming was stunned. The mother-in-law saw the silly son and understood, I only stayed in Lingyun village. Haven't been to other territories. I haven't been. Zhong Yiming admitted honestly. First of all, I don't know where the other territories are, I can't go. Secondly, I don't want to take risks. I'm always close when I go out and explore. The most important thing is that there is a limit on the number of residents. I am afraid that if I go to other territories, I will not be able to purchase temporary resident status, and I will not be able to stay in the safe area overnight. Hearing this, my brother couldn't help sighing, you are lucky. Zhong Yiming was curious, what about other territories? The grandmother did not speak, her expression was not pretty. The grandfather snorted coldly, disorder, chaos, scarce buildings and rare commodities. Zhong Yiming was slightly startled, and hesitated, but there are not many shops in Lingyun village. Brother, yesterday we spent the night at Stardust Camp, where there are only warehouses, wood workshops, barbecue shops, and tailor shops. Wooden beds, wooden chairs, wooden spears, and torches are sold in the wood workshop. Cloth shoes, belts, quivers, and simple bandages are sold in the tailor shop. Pork belly and beef are sold in the barbecue shop. The quantity of goods is scarce, and the variety is limited. Zhong Yiming was stunned. You have to pay taxes for transactions in the territory, so someone asked to go outside the camp under the banner of saving money. The father-in-law said with a cold face. As a result, he was ambushed and robbed after he went out. Food is monopolized by a large team, and it is very expensive. Zhong Mu sighed, 20 copper coins for a caddy of rice, 10 copper coins for a bag of instant noodles, and 5 copper coins for a palm-sized noodle. Listen to the price. Isn't this cheating? Zhong Yiming was both shocked and astonished. If you don't buy it, wait for it to be hungry. My brother laughed to himself. Not everyone can be lucky to find food and water, especially those who run from the city center to the outskirts like us. The shop was raided first, and almost nothing was found after arriving. Zhong Yiming felt sad when he heard it. Brother. Okay, I'm finally okay. My brother said lightly and talked about the topic. In the future, the family will work hard together, and life will get better soon. Yes. Zhong Yiming cheered up. First save money to buy official resident status, then buy a house and stock up on food. Suddenly, he finally understood what a good habit it is to stock up. I think some players are selling self-made equipment. When we get rich, we will each buy a pair of straw sandals. The grandfather calmly analyzed, first arm yourself, then team up to fight monsters and hunt. Later, the level will be higher and life will be natural. The better you go. The grandmother said, I have the skill of primary gathering. You fight monsters, and I can collect materials nearby. You can eat berries, you can sell linen cloth, you can get wheat straw and straw, and you can learn how to weave straw shoes. A family of 4 is full of expectations for the future. Yunling viewed the property panel of the territory. I saw the display on the panel. Inhabitable population, 1,000. Existing residents, 238, temporary residents 217. It can be seen that after the upgrade of the territory, new players continue to settle in. Don't worry about population saturation for the time being. Yunling has considered new issues. Unlockable buildings in the current territory, 7, existing buildings, 7, which are warehouse, level 1, task hall, level 1, carpentry workshop, level 1, tailor shop, level 1, residential building, level 1, protective cover, level 1, restaurants, level 1. She wants to save copper coins and choose one of them to upgrade. The second-level warehouse can hold more materials and extend the shelf life of food. Should it be a good choice? Yunling thought. Level 2 tailor shop can accommodate more employees, and mass production of bandages is also good. If you remember correctly, the level 2 shield has a life value of 20,000. It is equivalent to a territorial barrier. The higher the HP limit, the safer the residents of the territory. Thinking about going to make up his mind, Yunling simply went out for a walk. Jam, delicious jam. It tastes great when it is spread on bread. A bottle is only for 3 copper coins. Selling mushrooms. Fresh mushrooms. 10 per copper coin. Kill the honey dropped by the swarm. It's sweet and fragrant. Buy it quickly if you need it. Kill the eggs dropped by the golden pheasant, 1 copper coin, and only the last 4 are left. Those who want to buy it as soon as possible. Clearance sale. 3 rabbit skins for only 5 copper coins. 2 rabbit legs for only 5 copper coins. In the Doomsday Scourge game, there are hundreds of cooking ingredients alone. Listed in the task hall are just a small part of the most common and easy to obtain. The so-called jam is made by processing and processing berries. Mushrooms can be found everywhere and are easy to pick. Yunling knows a mushroom soup formula and makes a finished product, which can restore health and mana at the same time after eating. The honey dropped by the bee colony is the basic material. As long as Yunling knew, there were 7 formulas that could use this material. Not to mention the eggs. Whether it is cooked directly or cooked with other ingredients, it is very suitable. Rabbit skin can be used to make bracers and gloves. The life skill level is enough to make blue quality armor. Yunling saw players setting up stalls and selling materials everywhere, and he was quite unable to move forward. Anyway, the game ingredients have a shelf life of more than half a year. If you stock up in advance, it will always come in handy in the future. Thinking about this, Yunling let go of his hands and bought as much as he wanted. The bonfire swayed. Yukuin sat by the stone bonfire, his eyes blank and blank. He is a freshman. At the beginning of the game, he and his roommate were hacking in an internet cafe. Later, I accidentally picked up the skills, made a way out with my roommate, and finally escaped. After collecting materials, killing monsters and upgrading, life gradually became stable. He thought that life would go on like this. Unexpectedly, when I went out to explore today, I ran into the boss and his younger brother. He wanted to take a detour to leave, but his roommate said that he wanted wealth and danger. It was boring to be an ordinary player, so he would be the strongest. Yukuin was angry and anxious, but there were many people who seconded this remark. In the end, all members showed their hands to vote, and most of them agreed to open a group to fight the boss. The fierce battle is still unforgettable by Yukuin. The end result was that the players suffered a fiasco, with most of the casualties. Seeing that the opportunity was bad, Yukuin left alone, finally regaining his life. What about just fleeing back to the territory? The team is gone, and the trusted teammates are gone, he is alone. Yukuin stared at the bonfire in a daze, with no bottom in his heart. Sunset Village. Shi Jianshan gnawed at the coarse-grained steamed bun with the big fist, his face was numb. Beside him, a middle-aged man in his 40s was angrily, "This group of people is really nothing. I said that when I joined the team, as long as you work hard, you will surely get a skill card from the monsters in the future. What's the result? I didn't take out one of them. No matter what you get, it will be shared equally by the backbone of the team. We have little benefit for these little roles. I knew it would be like this, why should I join the team in the first place? It's better to go alone. It's good now. It's the 7th day of the game. There are monsters outside in groups, all around the territory. What about us? No skills, no equipment, not even players." The middle-aged man was so angry that he wanted to leave the team on the spot. "Yes." Shi Jianshan whispered, "Why did I believe their nonsense before? Why did I covet peace and dare not leave? Now I can't leave if I want to go." On the 7th day of the game, the skill cards were all picked up long ago. Without skills and weapons, you can't live without the team. The middle-aged man sighed heavily. The reason is simple, and he can figure it out, but it's a pity that he wakes up too late. The more I thought about it, the more angry the middle-aged man couldn't help cursing. "Lao Liang, save some energy." Shi Jianshan reminded, "The team leader only gives ordinary team members 2 buns a day, 1 in the morning and 1 in the evening. If you are too hungry to move, you will have no energy to work, and you will be abandoned by the team." The middle-aged man wanted to refute, but his lips moved and he couldn't say anything, and finally closed his eyes in despair. When I saw the mountain, I looked down and said nothing. I heard that collecting resources can unlock skills and become a player, so I must find a chance to try it. No matter what, you must not wait and die. Determined in my heart, calmly on his face, as if he had already accepted his fate. Lingyun Village. In the dead of night, most players sleep. Old Man Zhang was still sitting on the small bench, facing the bonfire, struggling to knit his shoes. Zhang Hongbo looked rather unbearable, and whispered, "Grandpa, let's make up tomorrow, it's late today." Old Man Zhang stubbornly said, "I'm not tired. I will work for a while and you will sleep first." Zhang Hongbo said nothing. "How can you not be tired? I have been busy for 17 or 8 hours in a row. I was old and in poor health, so I kept getting messed up." But he also knew that Grandpa was racing against time for time. Straw shoes have no technical content. Not only are they easy to learn and knit, but the raw materials are also easy to obtain. Some people are ingenious, think about it a little bit, and immediately understand them without a teacher. After a while, everyone will weave straw sandals. Why do customers still buy theirs? Who is buying? So Grandpa made up his mind to sell more straw sandals and make more money before everyone else learns the craft. His original words are like this, "Hongbo, the opportunity waits for no one. I missed this time, who knows if there is any chance of making money in the future. Recently, I have been a little bit bitter and tired, and waited until I became a formal resident and bought a house. I don't have to worry about anything in the future. Even if we can only sell a pair of straw sandals in the next 2 or 3 days, my father and I will not die of starvation." Zhang Hongbo only hates himself for being clumsy, he can't learn it after a long time. Otherwise, he could replace his grandfather and weave shoes day and night. In the evening, many players watch the process of weaving shoes around his grandfather. Day 8 of the game. Yunling steamed the steamed buns with soy sauce, ready to eat breakfast. The steamed buns have a soft crust and sauce beef inside. After being steamed, the sauce penetrates into the dough, not to mention how fragrant it is. One bite down, full of sauce and meat flavor. When eating, the system suddenly sounded a prompt. The player Yu Qingwen requested to enter the house. Is it allowed? Yu Qingwen and Jing Mingyue bought a wooden house next to them, and they are considered neighbors. Yunling did not hesitate and clicked yes directly. As soon as she entered the door, Yu Qingwen couldn't help but sniffed. It smells so good. Soy sauce steamed buns, do you want to eat it? Yunling gave a warm welcome. Yu Qingwen secretly swallowed her saliva. Her face was serious. No, I've had breakfast. Nowadays, it is not easy for anyone to live. Food is more precious than gold. She has no shortage of food, there is no need to eat and drink. After clearing her throat, Yu Qingwen explained her intention. The team took a new job and went to the rural basement to carry supplies. Are you coming? Yunling shook his head. No more. Yu Qingwen wondered. It's a good job. You can find all kinds of supplies when you go. Why are you not tempted at all? You know, when the disaster strikes suddenly, people are hungry and afraid. He desperately hoards food at every opportunity, like hamsters. In fact, Yunling was helpless. I want it. I want materials and game materials. I want to fight monsters and upgrades and produce self-made equipment when I have time. Isn't this too much work? Can't I do all the work? Yu Qingwen. Does she live so fulfilling every day? It's terrible to hear. So, Yu Qingwen used her words carefully. Do you think it's more important to do other things, and would rather give up collecting materials? Collecting game ingredients such as mushrooms and honey is also collecting materials. Yunling said sternly, the difference is that these can be used to make game props, which can provide players with a gain state. The most important thing is that the warehouse has stocked a batch of rice and flour, enough to eat for a long time. Yu Qingwen hesitated and asked tentatively, do you know any inside information? Yunling laughed, no, these are just personal guesses. I don't know why, I just think the game materials are more important than the real objects. Well, I won't call you for similar activities in the future. Yu Qingwen's expression changed, and she made up her mind for a long time. When the time comes, fight monsters more, brush more drops, and stock up more game materials. Yu Qingwen always remembered that on the first day of the game, Yunling told them to pick up cards and learn skills. Therefore, she firmly believes that listening to Yunling is correct. Yunling answered casually, thinking in her heart that no matter how the situation changes, there is nothing wrong with diligent leveling. After the meal, Yunling took the NPC out. Within a few minutes of walking out of the territory, I found a lot of sweet potatoes half covered and buried in the soil. Yunling was overjoyed and greeted the second guard, quickly dig. Successfully collect, get sweet potatoes *1. The system sounded prompts one after another. The sweet potato is huge and heavy in the hand. Yunling was about to let the guards lead the team to level up nearby, and suddenly heard a sharp bird cry. She looked terrified and spoke quickly, enemy attack. Heaven. Ready to fight. As soon as the voice fell, the birds gathered in black and swooped down towards them. Group attack skills. Yunling shouted. Chaotic stick. The armor swept across with a wooden stick. Meteor shower. Mage A raised his staff. A salvo. The archer shoots 7 arrows towards the front cone. Yunling and guard B stepped together in unison, topping the front. Then he smashed his shield hard and smashed into the enemy. Just after a face-to-face encounter, dozens of Asuka were killed and injured. The rest were frightened, flapping their wings, and ran away in a blink of an eye. Items dropped, copper coins *29, white skill cards *1, dead branches *5, soil *3. Yunling sighed lightly and said with rejoicing, if you move slowly, it will be miserable for them to do it first. Asuka dives and targets the same person, causing a lot of damage in one go. Luck is a little bit worse, it's not impossible to die in vain. Picking up the dropped items one by one, Yunling ordered, continue digging. Sweet potato is a very convenient ingredient. It can be steamed or roasted, and it tastes quite good. Looking at the pile of sweet potatoes in his backpack, Yunling couldn't help setting up the fire and picking out one freshly roasted. As time goes by, the skin of the sweet potato gradually softens, and the attractive fragrance is floating in the air. Yunling peeled off the dark skin, tried to take a bite, and her eyebrows were instantly crooked. Sweet potatoes are sweet and waxy, as if mixed with honey, they are especially delicious. Name: roasted sweet potatoes. Quality: normal. Materials needed: sweet potato *1. Use effect: basic recovery speed plus 1 point of health/minute, lasting 1 hour. This is the characteristic of cooking skills. The ingredients are everywhere, and everything can be used for cooking. However, the finished products have similar effects, and most of them can only speed up the basic recovery speed. It was an accident that Yunling would learn cooking skills. Obtain the intermediate cooking skill card during the public test, and directly master the intermediate cooking skills after learning. She thought of how skillful she would not press her body, so she used her skill card. Facts have proved that cooking skills are quite practical. The ingredients come from a wide range of sources and can produce restoration props in batches. She can't use it up by herself and can sell it to others at a high price. Speaking of which, thanks to the intermediate level of cooking, I have the spare money to purchase basic materials so that I can smash my sewing skills to the advanced level. The scenes during the public beta are vividly vivid, and Yunling remembered the past, flashing slightly. That, a tender voice sounded, "Can roasted sweet potatoes divide me a little?" Following the reputation, I saw a 15 or 6-year-old girl walking out of the bushes, looking at her timidly at the moment. Baked sweet potatoes. Yunling was startled slightly. "I have eaten it." "It doesn't matter." The little girl swallowed secretly. Yunling reacted, "How long have you not eaten?" The little girl pursed her lips. It took a long time before she said, "I haven't eaten anything all day and night." Yunling sighed, "Sit here for a while, I will bake one for you again." With that, she took out the new sweet potatoes from her backpack and began to bake them. The little girl was a little embarrassed. She wringed her fingers, lowered her head, and muttered, I don't have copper coins, so I can't pay. It's just a sweet potato." Yunling said indifferently, "I gave it to you, no money." The little girl had a sore nose and almost cried, "You are such a good person." "My name is Xiaoying. I spent time with other people before. They thought I was clumsy and couldn't help, so they didn't let me follow. I know that the world has changed. I want to fight monsters and earn copper coins, but I am afraid." At the end, the little girl couldn't stop shaking, as if she couldn't restrain the fear deep in her heart. Yunling told her, "It's okay if you don't fight monsters." The little girl stared at Yunling blankly, her eyes filled with disbelief. Chapter 32 Level 2 Building. "If you don't fight monsters, how can you get copper coins?" The little girl stammered. The sweet potatoes were dug out. Yunling pointed to the ground that had been smashed. "The ingredients are everywhere in the wild. You can eat them by steaming, boiling, and roasting them after you gather them. There is a lot of food collected. In addition to eating it by yourself, you can also go to the territory and sell it to other players." Upon hearing this, the little girl was surprised and delighted. "I can do this job. Eat first, gather with me later, and return to camp together at night," Yunling said as he handed out the baked sweet potatoes. There were tears in the little girl's eyes. She nodded vigorously and said seriously, "I will work hard." Sweet potatoes are sweet and delicious, and they feel full. After Xiaoying had eaten more than half of it, her belly finally stopped groaning and she felt much more comfortable. After the meal, Yunling dragged her home and explored far away. "This is a potato, you can eat it when you roast it. This is a berry. It is made into jam and spread on bread. It tastes good. This is wild vegetables. You can eat them after you dig them and cook them. This is a mushroom, you can eat it if you roast it." While spreading common sense, Yunling collects ingredients with guard B. Xiaoying tried to do it herself. Successfully collect, get berries *1. The collection failed and no items were obtained. Successfully collect wild vegetables *1. The collection failed and no items were obtained. The prompt appears alternately and repeatedly. After several times, the content finally changed. "Congratulations to the player for successfully collecting 10 times. You have gained 1 point of experience. You have unlocked the life skill, Elementary Collection. Congratulations, you officially become a player, your body will be digitized." She has skills. She has become a player. Xiaoying almost cried happily. At noon, the backpack was almost full, and Yunling led the team back to camp. "Just find a place to set up a stall, and there will be players looking for you to buy ingredients. Yunling asked. In addition, some materials can go directly to the task hall to hand in tasks. There are already 50 collection missions in the mission hall, each of which can be completed 50 times. Even life players who don't have the ability to fight can still support themselves by collecting and earning copper coins. Thank you so much. Xiaoying was so grateful that she couldn't help but thank. After speaking, she stuffed Yunling the collected potatoes, berries, wild vegetables, and mushrooms, leaving only a few berries for herself, and then ran away. Hey, Yunling didn't pay attention, and people ran away. Seeing the scattered piles, she laughed blankly. What do you mean? Pay for the meal. Shaking his head, Yunling picked up the materials one by one, and then walked towards the warehouse. Yunling was checking inventory, and a message suddenly popped out. NPC, William, is here to visit. May I ask if you hire it? Click to view. Name, William. Grade 1. Attributes, Strength 6, Dexterity 6, Physical Strength 5, Intelligence 5, Spirit 5. Combat Skills, Sea-Level Backstab. Life Skills, Primary Collection. Employment Price, 150 copper coins. Primary Collection. Yunling's eyes lit up, and he immediately decided to hire him and gave him the name, Assassin A. In the future, if there are too many NPCs and the numbers are not enough, I will pick up Guard B and Assassin A and rename them to Gathering A and Gathering B. She secretly thought. In the afternoon, Yunling led the team to explore in another direction. Not far away, I saw a large area of straw and wheat straw being harvested. More than 20 players were holding the materials as if they were holding a baby. Straw sandals are about to become a nationwide. Are you exercising? Yunling felt funny. Shaking her head, she took the NPC to continue walking. After a 5-minute walk, I found a jujube forest. She immediately beckoned and motioned to Guard B and Assassin A to step forward. Red dates are pitted and mashed into mud. It tastes sweet and soft, and the mouth is fresh. This thing can be eaten directly, and can be used as a snack material. It has a variety of uses and does not lose money. Seeing a bamboo forest next to him, Yunling ordered the guard armor, archer armor, and mage armor to stay on standby, and he went into the bamboo forest to take a look. The bamboo is full of treasures. Bamboo leaves can be used as medicine, bamboo poles can be prepared, and bamboo shoots can be eaten. There is a building to be unlocked called Bamboo Workshop, which uses bamboo to make simple weapons and provide household items. Because the function is similar to the woodworking workshop, it is not unlocked. Unconsciously, Yunling walked to the depths of the bamboo forest and found the bamboo shoots in the corner. She just wanted to dig bamboo shoots when the messy running sound rang. Looking up, I saw a player sprinting out of the bamboo forest lifelessly, while shouting loudly, "Run! There is a snake!" This is the disadvantage of life players. When you go out to collect resources, you will often encounter danger. If you are far away from the territory, no one can rescue you, and you don't respond in time, you may be dead. After sweeping his eyes, he saw 5 green snakes spitting out and chasing them quickly. Instead of running away, Yunling took out his shield and dagger, and took the initiative to greet him. Yang Yonggang wants to ask, why don't you run? Seeing that the green snake was killed one after another, the group was wiped out after a while. Yang Yong looked at the charming young girl, and then at the mobs on the ground who were no longer moving. He was speechless for a while. Yunling picked up the copper coin, snake skin, and fangs before turning around and asking, is it all right? It's okay. Yang Yong shook his head. That's good. We meet by the water, and help is just by the way. To make sure that the other party was okay, Yunling wanted to continue digging bamboo shoots. Yang Yong saw it and took the initiative. Shall I dig for you? He took out the bamboo shovel and dug quickly. Yunling was startled slightly. Where did the shovel come from? Yang Yong dug and replied, I made it myself. I am a stickman, and I often do manual work before the game starts. Yunling asked again, can bamboo beds be made? Can bamboo chairs be made? Yes. Yang Yong didn't look up. I place an order, can you do it for me? Yunling suggested. Yang Yong raised his head, his expression was very stunned. Don't want to do it. Yunling misunderstood Yang Yong's meaning. That's not the case. Yang Yong deliberated his words, handwork is delicate, it takes time. In addition, the price. He hesitated to speak, but he didn't know how to say it. The offer is low, sorry for the time he took. The price is high, I'm sorry for saving my life. What kind of furniture can you make? What's the price? Yunling didn't care. 50 copper coins for the bamboo bed, 20 copper coins for the bamboo chair, 5 copper coins for the bamboo shovel. Considering the life-saving grace, Yang Yong gritted his teeth and quoted the friendly price. I want to make a bamboo bed, 2 bamboo chairs, a bamboo shovel, and a bamboo cabinet. Yunling said without hesitation. Yang Yong was stunned and reminded subconsciously, the price is not cheap after one set is finished. It's okay, I have money, just talk about it or not. Yunling said. Do. Yang Yong made a firm decision. After agreeing on the details, Yunling added friends and paid a deposit on the spot. After the upgrade, strength and physical strength have increased. Yang Yong had the final say, it took a day and a half and it was almost finished. Strictly speaking, I am not at a loss. Thinking about it as a cooperative relationship, he tentatively said, I need to chop some bamboo. Can I go back together later? Yes. Yunling responded readily. Hearing this, Yang Yongru was relieved. In the evening, Yunling and his entourage returned to the territory. After stepping into Lingyun village, Yang Yong left with the materials. Yunling first went back to the warehouse to unload the supplies. The system prompts, NPC, Nicole, is here to visit, may I ask if you hire it? Click to view. Name, Nicole. Level, 0. Attributes, Strength 4, Agility 4, Stamina 4, Intelligence 5, Spirit 5. Combat skills, none. Life skills, Basic barbecue. Employment price, 50 copper coins. Life professionals, unfortunately, are not the kind she needs. Yunling regretfully clicked No. View the Territory Properties panel. Territory name, Lingyun. Level, Village. A total of 4 levels, from low to high, they are camp, village, town, and city. Tax, 5%. 0 to 100%, the Lord has the right to adjust independently. Inhabitable population, 1,000. Existing residents, 264. Unlockable buildings, 7. Existing building, 7. Existing building details. Warehouse, level 1 with an area of 200 square meters, it can store various resources and extend the shelf life of food. Note, the Lord can set up an access list to allow specific groups of people to use it. Mission Hall, level 1 you can issue missions to attract and recruit NPC talents. Wood Workshop, level 1 you can create simple weapons and provide wooden household items. Tailor Shop, level 1 you can make clothing and armor. Folk House, level 1 a simple wooden house for players to live in. Village level, up to 200 can be built. Protective Cover, level 1 defensive building, can block incoming enemies. Note, the domain can be unlocked only when it is upgraded to Village or above. Restaurant, level 1 can provide all kinds of food. The business of woodworking workshops and tailor shops is booming, several houses are sold intermittently, tax revenues within the territory are soaring, temporary residents pay overnight fees on time, players save money to purchase formal resident status. Unknowingly, 10,000 copper coins have been collected. Looking at the panel, Yunling pondered for a long time, and finally chose to upgrade the task hall. Copper coin minus 10,000. The mission hall is upgraded to level 2. There are 3 NPCs visiting here every day, staying for 24 hours. You will have more chances to get a higher level and better quality NPC. Wood craftsman, sewing talents, culinary talents, gathering talents, fighting talents, anything will do, just come and visit. Yunling looked forward to it and waited for NPCs to come to the door. Mission hall. You have linen *5, do you submit a task? Xiaoying clicks yes. In the next second, hemp cloth -5, copper coin +5. Xiaoying covered her mouth and forcibly suppressed the urge to scream, her heart beating wildly. She did it. She earned 5 copper coins on her own. There is an overnight fee tonight. You have sweet potatoes *2, do you submit a task? You have rice *1, do you submit a task? You have flour *1, do you submit a task? You have cornmeal *1, do you submit a task? After thinking about it, Xiaoying left sweet potatoes for dinner today and breakfast tomorrow. As for rice, flour, and cornmeal, they are all sold. In this way, she has 8 copper coins. Even after paying the overnight fee, there are still 3 copper coins left. The deposit is not too much, but it is a great encouragement to Xiaoying. This was the first time she stayed in a safe area on her own. This means that even if she doesn't have a companion, even if she doesn't force herself to fight monsters, she can still live. For a while, Xiaoying was excited and overwhelmed with joy. After a while, she reluctantly calmed down. I have to write down all the 50 collection materials in the mission hall, and collect them first. The collected materials are used in exchange for money, and the collected food is kept for your own consumption, and the excess can be stored. Wait until you save enough money, buy tools, increase collection efficiency, and earn more. Xiaoying used her brain and worked hard to think about countermeasures. His eyes were shining, bright and agile, as if they had finally seen hope. Chapter 33 Day 9. The 9th day. As soon as I got up, the system flashed a new NPC. Name, Paul. Level, 7 attributes, Strength 16, Agility 12, Physical Strength 10, Intelligence 5, Spirit 5. Combat Skills, B-Level Penetration. Life Skills, none. Employment Price, 950 copper coins. Combat Skill Level B, Level 7, Amazing Attributes, and Strength far beyond ordinary players. Yunling decided to hire him, gave him the name, Shooter B, and decided to take him with him when he went out. The sun is rising, and the sky is bright. Yunling used the stone bonfire to roast a warm and sweet potato for breakfast. You go to a restaurant to eat, she said to the guards and others as she ate, 1 person, 1 bowl of porridge, 2 steamed buns, the kind made of non-game materials. Yes. The NPC led away. Yunling thought to herself, hundreds of bags of rice and flour should be handed over to the almighty NPC. She, collect game materials and cook something delicious for yourself. Just after 8 o'clock, Yunling left the territory with the NPC. Wandering forward, she found that many players stopped and collected nearby. Straw, weeds, berries, sweet potatoes, all are the goals. Yunling thought about it. Indeed, it was much safer to mine resources than fighting a monster. A team with high level and strong fighting ability goes hunting, and low level and weak fighting ability is responsible for gathering. This is called clear division of labor and each performing its own duties. In order to avoid competing with others, Yunling walked away specially. When he saw a glutinous rice field, he stopped and waved to the second guard and the assassin A to come forward and help with the work. 10 minutes later, the last glutinous rice was harvested, and a total of 40 glutinous rice was collected. Not far away, guard armor, mage armor, archer armor, and archer armor are fighting fiercely with a group of dryads. Yunling ordered, go to help and end the battle as soon as possible. Yes. Guard B and assassin A went to support without saying a word. Yunling tidied his backpack while waiting for the victory of the NPC to return. Help! There was a sudden cry for help in the distance. Following the prestige, I saw one person running around, panicking and not choosing the way. 7 or 8 people followed, fierce and evil, and at first glance they were not good people. Will there be another team hunting with players as the target? How come there are so many scumbags in the world that she still meets? Thinking of his previous experience, Yunling frowned and took the initiative to protect the person behind him. Lien Yunling brings NPCs, and the team consists of 7 people. Seeing a hard stubble, the other party voluntarily backed down. Are you okay? It's all right, Yunling said. The enemy had retreated, so she didn't rush to take out the scale shield from her backpack. Standing in front of him was a 15 or 16-year-old boy. He was wearing white cloth armor, a white belt around his waist, and a pair of blue quality shoes on his feet. At the moment, he looked panicked, his face was pale, and his eyes were full of horror. Yunling guessed that it was all blue outfits to blame. Seeing a young boy alone, the opponent was very easy to start, so he chased him all the way. Idiot. The corner of the boy's mouth twitched lightly, showing a sneer, his voice low and unspeakable. What? Yunling was still looking in the direction of the enemy's retreat, unable to hear clearly for a while. In the next second, a purple ring appeared on the index finger and middle finger, and the orange dagger went straight to the heart. The young man's face was full of disdain, and his mouth was mocking. Little master teaches you to be good. It's the end, no one can believe it. The dagger pierced the soft armor, causing nearly 220 damage. It would be fatal to change to another person. But Yunling stood there intact, looking back indifferently. Then I also teach you a truth, be kind. Neuropathy. The young man scolded in his heart. He didn't succeed in one blow, and just about to retreat, he saw his life value drop rapidly. Fuck. Tanks, anti-injury. The juvenile's full strength is added, and the blood volume depends on the blessing of equipment. Who knows that the attack is too high, and the rebound damage just exceeds the upper limit of health. At the last moment of his life, he finally reacted, but unfortunately it was too late. The player died, and the orange card, orange outfit, purple outfit, and copper coins burst all over the place. Name, Fatal Strike. Quality, S grade. Skill effect, attack the target's head, heart and other vital parts, causing triple damage. Name, Fang of the Poisonous Dragon, Dagger. Quality, Legend. Durability, 98/100. Wearing effect, Strength plus 20. Special effects, attacks have a 30% chance to cause extra poison damage. Name, Power Ring. Quality, Rare. Durability, 68/70. Wearing effect, Strength plus 10. Special effects, attack power plus 20%. Name, the Ring of the Bull. Quality, Rare. Durability, 68/70. Wearing effect, Strength plus 12. Special effects, Physical Strength plus 3. Copper coins *45. It can be seen that the boy is not as weak and harmless as he showed. Wearing 3 pieces of equipment, 2 white and 1 blue, just to win the trust of others and reduce the opponent's guard. It's just that he never thought that he chose the wrong target. Not only didn't kill Yunling, but killed him instead. Picking up the Fang of the Poisonous Dragon, the Ring of Strength, and the Ring of the Bull to replace the original equipment, Yunling did not forget to say, 1,000 miles to give people a head, courtesy is light and affectionate. I smiled unceremoniously. Before noon, the players returned one after another, waiting for the light group rain to come. On the way back, Yunling sighed countless times. What mobs to fight? What does it drop? From now on, just wear 5 white suits and 1 purple armor and wander around everywhere. In this way, you can get rich by being attacked. Bushi arrived in the territory, knocked on the neighbor's door, begging to enter. After a while, the system displays, the owner agrees to let you in. Upon seeing this, Yunling opened the door. Lu Chuan was grilling meat in the house, and the smell of meat permeated the air for a long time. Ascaris lumbricoides in the belly of the hook went straight out. What is it for me? He asked. I got an S-level skill card by accident, do you want it? As he said, Yunling took out the critical strike. Seeing the attributes clearly, Lu Chuan couldn't help being silent. It is very difficult for the shooter to specify the head and heart of the target. This skill card is actually more suitable for assassin players to engage in sneak attacks. However, by coincidence, he has the S-level skill, Automatic Tracking. No need to aim, the arrow will automatically lock the target. This locked target includes attacking designated parts. Therefore, auto-tracking and critical strike are a perfect match. With 2 skills at the same time, even if a normal arrow attack, the damage will be terribly high. If you want it, you can't afford it. Lu Chuan confessed. Although he has some family background, he is not worth mentioning compared with Yunling who sits in Lingyun village. It's okay, I'll give you away, Yunling said. In her heart, the S-level skill card is no different from the one that was picked up for nothing, and it doesn't hurt to send it out. Throw it to the NPC, it will not attack the head or heart, and it will not work. It is pure waste. Is there anything you want? Lu Chuan asked. Game material. Yunling answered seriously. Lu Chuan, isn't it hoarding some? Yun. The hoarding madman. Ling has a frantic look, there is never too much material. Lu Chuan. I understand. He nodded, in the future, Dugwai will drop non-meat materials, all of which will be given to you. Okay. Yunling was full of joy, feeling that the deal was not a loss. Lu Chuan is considering a question how much materials can be given to be worth the value of an S-level skill card. At 12 o'clock, the light group arrived as scheduled. Trees become denser, monsters are more diverse, and resources grow rapidly. Looking out from the territory at this time, there is no trace of a modern city. The building was gnawed like by the burrowing beasts, and the surrounding environment resembled a primeval forest. What is different from the past is that after the light group rain landed, the system issued a prompt: "The transformation is complete, I wish you all a happy game." Seeing this line of text, someone immediately spurted out a mouthful of old blood. "Spicy chicken game, it's not pleasant to play at all." Yunling happened to be viewing the panel. After the light group rain fell, there was an extra ranking list on the panel out of thin air. Click to view. Global Territory Ranking. The same rank is sorted by upgrade time. 1. Lingyun Village, S City. 2. Xia Village, City B. 3. Qingzhou Village, City A. Ranking of existing buildings in global territories. 1. Lingyun Village, 7. 2. Xia Village, 6. 3. Peach Blossom Village, 6. Ranking of prosperity of global territories. 1. Lingyun Village, 1152. 2. Xia Village, 947. 3. Green Bamboo Village, 944. Ranking of prosperity of all territories in City S. 1. Lingyun Village, 1152. 2. Baiyang Village, 933. 3. Linden Tree Village, 931. In all rankings, Lingyun Village steadily occupied the first place. It's no wonder that Lingyun Village's NPC name is exceptionally different. The knowledgeable vagrant player who travels north and south suddenly realized, this may be the unique style of the first territory. Surrounding players. One person complained, "Come on. As you say, as long as you rank first, the NPC's name is Gulu and Liguzi for a special purpose." The wandering player smirked, then didn't say anything. Residents are concerned about the ranking of Lingyun Village, but Yunling is concerned about all the territories in City S. Turning to the last page in one breath, there are exactly 200 territories in S City. According to a camp, a maximum of 200 players can be accommodated, but the upper limit is 40,000. In the entire city, there are only 40,000 survivors. No way. As soon as he thought of it, one person screamed, "Look at the map in the lower right corner. The 200 territories in S City are all marked." Yunling saw that it was so. Is the system indicating the direction of the safe zone for players and encouraging population migration? Yunling fell into deep thought. The stream is gurgling and winding. There was a fence on the open space not far away, and there were many tents in it, and the smoke was full of smoke and firework. In the largest tent, Qian Chuan was a little uneasy. "Uncle, the game map is updated. There are more than 30 people clamoring to go to the nearest safe area here. What should I do now?" "Let them go." Qian Chuan's uncle Qian Zhiwei said indifferently. There were more than 300 people, and there was not enough food. They were willing to take the whole family and leave with them. It would be great. Qian Chuan hesitated to speak, "Uncle, or let's..." Qian Zhiwei interrupted directly, "Let's not go to the safe zone." Qian Chuan immediately showed incomprehension. Qian Zhiwei sighed, "One person can spend 5 copper coins to stay in the camp for one night. How much money do you have to pay for 200 or 300 people?" Qian Chuan opened his mouth, speechless. "Organize manual patrols at night. Once you find the traces of the monsters, kill them immediately." Qian Zhiwei said in a deep voice, "You can spend the first few days in peace, and you can do it in the future. There is no need to waste copper coins to live in the camp. You can buy equipment if you save money and arm everyone." Qian Chuan always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell. After tangling for a while, he decided to listen to his uncle. After all, if it weren't for the presence of his uncle, he would have been dead from the beginning of the game, and he would not have survived until now. So Qian Chuan nodded, "I see, I will do it now." Chapter 34 End of Protection Period. In the afternoon, the system spawned 2 more NPCs. Name, Thea. Grade 1. Attributes, Strength 7, Agility 5, Physical Strength 6, Intelligence 5, Spirit 5. Combat Skills, none. Life Skills, Elementary Baking. Employment Price, 100 copper coins. Name, Linda. Level, 0. Attributes, Strength 6, Dexterity 7, Physical Strength 5, Intelligence 5, Spirit 5. Combat Skills, none. Life Skills, Intermediate Bamboo Art. Employment Price, 500 copper coins. Unfortunately, the building suitable for their work is destined not to be unlocked. Without a studio, professionals cannot play their due role, and Yunling can only reluctantly refuse to hire. On April 1st, the Doomsday Scourge game was launched shockingly. Since then, the peaceful life has been broken. Everyone was in a panic and had no idea. As time goes by, people work at sunrise and rest at sunset, and life gradually becomes regular. It's just that there is always a lingering anxiety deep in my heart. Residents are hoarding food indiscriminately, as if only in this way can they gain a sense of security. 2 days passed in a flash. The 11th day. At 12 noon, the system informs, the 10-day novice protection period is over, and the residents may be attacked at any time. Players are requested to prepare in advance. Upon receiving the news, the residents looked confused. The residents' territory may be attacked at any time. What do you mean? Before the words were over, 10 bisons came straight to the territory. Someone was shocked. What's the matter? When the monster walks near the territory, won't it take the initiative to avoid it? Another person said quietly, this is probably the so-called novice protection period effect. Now that the novice period is over, the territory is no longer protected by the system. While speaking, the bison kept hitting the protective cover, causing 10, 11, and 13 damage. Archer prepares. Knowing that the protection period for novices had ended after 10 days, Yunling did not go out specially. At this time he did not hurriedly order, let the arrows. Archer A, Archer B, and Archer C obey orders, draw the bow, aim, and shoot. Mage A and Mage B cast offensive skills. The melee professions such as Guard A, Assassin A, and Guard B stepped out of the territory and consciously helped. Pastor A and Pastor B approached, and threw the recovery skills to help increase blood. Under the siege of the NPC, the bison fell to the ground, exploding copper coins and beef. Then, the armor led the team to clean the battlefield, and skillfully picked up the dropped items. From now on, you will stay in Lingyun village to protect the security of the territory. Yunling found a place where no one was there, and ordered the archer to remove the black cloth on his face, and then set his name to be public. Yes. First Archer, Second Archer, and Archer C responded in unison. So when the residents were worried and whispered, inadvertently, there were 3 more guards in the territory. S City, Xinghua Village. Local residents also received system prompts. In the next second, I saw a group of flying birds clashed and attacked. Ah, it hurts. Help. Where is the NPC? Where is the NPC? Get rid of the mobs. The young and middle-aged people have gone out hunting, and most of the people who stay in the territory are old, weak, sick, and disabled. At this time, the system guards were dispatched. The 2 raised their shields in close combat, protecting some residents behind them. The 3 wizards chanted in low voices and attacked with spells. An archer pulls the bow and shoots arrows. An assassin approached, the dagger was reversed, and with a strong stroke, a bird was immediately killed. Go away, all go away. A female resident was besieged by 5 flying birds, and immediately shouted in panic. Not waiting for the rescue by the system guards, the female residents fell down due to severe injuries and exhaustion of blood. Asuka fluttered and spread its wings, looking for the next target. 5 or 6 minutes later, the monsters were shot dead. The village was full of chaos, and the residents were wounded and frightened. Then, a semicircular transparent protective cover suddenly appeared over the territory. The defensive building is finally unlocked. S City, Peach Blossom Camp. At the same time as the notification from the system was received, the ground cracked inch by inch. The next second, a centipede more than 5 meters long appeared in the camp. Run! There are monsters. The residents panicked and fled for their lives separately. What about NPC? Isn't there an NPC? Someone reluctantly kept calm and shouted, where did you go? Come out and save people. However, Taohua Camp is remote, with few residents, backward development, and late construction of the mission hall. In the entire camp, there are only 1 method, 1 bow, 1 animal husbandry and 1 assassin. What are you doing? Don't save people yet. The player caught the NPCs and couldn't help but urge. If it is a player who feels that this person has a bad attitude, he may just strike out. But NPC, after listening, he greeted him without hesitation. At this moment, the players who were out hunting returned to camp to rest. The residents were overjoyed and shouted for help. Someone broke into the camp. Come and help. After a fierce battle, NPC 3, Player 2, finally killed the centipede. At the end of the battle, the atmosphere became extremely dull. All residents are thinking about a question: the camp has become no longer safe, do they want to continue living here? City, Rose Village. The border of the territory is surrounded by guardrails. This is the defensive building fence initially unlocked by the system. Inside the guardrail, the residents cook, weave and knit, giving a peaceful atmosphere. Suddenly, the system notified, the 10-day novice protection period is over, and the residents may be attacked at any time. Players are requested to prepare in advance. What's the meaning? In a daze, a large number of spiders appeared in the eyes of the residents. Enemy attack. Someone screamed, some backed hurriedly, and the scene suddenly became chaotic. The sparse wooden fence can't stop the spider at all. They pass through the gap and move quickly towards the target. It was too late, and then soon, a big fireball hit the spiders and scorched them. 6 system guards were dispatched to suppress. It didn't take long for the riot to subside. For the rest of their lives, the residents were grateful. Fortunately, they chose to settle in Rose Village. If it is in other territories, the overall strength is slightly worse, and it will be cold if you don't pay attention. In the afternoon, Yunling led the team on a trip, and saw all the nearby resource points being picked along the way. She knew in her heart that in recent days, players have gradually realized the importance of collecting, so they actively joined and collected materials to subsidize their families. Even if it is a hunting team, occasionally they have bad luck and will dig sweet potatoes to survive if they do not encounter suitable prey. What's more, they will sneak out of their territory after nightfall and move around nearby. Once encountered a monster sneak attack, rushed back. Even if you are injured, just ask the pastor for help and pay for treatment, and you will be fine soon. After going back and forth, the resources near Lingyun village were almost flooded. It seems we have to go a little farther. Yunling thought. The NPC level is quite high, the skills are complete, and the equipment is good. She is not worried about encountering danger. Picking a direction at random, the group continued on. In the oat field, 2 female players are immersed in harvesting. I declare, this field belongs to us, a voice rang out abruptly. The 2 female players froze for a moment, and then looked up blankly. I saw a 5-person team standing next to them, looking at them impatiently at this time. What are you doing in a daze? Get out of here. Is it reasonable? Obviously we are here first. The short-haired girl was trying to reason with her, but her companion pulled her sleeves. Forget it, the companion whispered. The short-haired girl pursed her lips, her eyes showing a trace of unwillingness. It's just to drive you away, not to do it to you. You have to be grateful for your tolerance and generosity. The gangster-like man said shamelessly. The girl with short hair became more and more popular. Don't be impulsive, let's go. The companion simply packed up the items and left quickly. Drilling, I won't look at his face at all. The man murmured, striding towards the oats field. Before approaching, the arrow shot quickly and stopped in the middle of the road. At the same time, a lazy voice sounded, I declare that this field belongs to us. Who? Don't die, the man angered. Yun Bully Lingman casually said, whoever has a big fist, the oats field will belong to whoever, and there is no need to pay attention to first come first. Seeing several purple outfits on the other party, the man narrowed his eyes, don't think it's great to have purple outfits, we are not vegetarian either. I don't believe it. Yunling said. When the number of people is dominant, she doesn't think she will lose. Behind him, the NPC clasped the weapon tightly, ready to do it at any time. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth, our team has snipers lying in ambush nearby. The man's eyes showed a trace of fierceness, don't get out, don't blame us for being polite. Why are you welcome? Did you take me a second? Yunling was amused. Toast and not eat fine wine. A cold light flashed in the man's eyes. He made a gesture and quietly signaled. In the next second, 3 arrows fired straight at Yunling. Yunling easily raised the fish scale shield to block the attack. After doing all this, she realized that she should put away the shield and take the damage. Putting down the shield, Yunling asked curiously, how is the sniper? Is it dead? Take 110 points of attack and reflect 55 points of damage. The opponent's blood volume is thin and he died, and his blood volume is thick and he can breathe. As soon as the voice fell, the jungle rustled in the distance, and someone seemed to rush away. It seems to be all right. Yunling was quite regretful. The man's face was blue and purple, and he looked pretty. The companion sent a message, saying that if he fights again, he will be the first to die, so he resolutely refuses to do it. On the other hand, 5 people on one side and 6 on the other side, the number is not dominant. Standing slowly, I won't look at his face at all. Yunling smiled. I just drove you away instead of doing it to you. You should be grateful. The man is too angry, and she can't help it. Let's go. In the end, the man squeezed out 3 words from his teeth and left with the team members angrily. Stopped and stared, the 2 girls who had been driven away had long been missing. Yunling retracted his gaze. Since we can't find anyone, let's collect it ourselves. There is a lot of oats left, and a total of 16 servings of oat flour have been harvested. A slice of millet pepper grows not far away, which is very attractive and red. Millet pepper can be used as a spicy sauce, which is perfect for bibimbap. Since I met, Yunling was not very polite, and directly let people pick it up. Occasionally encountering players who bowed their heads to collect, before waiting for the other to panic, Yunling chanted, passing by, while walking away quickly without squinting. Stopping all the way, it was the afternoon in a blink of an eye. See the display in the upper right corner, the 11th day, spring, disaster day, 16 hours 45 minutes and 45 seconds. Yunling said, go back. The NPCs responded in unison and walked back. On the way back, Yunling said in his heart that since the calendar appeared, no day was not a disaster day. I don't know if there are any other days besides the disaster day. As for the spring, it probably refers to spring. I just don't know what new tricks the game will bring out with the season. Thinking about it, the village is near. As the sun sets, residents return to the village one after another, and the territory gradually becomes lively. Elementary woodcraft, life skill card, a 100 copper coins, first come first served. Crash, a sea-level fighter skill card, a piece of 150 copper coins. Cloth shoes, durability 20/20ths, a pair of 80 copper coins, come quickly. The team has gained something and always digests internally first to improve the overall strength. Make sure that the team members are armed, and then take out the excess equipment and skill cards for sale. I heard that there are life skill cards, combat skill cards, and equipment. Residents have surrounded them one after another. Yunling glanced, seeing that there was nothing she liked, she got up and stepped aside. Yunling. Someone behind her called her name. Yunling turned around and found that it was Lu Chuan. What's the matter? Lu Chuan began to organize the backpack: wood, linen, cotton, silk, willow, rice. Food recipes: chili sauce, chili scrambled eggs, and spicy boiled fish. Sewing drawings for leather armor and leather boots. Yunling. She was surprised and delighted. Where did these come from? Dugwai drops. Lu Chuan said. Great. As soon as Yun. Life player Ling got the card, he couldn't wait to learn. It's easy to satisfy. Lu Chuan laughed. I will give you a new one next time. Yunling nodded repeatedly, looking at Lu Chuan as if he was looking at a credit card machine with no emotions. Let's go. After emptying his backpack, Lu Chuan waved his hand and left happily. Yunling got the game materials *N and felt happy. At this moment, the panel suddenly jumped out. NPC, Hawk, came to visit me. May I ask if you hire it? Click to view. Name, Hawk. Level, 0. Attributes, Strength 6, Agility 5, Physical Strength 5, Intelligence 5, Spirit 5. Combat skills, none. Life skills, Advanced Woodcraft. Craftable items, wooden sticks, wooden shields, wooden sticks, wooden bows, torches, willow sticks, willow shields, willow sticks, willow bows, wooden beds, wooden cabinets, wooden tables, wooden chairs, wooden bowls, wooden spoons, wooden chopsticks, wooden box. Employment price, 5,000 copper coins. Yunling. What kind of fairy NPC is this? When he was recruited, the types of merchandise available for sale in the woodworking workshop immediately doubled. Yunling excitedly clicked, yes, who knows? The balance is insufficient and cannot be recruited. Yunling. Looking at the more than 2,000 copper coins in the account, she deeply reflected on why she was so poor. When shopping at the night market, I am overbearing when buying materials, and I always buy as much as I want. There are 50 collection tasks in the task hall, and the number of completions has basically reached the upper limit. Affected by self-made equipment, recent store business is not very good. The houses are difficult to sell, and it took a long time to sell one. When you meet the right NPC, you are never reluctant to recruit. The confluence of many factors has directly led to the current situation. Yunling finally understood why the NPC stayed in the territory for 24 hours, that was to give the Lord time to raise money. 5,000 copper coins, right? She pondered for a moment, and soon had an idea. A pair of cloth shoes cost 80. Too expensive, cheaper. A player bargained. The seller's eyes widened, 80 is too expensive. In the system shop, the price is 100. Players don't care, it's cheaper, I will pay for it. There are a lot of people asking, and there is no worry about selling the equipment. The seller immediately waved his hand impatiently, and said like a fly, if you have no money, go buy straw sandals and don't make trouble here. Hey, how do you speak? The player was anxious, just about to argue with the other party. One person rushed out, and quickly grabbed the cloth shoes, 80 copper coins, I bought it. I asked you to be the first to do it, right? The seller curled his lips to entertain other customers. The player became angry and left angrily. Old Man Zhang was watching, and he couldn't help but sighed with envy. Business is really good. Grandpa. Zhang Hongbo moved his lips, not knowing what to say. You have been busy for a day. Sit down and rest. After speaking, Old Man Zhang lowered his head and knit straw shoes seriously. Zhang Hongbo sighed silently. Since discovering that the equipment can be self-made, many people have bought straw and wheat straw to learn how to make equipment by themselves. Some people are dexterous in mind and learn it all at once. Some people have clumsy hands and feet and can't learn how to do it. He belongs to the latter. After confirming that he did not have the talent for knitting shoes, he went out hunting and gathering every day. Grandpa stays in the village and knits shoes day and night. Others knitted shoes not only to wear them, but also to sell them cheaply. His family's business was once suppressed. Sometimes a pair of straw sandals is made with hard work, and can only sell 25 copper coins. Recently, more and more people know how to weave shoes, and the price of straw sandals has even been reduced to 21 or 20 copper coins. Zhang Hongbo was angry and anxious, and helpless. But the old Man Zhang has a good mentality. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is meat. Although you don't make as much money as before, it's better to go out and take a risk than you. Don't worry, in 2 days, we will be able to save enough money to buy a house. While talking, another pair of straw sandals was completed. Congratulations on making your self-made equipment, straw shoes. Congratulations on your 5 points of experience. Congratulations to players for upgrading. You get 3 free attributes, which can be allocated at will. Upgrade. Old Man Zhang was stunned, and then tried to add 1 point to each of his strength, agility, and physical strength. Suddenly, Old Man Zhang found that he had better ears and eyes, his strength had become greater, his fingers had become more flexible, and he had become more energetic. What are the benefits of knitting shoes? The Old Man Zhang was happy, he was full of grateful words. Fortunately, I know this craft. Zhang Hongbo thought, yes, life is much better than before, he should be content. During the chat, one person rushed out of the tailor shop. Seeing his teammate's voice trembling, his face flushed. The tailor shop sells linen backpacks and cotton backpacks. There are 2 sizes of 4 and 6 grids, and each grid can hold 99 pieces of the same item. There is no load on the back, so hurry up and raise money. Buy it. The team members were expressionless. I know you are very excited, but have you ever thought that everyone heard such a shout? That person. Almost instantly, dozens of people rushed into the tailor shop to snap up a purchase. The teammate raised his forehead and sighed helplessly. Why can't you calm down and say quietly? The man was speechless, and after a while he whispered, it doesn't matter, backpacks are expensive, and most people can't afford it. Let's go. The teammate took the lead. Let's see what's going on. Name, linen backpack. Quality, normal. Durability, 20/20ths. Wearing effect, 4 storage compartments, each compartment can store 99 identical items, no load on the back, and no equipment compartments. Price, 200 copper coins. Name, cotton backpack. Quality, normal. Durability, 40/40ths. Wearing effect, 6 storage compartments, each compartment can store 99 identical items, no load on the back, and no equipment compartments. Price, 300 copper coins. Fuck. The player who rushed into the tailor shop first yelled in surprise. Buy it. A female player saw the backpack exuberant, and did not hesitate to pay for it. The team members got together to discuss whether to buy a cotton backpack or 2 linen backpacks. When the person who passed the message came in with his teammates, he found that only 3 of the 10 linen backpacks were left, and only 2 of the 5 cotton backpacks were left. A bunch of cattle. The man was indignant. Teammate, don't talk nonsense. If you don't buy it, everything will be robbed. Speaking swiftly to pay. In an instant, the backpacks were sold out. The teammates looked at some big teams, with lingering fears. The team members have a balanced occupational match, 6 pieces of equipment are complete, and the colors are white and blue. These people farm monsters every day, and the drop of copper coins is probably more than 1 or 200. He had seen it just now, and when he took it out, he had a cotton backpack and 2 linen backpacks. Looking at that relaxed and contented look, it seems that there is still more energy left. The teammates couldn't help but sigh secretly. People are really incomparable with people. The tailor shop sells a linen backpack *1. Congratulations on getting 200 copper coins. The tailor shop sells cotton backpack *1. Congratulations on getting 300 copper coins. The news was swiped in turn, and soon Yunling became a rich man again. Seeing that the amount was sufficient, she decided to hire and named Carpenter B. Copper coin -5,000. Carpenter B appeared and said respectfully, I am willing to help you, my lord. From now on, you will stay in the wood workshop to work. Yunling entrusted with the important task: willow sticks, willow shields, willow sticks, willow bows, wooden beds, wooden cabinets, wooden tables, wooden chairs, wooden bowls, wooden spoons, wooden keep more or less stocks of chopsticks, and wooden tubes. Yes. Carpenter B took the order and went to work in the wood workshop immediately. A smile appeared in Yunling's eyes. The guess is correct. As a lord, you can freely enter and exit the system shop and studio, and you can borrow tools for free. In addition, the items she made can be placed on the store shelves at will. In this way, the sale of goods saves a lot of trouble. No need to set up stalls, no need to bargain with players, start a tug of war. After yawning, Yunling paced back to the room. At this moment, the wooden house is no longer empty, but there are bamboo beds, bamboo cabinets, and bamboo chairs, which are full of life. These are the bamboo products made by Yang Yong. The days are finally going to be decent. Yunling closed his eyes, and fell asleep for a while. At night, in the dead of night, the players have fallen asleep, only the bonfire made a cracking sound. Suddenly, Sagittarius A noticed something and looked out of the territory vigilantly. Outside the territory, 3 wooden men jumped and approached, throwing wood at the protective cover. Bang! The wood hit the protective cover, making a dull sound. However, the players were busy all day, and all of them were asleep. Coupled with the habit of wearing earplugs when sleeping, there is no sign of being awakened. The archers gathered together spontaneously and fired volleys to the outside. Soon, the mobs died. The NPC cleans the battlefield, picks up the dropped items and puts them into the warehouse, and the action is very skillful. Unconsciously, Lingyun village regained his calm again. The next day, Yunling woke up early. She had just stepped out of the wooden house and was starting a new day with dampness, but she saw a drizzle outside the territory. Yunling. In the Doomsday Scourge game, when did it rain? She looked dumbfounded. The rain is blocked by the protective cover, so the territory is still dry. It's just that once you go out to explore, players will inevitably get wet in the rain. Is anyone holding an umbrella? Residents, look at me, I look at you, no one speaks. Obviously, there are no people with lofty ideals to plan ahead. Although it's raining, we can't help but go out. One person said, we don't store much food, and eat a little less. We have to find a way to make more. It's not convenient to hunt on rainy days. Another person suggested, why don't you gather berries, wild vegetables, and sweet potatoes nearby? When the weather clears, let's go hunting again. I'm thinking about a question. The third person asked with a pale face, what if it rains for the next month in a row? Hearing this, the companions shivered by chance, and a chill suddenly rose in my heart. At the same time, Yunling looked at the 12th day, spring, disaster day, 7 hours 13 minutes and 11 seconds, in the upper right corner, and finally understood what it meant. In spring, is it rainy and rainy? Chapter 35 Spring Rain 1. The drizzle made the hearts of the players cold. Everyone was eating breakfast, watching the drizzle outside the village, quite a little bit unaware. They prayed secretly, "Don't leave, stop quickly, they have to go out." It's a pity that things went contrary to expectations, and the rain got bigger and bigger, and in the end it became a pouring rain. "Shall we go out after such a heavy rain?" one person asked dryly. There was no sound around, no one answered. After a while, one of the companions gritted his teeth and said, "Go." His family consumes too much, and if they don't work for a day, the whole family has to drink northwest wind. No matter how dangerous it is to go out on a rainy day, you have to find a way to get food. More importantly, the overnight fee tonight has not yet been paid. Those who are willing to go out, those who are willing to stay in the territory, and set off in 10 minutes. The captain said. The players frowned, tangled one by one. Yunling stared at the rain curtain in a daze. I accidentally caught a glimpse of Lu Chuan, and she asked casually, "It's raining heavily today, are you going out?" "There is enough stock, so don't worry about going out." Lu Chuan said, "The invincible mode is cancelled, and the territory may be attacked at any time. I will wait for the mobs to take the initiative to send it to the door." Yunling. A monster sneak attack is obviously very dangerous. In his mouth, how can he become a mob and deliver it to the door to give a head to his door? "How about you? Go out?" Lu Chuan asked back. "Not yet decided." Yunling replied. "In fact, I have a faint feeling that it's okay to go out on a rainy day." But she wanted to know what the impact would be. After several thoughts, Yunling finally made up his mind, "I will go out and stroll when the rain stops." The rain is still falling. In order to make a living, some players have to go out in the rain. Yunling brewed a cup of coffee and thought quietly while watching the rain. Not far away, life players work as usual. Knitted shoes for knitting shoes, wooden spears for wooden spears, and bamboo shields for bamboo shields. There are also people who are holding rattan shoes, and they don't know where they learned the craft. Someone secretly looked at making bamboo shields, but unfortunately the process is more complicated, and you can't learn it after watching it for a long time. There was also a flash of inspiration, buying materials from players, and trying to make bamboo spears. Not to mention, after thinking about it for a long time, he stumbled and tried, and he really made it. Congratulations on making homemade equipment. You have unlocked the life skill, Basic Bamboo Art. Name, Bamboo Spear. Quality, Normal. Durability, 15/15. Wearing effect, Strength +1. I actually have a talent for production. The player who made the bamboo spear was dizzy and stunned. Immediately afterwards, another thought emerged: even if you don't hunt, you can still support yourself. Or hunting during the day, gathering at rest, and handmade at night. Before long, he will be able to buy a house and marry a wife and become a winner in life. Thinking of his pride, he couldn't help showing a smirk. Just after 8:50, a 3-person hunting team fled to Lingyun village in panic, running and shouting, "Help!" The black wild boar was chasing them. Lu Chuan was obliged to extend a helping hand. A salvo of arrows. In order to eliminate the hidden dangers of territorial safety, the archer NPC took the initiative to attack. 2 minutes later, 5 black wild boars died. Lu Chuan and Sagittarius went out to pick up the dropped items, and then quickly returned. Remote players can hunt while staying in the territory. The shooter player woke up like a dream. Unfortunately, the prey has been taken away. What's the matter? Yunling asked the hunting team in a panic. The 3 of them ran hard, and finally escaped back to their territory. At this time, they were out of breath. Outside, it's not human beings. The rain is so heavy that it not only affects vision, but also affects hearing. The monsters have all walked around, but we didn't notice it. After being in the rain for a while, the system prompts that the player is in a negative state, agility -1. After a while, agility -2, stamina -1. The worst thing is that wearing equipment on a rainy day will accelerate the wear and tear, and the durability will drop. Going out for half an hour, there is nothing to gain, and the equipment is still greatly depreciated, and the loss is huge. The 3 of you say something to me, racing to spit out bitterness. Hearing this, there was a dead silence in the territory, and the residents were stunned. Hunting is inherently dangerous, and vision and hearing are affected, so it is easier to be attacked. Rain will contaminate the negative state, indicating that your state will decline. Equipment damage is even more distressing. I was frugal and saved money to buy equipment. After a few trips in the wind and rain, the equipment is gone. This is too. But you can't go out. What do they eat if it rains for the second half of the month? Where do you live? The more you think about it, the more worried the residents. But Yunling suddenly remembered something and opened his backpack to check. Name, hat, rain gear. Quality, normal. Materials needed, bamboo leaves *20, silk thread *5. Wearing effect, stamina +1. Note, you can learn only if you have elementary bamboo art. Name, fungus, rain gear. Quality, normal. Materials needed, lion grass *50, silk thread *5. Wearing effect, physical strength +2. Note, you can learn only if you have elementary grass art. Yunling. So it's not obvious for some equipment to increase the attributes, but it actually has the special effect of sheltering the rain. So the question is, there are no bamboo workshops and thatched cottages in the territory, who should I give the drawings to learn? Yunling pondered for a moment, and found Master B. Name, Master B. Level, 2. Attributes, Strength 4, Agility 4, Physical Strength 7, Intelligence 8, Spirit 8. Combat Skills, B-Level Meteor Shower, C-Level Fireball. Life Skills, Elementary Bamboo Art. At first, she was hired because of the B-Level Fire System Group Attack skills, but now, it seems that you can try if there is no exclusive building. Can the NPC make the same equipment as the player? Thinking in this way, Yunling handed over the drawing of the battle hat to Master B. Master B took it and used it immediately. Yunling was curious, do you know how to make a hat? Master B nodded, you can do it with tools and materials. After thinking for a while, Yunling led Master B to Yang Yong, do you have any bamboo leaves? Yang Yong was stunned, yes, what's the matter? I'll buy it from you. Yunling said, I want to borrow another tool. Seeing Yang Yong stunned, she added, paid borrowing is also possible. You don't need to give money. Yang Yong regained his senses and said indifferently, use the tools as you like, as for the bamboo leaves. He got stuck because he didn't know how to set the price. It took a long time to say, bamboo leaves are not a valuable thing, just take them if you need them. It's fine. Yunling said, I will send you a finished product. Rain gear is much better than money on rainy days. Okay. Yang Yong didn't know what the other party was going to do, he responded casually, and then took out the tools and bamboo leaves. Yunling handed out the silk thread at the right time. Master B consciously stepped forward, picked up the bamboo leaves, silk thread, and tools, and started to work. Yang Yong looked at it for a while, then reacted, hat. Yes. Yunling admitted. Yang Yongmo rubbed his chin, it is really convenient to travel when wearing a hat on a rainy day. He knows the craftsmanship, but he was worried just now and didn't think of it for a while. Will you do it? Yunling was curious. I haven't done it for a long time, I don't know if the hand is born. As he said, Yang Yong picked up the tool and followed it up. During this period, silk thread was needed. After searching for a long time and not finding it, Yunling silently handed out 5 groups, you are welcome. One side provides silk thread, and the other side provides bamboo leaves and tools. This is called win-win cooperation. Yang Yong is not polite, just use it. 2 hours passed, and the hat was completed. Congratulations on making the self-made equipment, Hatka. Congratulations on gaining 10 experience points. Name, hat, rain gear. Quality, normal. Durability, 20/20 Fs. Wearing effect, stamina +1. Yang Yong took the newly made equipment with joy, and looked over it over and over again, quite a little fond of it. At the same time, Master B's movements were very unskilled, and the hat was only half completed. Seeing the hat, some players took the initiative to come to consult, hello, is this hat for sale? Yang Yong couldn't help but looked at Yunling. Yunling replied with lips, you make up, you decide. Sell. Yang Yong did not hesitate. After some bargaining, 60 copper coins were finally priced. After the sale, Yang Yong wanted to transfer 10 of them to Yunling. No. Yunling shook his head and declined. We used your bamboo leaves and tools. Then treat it as the silk thread and replace it with bamboo leaves. Yang Yongdao, make up a hat afterwards, don't give it to me. Although he provided bamboo leaves and tools, the other party only provided silk thread. It seemed that the other party had taken advantage of it, but that was not the calculation. Bamboo leaves can be seen everywhere and can be obtained by collecting them, and the silk thread will only drop when fighting monsters. Without the silk thread given by Yunling, he wouldn't be able to do this business even if he had the craft of making hats. Okay. Yunling agreed. The rain is pattering underground, but the sky has never cleared. Players constantly ran back as if they were running away, crying out how dangerous it is outside the village. Even the tough team that relied on the strength of the force and didn't pay attention to rainy days came down. Due to the long stay in the rain, the equipment worn by the team members was severely worn. According to statistics after the event, the loss was large enough to suffocate all members. The best luck is to count a pair of siblings. When going out in the rain, take off your gear before setting off and wear normal clothes directly. No matter whether he went out or came back, a monster on the road didn't see it. So when others were trapped in the territory, they were safe and well equipped, and they dug a lot of sweet potatoes. Although the whole body was wet by the rain, the negative state was serious, but sitting by the stone bonfire and roasting, drying the clothes by the way, and eating fragrant roasted sweet potatoes, the negative state quickly faded. Our sweet potatoes sold. Someone smelled the aroma of roasted sweet potatoes and couldn't help but come over and talk. My sister shook her head into a rattle, not for sale. When the rain will come, the two brothers and sisters don't have much food in stock, so they point to the newly dug sweet potatoes to live, and of course they don't sell anything. Okay. The man left angrily, worrying deep in his heart when will the rain stop. Yunling had nothing to do, so he went back to his house and made a few cotton backpacks. She planned to wait until she was able to go out and let the NPC all carry a cotton backpack. It doesn't take long to get out of the door, the backpack is full, and you have to run back again. The heavy rain continued for a whole day, and it didn't stop until the sky dimmed. People who don't have enough food can eat only 2 meals a day. However, even so, the surplus grain will not last a few days. Even worse are players who have no money to pay overnight fees. At this moment, they deeply hate themselves. Why did they use money to buy equipment before? Isn't it bad to purchase formal resident status first? Temporary residents need to pay 5 copper coins a day as an overnight fee. Regular residents pay 100 copper coins at a time, and then only need to travel around for food rations, and no longer have to pay daily accommodation fees. Normally, there is no difference, just like temporary residents and formal residents. When the money is rushed and there is no money in hand, the player deeply realizes that there is a difference between temporary residents and formal residents. At 6 o'clock in the evening, I can't hand over 5 copper coins, regardless of who you are and why, the system will throw people out of the territory directly. For a time, all temporary residents with low savings are in danger. Those who sell equipment, and those who sell skill cards sell skill cards. It really doesn't work, and you can even sell it by biting your teeth. In short, no matter what, money must be raised. Mage skills are sold at a low price, and anyone who is interested will come over and take a look. Blue equipment drawings, you only need elementary woodwork, don't miss it when you pass by. 10 packs of instant noodles with extra volume, a big sale, only 5 copper coins. First come first served, you must move fast. Priest B-level group milk skills, only 200 copper coins. Players set up a stall on the spot, shouting constantly. Yunling watched as he walked, and when he met the right skills, blueprints, and formulas, he bought them and threw them to the NPC for learning. Sunset Village. The top of a tent in the corner had a gap in it. Raindrops floated into the tent from the gap, directly moistening the bedding. There were 2 people sitting inside, one called Shi Jianshan and the other called Lao Liang. The 2 looked ugly and were silent. I don't know how long it has passed, Lao Liang said angrily, I have had enough. I'd rather go out and explore and be killed by monsters than stay in the team. He didn't leave before because he didn't have the skills and equipment. He didn't want to make fun of his life. Although he was squeezed by the team, he still had 2 steamed buns every day, so he could stay in the territory to sleep at night. Now what? Because they don't resist, the team is getting too much. Not to mention the size of the steamed buns served, there are more and more jobs to be done every day. It rained heavily tonight, and the captain left them the only tent with a gap in it, which shows that they are not treated as human beings at all. Lao Liang was so furious when he thought of it, he wanted to leave overnight. A trace of madness flashed in Shi Jianshan's eyes. Don't just complain. Just leave, dare you? What can't you dare? Lao Liang gritted his teeth. If we stay here any longer, neither of us can live. He understood it, and the others in the regiment treated them as cattle. If you can work, you can feed it to 2 bites. If you can't work, you will leave it mercilessly, and re-raise an obedient one. To be blunt, go out and give it a try. Anyway, there is a silver lining. To stay is to sit and wait for death. Then let's go now. Shi Jianshan said quickly. Everyone else has already fallen asleep. Let's go quickly, without knowing it. Where did I go? What should I do if I meet danger on the road? How will I live in the future? Lao Liang raised questions one after another. Although he was determined to die, he didn't want to die casually if he could survive. Go to Lingyun village. The most prosperous territory in S City, and the most unlocked buildings. Shi Jianshan calmly said, I've inquired that Lingyun village is not far from Luori village. It can be reached by walking for more than an hour. Run when you meet mobs on the way, and collect resources when you encounter them. It is said that in Lingyun village, even life players can support themselves. As long as you work hard, you don't have to worry about food. Lao Liang hesitated for a moment, and finally hesitated. Go. I won't wait for this shameful place. They reached an agreement, and the two quietly left the village in the dark. When I left the Sunset Village, I saw the mountain in no hurry, but ran to the willow tree for a while digging. 5 minutes later, he dug out a square wooden box, which contained a white dagger, a stiff steamed bun, half a bottle of mineral water, and a military green men's shoulder bag. Old Liang was dumbfounded. So you were preparing for it? Of course. After speaking, Shi Jianshan pulled up Lao Liang, looked for the direction, and ran wildly. It is late at night. Except for the patrol team's loyalty to their duties, everyone else has fallen asleep. Lao Li of the patrol team wore a raincoat and complained with dissatisfaction, why is this raining endlessly? When can it stop? Who knows? The teammate beckoned and motioned to Lao Li to follow. This is a self-built camp, and does not have functional buildings like a system camp. The task of the patrol team is to patrol the camp to ensure that no monsters enter at night. It's raining today, there should be no monster sneak attack, but you still have to check again. There are many tents, with fences erected on the outermost periphery, which were built by the camp leader Qian Zhiwei, personally led by the residents. Old Li yawned and just wanted to say that since it's okay, let's be lazy and don't be so serious. Immediately afterwards, he saw his teammates' eyes widened and a trace of panic appeared on his face. Listen, what sound is this? Old Li was confused. He heard nothing except the sound of rain. He was about to talk about the big night, don't be kidding, but saw a group of rhinos rushing towards the camp from far and near. Old Li's expression freezes. The next second, he shouted, enemy attack. S City, Peach Blossom Camp. The heavy rain was torrential, the thunder was deafening, and the residents were sleeping in tents. Zhengxiang. Suddenly, the system prompts, Thunderbirds raid Peach Blossom Camp. All system guards died. Please evacuate as soon as possible. Drowsiness was deep, sudden exclamations and screams sounded one after another, and the scene suddenly became chaotic. Or due to personal reasons, or due to emergencies, some players had to move overnight and move to other territories. For some people, this night was particularly difficult. The 13th day. Early in the morning, Yunling received a system prompt as soon as he opened his eyes. Peach Blossom Camp was breached. Longevity Camp was breached. Tialan Camp was breached. Almost instantly, Yunling reacted. Because of the lack of people, or the wrong choice of building, the camp was not developed at all and it was destroyed. At the time of the public beta, similar situations were not unheard of. Obviously, wood workshops, tailor shops, restaurants, and blacksmith shops can be fully developed, but the system unlocks buildings with similar functions such as wood workshops, bamboo workshops, and thatched cottages. For villages of clear level, the protective shield can be unlocked, but the system unlocks the defensive building, fence. What's more, a defensive building is not unlocked. Resolutely develop functional buildings, and the defense of the territory depends on system guards. The system calls it territory features, and players call it devil configuration. Generally speaking, within a month, the territories of the devil will be breached. The surviving territory buildings are not the same, but most of them have basic configurations such as protective cover, mission hall, and a restaurant. It seems that history is about to repeat itself again. Yunling turned off the prompt and started a new day of life. Walking out of the wooden house, the weather was gloomy. There is a drizzle in the air, but it does not affect travel. Selling hats. Easy-to-use hats. Can block the wind and rain. Early in the morning, Yang Yong set up a stall to sell. I heard that the hat can keep out the rain, and several people gathered around. How much is it? How effective is it? This is a craft handed down by our ancestors. In ancient times, people walked in the rain wearing hats. Yang Yong explained earnestly. The player's heartbeat. Bargaining for a while, trying on for a try-on, the stalls are very lively. Yunling called Master B, how many hats did you make up? Mage B blushed, I am slow to make up 3. Yunling thought, just picking 2 NPCs out with her was enough. After pondering for a moment, she opened the panel and checked the recent visits to NPC. There are 3 people in total. A level 3 shooter, a level 2 assassin, and a life professional. Level 3. Attributes, Strength 9, Dexterity 7, Physical Strength 9, Intelligence 5, Spirit 5. Combat skills, none. Life skills, Intermediate Sewing, Elementary Grass Art. Items that can be made, bandages, quivers, belts, wrist guards, assassin's face towels, linen backpacks, cotton backpacks, straw shoes, straw hats, cushions. Employment price, 700 copper coins. When Yunling saw the last NPC, his eyes lit up immediately. Having elementary grass art means that you can learn to weave clothes. When the spring is over, you can make bandages, quivers, belts, wrist guards, and assassin's face towels without weaving the clothes. Thinking of this, Yunling decided to hire him and gave him the name, Tailor B. My lord. As soon as Tailor B showed up, he was stuffed with a drawing of the fine E. Learn it. Yunling ordered. Yes. Tailor B responded gently. There are minions and silk threads in the warehouse. Just stay in the tailor's shop and weave the minions at ease. Yunling said again. Okay. Whenever Yunling ordered, Tailor B would have nothing to do with it. Yunling was very satisfied with the clothes and hats. In her opinion, spring has just begun and will not end in a short time. The more rain gear, the better. After eating breakfast, seeing the drizzle outside the territory is still hazy, Yunling called to the second guard and the first assassin, intending to take them out to collect bamboo leaves and lizards. The 3 of them simply packed up, each dressed in 6 white outfits, ready to set off. With a backpack on her back, Yunling thought to herself, in case someone does not have eyesight and engages in a sneak attack, she would take out the purple outfit from her backpack and put it on, giving the other party a surprise. Players are worried that heavy rains will continue in the future, so take advantage of the current light rain and hurry up to go out. Zhang Hongbo sees clearly that most people don't have rain gear, and they will definitely get caught in the rain when they go out. He couldn't help sighing, if anyone hoards rain gear ahead of time, he might be rich by now. Rain gear. Old Man Zhang was taken aback. I can make a poncho, which is equivalent to a poncho. Zhang Hongbo. He looked at Grandpa in shock. Did you find the drawing? Old Man Zhang wondered, what drawing? Zhang Hongbo explained, if you have a basic grass art, you have to get the drawings to learn before you can make the corresponding equipment. Hi. Craftsman, what drawings do you want? Old Man Zhang disapproved. When I was making straw sandals, did you ask for drawings? Zhang Hongbo was speechless. The old man Zhang said again, if the clothes are good for sale, but the straw sandals are not good for the time being, then adapt the clothes. You go out and get me some moss and some silk thread. If there is no silk thread, just find something that is tenacious. Grass. Good. Zhang Hongbo put on his hat and slowly left Lingyun village. Walking on the road, he was stunned. There is only one thought in my mind, why is Grandpa so great, can he make up everything? Chapter 36 Spring Rain 2. The Doomsday Scourge is sometimes not like a game, for example, players will be hungry, for example, the sky will rain. Doomsday natural disasters are sometimes very similar to games, for example, resources grow indiscriminately regardless of seasons and geographic conditions. In game terms, that is where the system refreshes, and where the resource points appear. Out of Lingyun village, Yunling turned right, and then strode forward. If I remember correctly, there is a large piece of lion grass there that no one picks. After a quarter of an hour walk, clumps of minions came into view. Yunling waved his hand. Work! Guard B and Assassin A stepped forward and reaped hard. Successfully collect, get the lion *1. Successfully collect, get the lion *1. The lion grass was only collected for a fraction of the time, and the rain suddenly increased. Such a small amount of material can't make a princess. After thinking about it, Yunling hid in a nearby cave with his NPC. She planned to wait until the rain stopped or the rain became weaker before continuing to collect. The rain is getting bigger and bigger, without stopping at all. Guard B narrowed his eyes and stared at the stone wall for a long time. After a while, he suddenly broke off a stone and handed it to Yunling. My lord, there is a vein here. Yunling, ? I took the stone and looked closely, but saw that the section of the stone shone with metallic luster. It's really ore. Yunling was very surprised. How did you recognize it? Guard B replied, before the adult asked his subordinates to learn elementary mining, so I recognized it. Yunling suddenly remembered that he had bought skills, drawings, and formulas and threw them to the NPC for learning. It's just that NPCs are increasing day by day, and sometimes she can't figure out who is who has learned what, and she has to look at the property panel to find out. You did a good job. Yunling applauded. Guard B didn't take credit, but just stood quietly, waiting for dispatch. Looking at the cave wall, Yunling quickly thought about it. After finding the veins, we must first gather people to mine. Excavate the original ore, and then smelt it. The smelted ore, forged by a blacksmith, will eventually become a weapon. But now, Lingyun village does not have enough manpower to mine mines, and there is no smithy professional tools for smelting, let alone forging by blacksmiths. What Yunling can do is to write down the coordinates of the veins, and then mine when the conditions are available in the future. After an hour, the rain gradually stopped. Yunling greeted the NPC to keep up. Hurry up, cut more demoiselles and take them home. Is the hat useful after wearing it? No one is sure before going out in the rain. After internal discussions, the hunting team decided to buy one first to see the effect. As soon as he left the territory, he immediately noticed the difference. Players without a hat will receive a system prompt. The clothes are wet by rain, you are in a negative state, and your agility is -1. The player wearing the hat is the same as the OK person, and moves as usual. Players without hats will receive a system prompt. Standing in the rain for too long, you are infected with a negative state, agility 2, stamina 1. What the player wearing the hat received is, the clothes are wet by rain, you are in a negative state, and the agility is -1. In addition, with the protection of the hat, some equipment is not exposed to rain, and the durability drop speed is the same as before. At this point, they finally understand that it is not that the rain will accelerate the durability, but that the rain will cause additional wear. As long as protective measures are taken, going out in the rain is not terrible. After pondering and understanding, the player sighed from the bottom of his heart. The hat is simply an artifact. The hunting squad couldn't wait to return to the village, planning to manpower it. Are there any hats? I want one. I'm here first, sell it to me first, you can tell me how much. We obviously arrived at the same time. There was a crowd in front of the stall, and most of them wanted to give Yang Yong money. Yang Yong looked helpless. No, the braided hats are all sold out. The player didn't believe it. Is the girl next to me still in her hands? I'm not in the same group with him. I will do it here, I just want to borrow tools. Master B clarified, the hat is made for personal use and is not for sale. The player could not help showing disappointment. Said it was too late. Then, one person took out a copper coin and slapped it on the table. Proudly, I'll pay the deposit. Make it up for me first. Others are waking up from a dream, vying to pay the deposit. Yang Yong. A good group of players. How to say crazy is crazy. But in the rainy season, rain gear is so popular. Yang Yong said badly, just sent away a group of people, and then someone came around and asked if there were any hats for sale. Yang Yong pressed his forehead, quite a headache. With the current situation, he shouldn't want to make a hat with peace of mind. It was too busy just to receive and answer questions. Master B lowered his head and worked seriously, and didn't mean to blend in. Yang Yong considered for a long time and decided to buy a wooden house as a studio. Anyway, I have the formal resident status, and I have enough money saved. The house, I wanted to buy it a long time ago. Click to confirm the purchase, copper coin -500. Yang Yong packed up the tools, materials, and rations, and said to Master Yi, "Go, let's work in another place." The rain suddenly stopped, increased and decreased, and was capricious. Residents dared not go too far, only dared to move around nearby. In this way, in case of heavy rain, they can quickly run back to Lingyun village. It is a pity that most of the nearby resources are illuminated, and only materials that are not used by ordinary people, such as grass, bamboo, and rattan, are left. As a last resort, players can only expand the scope of activities. Walking on the road, many people prayed in their hearts not to rain heavily or encounter monsters. A flock of white geese are frolicking by the stream. Manna hid on the side, holding her breath, carefully observing the movements of the monster group. There are two white geese fighting, you chase me, and gradually get out of the group. When it was said that it was too late, she grabbed the pebble on the ground, threw it out, and hit the white goose severely. Now both white geese are annoyed. They flapped their wings and chased the sneakers quickly. Manna turned her head and ran away without saying a word. The distance between the two sides gradually narrowed, and the white goose was about to catch up and peck at it. At this time, a fishing net covered the sky. The white goose flopped and tried to break free, and the arrows, spells, swords and sticks all fell in the next second. When the monster dies, it will drop copper coins *8, goose neck *1, goose wings *2, goose down *2, and white skill card *1. Teammates show up and pick up copper coins, meat, and skill cards. One of them said with complacency, "I said that the fishing net is easy to use. After the strange net is blocked, then you only need to attack, pick up and drop as much as you like." Yes, you are right. The other person was casual. Looking up at the weather, he said solemnly, "It's raining, and the activity time is limited. Taking advantage of the good weather, let's kill a few more quickly. I'll go back to attract strangers," Manna said as she returned to the stream. Deep in the woods. A tall and thin young student could not love him. "It is a mistake to partner with you." The fat man next to him was anxious. "How could it be a mistake? This is the scientific hunting method." The tall and thin young man glanced at the trap not far in front of him, with a subtle tone, "Dig a hole, cover some grass, and wait for the prey to be thrown into the net. This is called scientific hunting." "That's right." The fat man was confident. "I caught hares and pheasants in the countryside. That's what I did." "What's wrong?" The tall and thin young man felt that nothing was right. This is a game, the mobs should not be so stupid. Take a step back, even if you fall into the hole, what if it is a wind monster that can fly? Before he finished speaking, a fat and white rabbit hopped out of the grass. Then he strayed into the trap and couldn't get out of it. Tall and thin young man. Sorry, he shouldn't overestimate the IQ of the mobs. The fat man said profoundly, "Why are human beings? Not because of how high the value of force is, but because of the good use of tools and the knowledge of hunting." The tall and thin young man twitched his mouth and said unscrupulously, "As long as you can catch enough prey, you are right. Come and help." The fat man greeted his friends to follow, and the two attacked with sharpened wooden spears together. Before long, the white rabbit died, dropping copper coins *3, rabbit skin *1, rabbit legs *2. A corner of the jungle. A giant python is facing a black boar. The python is stout and extremely long, and can swallow a black wild boar in one bite. But the black wild boar is not easy to provoke. With its mouth open, several wind blades shot out. When hitting the snake's skin, blood stains appeared immediately. The python was injured and was immediately angered. It spit out a cone of ice, and then moved forward, trying to swallow its prey. The black wild boar slammed the python 7 inches hard. His eyes were particularly fierce. 10 minutes later, the python was wounded all over, and the blood was flowing. The black wild boar was injured in his left eye, and his right eye was red, as if he was about to run away. The decisive battle is on the verge. At this moment, the two voices sounded almost at the same time: imprisonment. Frozen. Whether it's a python or a black wild boar, all of them lose their ability to move in an instant. Players in ambush swarmed out. Some people beat the pythons, some deal with black wild boars. Not long after, the python and the black boar died one after another, and the items fell to the ground. Snipe and clam fight, the fisherman gains. Ji Lingfeng said lightly. Including him, the 16 members of the team are all official residents of Lingyun village, enjoying the gain status. With their strength, let alone picking up leaks, even if they face the python and black boar at first, they can win. Go, look elsewhere. Picking up all the dropped items, Ji Lingfeng gave an order and took the lead. The team members smiled at each other and quickly followed. The rain stops and stops, which greatly affects players' hunting, gathering, and exploration. However, compared with yesterday's heavy rain, everyone was trapped in the village and couldn't get out of one step. Today's situation is not bad. At least the residents can gather wild vegetables and mushrooms and catch prey without excessive consumption of stored food. In the afternoon, when the backpack was almost full, Yunling took the NPC back to the village. Master B made 2 more hats. After wearing it, more NPCs can travel with it. The process of dressing is complicated, but Tailor B is very experienced, and it took most of a day to make one. Yunling tried it on, and found that the lion's clothing was extremely large, and her whole body was wrapped in lion's grass. If you go out in a fungus, your equipment will never get wet. The clothes are good, make a few more. Yunling urged. Yes. Tailor B took the order. It was almost evening. The player returned to the village, drinking soup and roasting it on fire, feeling much more comfortable all over. Not far away, several women were very busy with cooking and cooking. It didn't take long for the fragrance of the rice to diffuse. Spicy rabbit meat, char-grilled steak, braised duck with mushrooms, braised goose wings, mutton noodles, pork belly stew with wild vegetables. Someone smelled the scent, drooling, and wanted to start the meal right away. Yunling picked up a brand new fishing rod while fighting monsters. Seeing that night was still 40 minutes, I went fishing by the river. There are several residents sitting by the river, old and young, and they are also fishing by the river with fishing rods, hooks, and fishing lines. Seeing Yunling's face, they were very surprised. You little girl, why are you here to go fishing? Although there is no clear stipulation, in general, young adults go out hunting, and women and children, old and weak, gather, weave, and cook. Fishing is skillful, and non-professionals dare not try, or it will just waste time. There are only a few people in the village who are good at fishing. Seeing each other every day, they all know each other. Suddenly seeing an unfamiliar person coming over, the fishermen were incomprehensibly surprised. Yunling smiled, and only said, I want to eat fish. Before, there was no fishing rod, and secondly, there were too many fish that were inconvenient to save, so she didn't care about it. I got a fishing rod right now, and I was immediately greedy. The fishing friends only came to try their luck when the little girl got the fishing rod. After asking a few words, I stopped caring and concentrated on fishing. The first time you fished. A kind uncle advised Yunling, if you are unlucky, stop as soon as possible. When you go out to gather, you can always get something to eat, but fishing is not necessarily true. I know. Yunling responded with a smile. The bait is thrown, and the next thing to do is to wait. After waiting for a while, raindrops suddenly fell into the air. Why are you down again? The fishermen hurriedly put their coats on their heads to keep out the rain. The raindrops fell on the surface of the river, and rippled. An experienced old fisherman looked into the river, his expression instantly became helpless. Yes, let's go back, there is no more play today. When raindrops fall into the water, there is a lot of movement, and the fish will avoid it. Often at this time, the baits is relatively low, so it is generally difficult to catch fish on rainy days. As everyone packed their things, Yunling looked at the river intently, and remained motionless. It's time to go. Someone kindly reminded him, afraid she might not hear it. Yunling put her index finger on her lips and made a hush motion. It's raining, what else are you fishing for? The kind-hearted man just wanted to persuade him again, but when he saw Yunling quickly close the line, he threw the hook fiercely. Oh, good fellow. This has to be 6 or 7 catties, right? Everyone was in an uproar, looking at the boss a catfish, and couldn't recover for a long time. Yunling caught the fish, tied the hand with the straw rope prepared in advance, and said happily, it's raining, go back now. The fishing friends were silent. Knowing that you can catch big catfish even on rainy days, I don't want to go away inexplicably. Restaurant. Yunling sneaked into the kitchen with the catfish. In the kitchen, kitchenware is readily available. There is a big water tank next to it, which is full of clear river water. It's raining, I really want to eat spicy grilled fish. Yunling said as she scooped water from the water tank with a wooden scoop, then washed and tidied the catfish in the sink. Delicious grilled fish must be marinated first, then grilled and stewed. In addition to fresh fish, side dishes such as potatoes, broad noodles, and yuba are also added. When the fire is simmered slowly, the heat is sufficient, the fresh fragrance of the fish is matched with the deliciousness of the thick soup, and a bite is full of happiness. Just thinking about it, Yunling felt greedy and couldn't help but move faster. After half an hour, Yunling took out the secret spicy sauce, stir-fry and pour it on the fish, and the spicy grilled fish is ready. What about the used kitchenware? Clean it yourself. Yunling didn't understand the rules of the game when she entered the restaurant for the first time. The used ones are placed in the sink. Chef A replied, it will be cleaned automatically in 5 minutes. This saves trouble. Yunling Ian put the kitchen knife and cutting board into the sink, then picked up the baking tray and left. What to eat tonight? Zheng Mingyue asked. After a busy day, he wanted to eat some warm warmth. Yu Qingwen held a pen and paper, frowning, is there any grain in stock? But I'm thinking, should I eat my own grain or go to a restaurant? You mean? Zheng Mingyue reacted. Yu Qingwen sighed, the current situation is unclear, and no one can say what it will become in the future. Looking at the gradual reduction in food storage, I feel so sad that I can't sleep well at night. Anyway, we are official residents of Lingyun village, and we don't have to pay overnight fees every day. Or just spend a few copper coins and go to restaurants to buy and eat. In the future, there will be insufficient ingredients, and the restaurant will not provide food. Let's eat our own. Zheng Mingyue said heartily, what is there to worry about? Compared with the shortcomings and more than the bottom, they are not bad in fact. Furthermore, the game does not support buying a house in partnership. Therefore, having collected the money earlier, he chose to let his girlfriend buy a house first. After that, the two lived together and lived together. When you save up to 500 copper coins in the future, you can buy another one under his name, and then there will be more personal space to store rations. The plan for the future is clear, only a little bit about saving enough money. To be honest, Zheng Mingyue immediately felt a sense of reluctance when he thought of spending money to eat. But he also knew that Qingwen's concerns were justified. The food stocked in the house is owned by oneself, and the food sold in the restaurant has to be supplied to everyone in the village. If you have a restaurant, you can buy and eat first. If you don't have a restaurant, you can go home and eat your own, so you can live longer. Let's go. After the calculation, Zheng Mingyue stood up first, let's go to the restaurant for dinner. After the restaurant was completed, Zheng Mingyue hadn't been there. After entering, my first impression is that there are few dishes inside. The second impression is that if you have spare money, it's good to eat some food that adds a boost before going out on an expedition. He never expected that the moment he entered the restaurant hall, there would be a strange fragrance piercing into his nose. Looking in the direction of the smell, Zheng Mingyue suddenly smiled bitterly. The huge roasting pan and the fragrant grilled fish will envy and hate anyone who sees it. Originally, I didn't think there was anything wrong with the steamed buns with rice porridge. The days were difficult in special times. Regardless of whether the food is good or not, just fill your stomach. Now there is grilled fish next to it for comparison, how can they eat it? Is it to obey the heart and eat and drink cheeky, or to maintain self-esteem, eat your own multigrain buns, and drink your own white porridge? Yu Qingwen's face was struggling, and it was difficult to make a decision for a while. However, his hands and feet were about to move, rather unwilling. The fish is so big that you can't eat it alone, do you want to come and eat together? Yunling sent out an invitation. Then, we're welcome. Yu Qingwen swallowed and said seriously. After speaking, the two quickly sat down opposite Yunling. Picking up the chopsticks, putting a piece of fish into her mouth, Yu Qingwen couldn't help her eyes widening. The fish is extremely tender, with fresh and spicy, very tasty. When I bite it down, my mind was swiping the screen with the words delicious. Awesome. Yu Qingwen flew off her chopsticks, unable to control herself. Zheng Mingyue didn't bother to speak, and stuck fish, wide noodles, and yuba, and kept stuffing it into his mouth. Yunling stopped eating and drank a glass of water slowly. Looking up, he happened to see Lu Chuan entering the restaurant, so he said hello, spicy grilled fish, just made it. Would you like to have some? Okay. Lu Chuan replied and sat down beside Yunling. There is a madness in the territory, saying that there is a malicious newspaper, and there is no one in the restaurant to eat grilled fish. I am still curious about who it is, so I came over to see. No, I thought it was you. Yunling. What did she do wrong? Isn't it just a piece of grilled fish? Don't think she doesn't know that the residents' food is also abundant. Curry rice, self-heating hot pot, spicy hot pot, everything. What if the real world becomes a game? It can't stop the determination of foodies to improve their lives. Luchuan looked at the grilled fish, only to see the system display. Name, spicy grilled fish. Quality, sophisticated. Use effect, basic recovery speed, plus 2 points of health/minute, plus 1 point of mana/minute, lasts 3 hours. Such a good thing, you are actually willing to eat it at night. Luchuan sighed with emotion. I'm just greedy and want to eat fish, what's the matter? Yunling didn't think there was a problem at all. It's hard for a daughter to buy what you like. Eat vegetables. Luchuan said as he clamped potatoes. I have a lot of debts, and I owe so many favors before, it is not bad for these 2 bites. Half an hour later, the 4 of them ate up the grilled fish like a wind. I can't eat it anymore, so I can support it. After the meal, Yiqingwen cried out, rubbing her belly. Jing Mingyue finally made room to ask, where did the grilled fish come from? Is it available in restaurants? I made it myself. Yunling's belly was round and satisfied. Good luck, I caught a catfish, so I just made a grilled fish. The ingredients are searched from the store, and the shelf life is long and has not expired. The secret hot sauce is carefully made by her with game materials. In general, it took some effort. But the food is delicious and everything is worth it. Next time there is a chance, we will treat you to a good meal. Zheng Mingyue solemnly promised. Yunling laughed, okay. Seeing Luchuan lingering, Zheng Mingyue's inspiration flashed and found a reason to take his girlfriend to leave first. Only Yunling and Luchuan were left on the table. Yunling was too lazy to move when he was full, and sat in a chair to rest. I'm looking for you. As he said, Luchuan took out the materials, food recipes, and sewing drawings from his backpack. Looking at the scattered piles, Yunling wondered, it has been raining in the past 2 days, how did you get so many dropped items? I'm an archer, and I can hunt without leaving Lingyun village. Luchuan chuckled lightly. Monsters will attack in groups at night, which is equivalent to going forward and sending equipment. Yunling. Listen, is this what a normal person should say? It is not convenient to go out on a rainy day, but after research, I found that rain gear such as hats and fur clothes can effectively reduce the erosion of rain. Yunling volunteered, if you need it, I can even give you 1 or 2. No. Luchuan said, I have been in the village for these 2 days, and the harvest is no worse than going out hunting. Hearing that, Yunling didn't force it. She picked up the items and put them away one by one, bubbling in a beautiful mood. After finishing what he wanted to say, Luchuan finally got up, thank you for the hospitality, next time I have a chance to eat together. Good. Yunling responded altogether, and sent the bakeware, wooden chopsticks, and wooden bowls to the tableware collection point. Soon, Chef A will put the tableware into the kitchen sink. Wait until the tableware is cleaned and then sent back to the hall for customers to use next time.